The Green Tea's Crushing Victories in the 70s, Chapter 148 to Chapter 165. The conversation between Professor Chen and Wenrugi lasted for more than an hour. When the two of them came out of the study, Wenrugi looked calm, but Professor Chen seemed excited. Professor Chen said in English, "I can confirm that he is suffering from schizophrenia, and it has been going on for many years. Recently, his condition has worsened because of the stimulation. Under normal circumstances, he should be in a state of mental breakdown. However, Mr. Wen's thinking is logical, and he has shown strong willpower. Most importantly, he has a strong desire for treatment. This is a very good sign. I am very confident in his condition." Wenrugi was different from the schizophrenia patients he had dealt with in the past. He had never seen this case before, and he was very impressed by Wenrugi's strong willpower. He had agreed to come this time because of his friend and comrade Su's generous reward. However, after talking with Wenrugi, he became very interested in this case. "In your opinion, Dr. Chen, does my husband need to take medicine?" Tang Xuelu's eyes lit up when she heard Professor Chen's last sentence. The dark clouds that had been weighing on her heart for so many days suddenly dispersed. Professor Chen nodded. "Yes. Other than psychological counseling, medication is the most effective way to treat schizophrenia. However, I have to tell you in advance that this kind of illness can only be controlled and alleviated. It cannot be cured. If the patient is not stimulated in the future, he may not have a relapse for the rest of his life. However, once he is stimulated, his condition may worsen. At that time, medication may not be effective. Therefore, I need your family's cooperation." Tang Xuelu nodded. "Of course. Professor Chen, please tell us what you need us to do. Our family will be happy to cooperate." Professor Chen nodded when he heard this. He was very satisfied with Tang Xuelu's words. For patients with mental illnesses, their own wishes were one thing, but the care and concern of their family played a crucial role in the treatment. Their family's care and concern would make the patient feel warm, which was very helpful in stabilizing his condition. He had dealt with many patients with mental illnesses. Some of the patients' families not only did not care about them, but also despised and hated them. This would only worsen the patient's condition and eventually lead to mental disorders. Tang Xuelu translated Professor Chen's words to the others. Old Mr. Wen was so agitated that his eyes turned red. Holding on to Dr. Chen's hand, he said, "Thank you, Dr. Chen." Zolv. How should I put this in English? Tang Xuelu, thank you. Old Mr. Wen exclaimed, "Triple Q." Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing Old Mr. Wen's awkward English. Old Mr. Wen did not feel embarrassed at all. As long as his grandson could recover, he was willing to start learning English now. Dr. Chen and Su Yueshan stayed in Beijing for 5 days before leaving. In the past 5 days, Dr. Chen came to give Wenrugi psychological counseling every day. This time, he also brought some basic medicine. Some of the medicine could only be sent after he returned to Hong Kong. However, there were obvious changes in Wenrugi's state. The biggest change was that he was finally willing to close his eyes and sleep at night. Previously, he had been struggling internally. He kept convincing himself that Tang Xuelu was real and that she would not disappear or leave him. However, Tang Xuelu kept attacking him. In his extreme panic, he did not dare to close his eyes at all. He did not dare to look away from Tang Xuelu at all, for he was worried that she would disappear. Although Tang Xuelu had tried many ways to persuade him, he could not control himself when he was ill. Otherwise, it would not be called an illness. People would die if they did not eat, and people who stayed up for a long time without sleeping would die suddenly. Previously, everyone was very worried. Because Wenrugi only slept for 1 or 2 hours a day. Now that Wenrugi's condition had gradually stabilized with the help of the medicine, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wenrugi was lying on the bed. His long and dense eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyelids. He looked like 2 small brushes. Tang Xuelu's heart melted as she watched him sleep. She believed that everything would get better. After Dr. Chen returned to Hong Kong, he not only sent the medicine, but also some relevant information. After that, he came to Beijing every other month to give Wenrugi psychological counseling. The Wen family asked Su Yueshan about Dr. Chen's fee. He gave them a number, but everyone knew that the number was far from enough. However, Su Yueshan insisted on not accepting more money. The Wen family had no choice but to buy a lot of things for them as a thank you gift when they returned to Shin City. Among them, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Mianmian were the most reluctant to leave. They even agreed to meet again during the summer vacation. Xiao Jiao invited Xiao Mianmian to Shin City to play. After Su Yueshan and Xiao Jiao left, Tong Jiasun immediately tattled on them. He told them that Xiao Mianmian had kissed Xiao Jiao and said that she wanted to marry him. After hearing this, Commander Xiao looked heartbroken. How old was his granddaughter? How could she find him a son-in-law so quickly? Tong Xuelu turned to look at Xiao Mianmian. Mianmian, didn't you say that you wanted to be a bachelor like your third brother for the rest of your life? Xiao Mianmian widened her eyes. Sister, you are right. I forgot. But Xiao Jiao is very good to me. I thought about it and decided not to be a bachelor anymore. Anyway, it is enough to have a bachelor like my third brother at home. Tong Jiasun, with the medicine and Dr. Chen's help, Wen Rugi's condition stabilized day by day. However, it was still not suitable for him to return to the military base. Under Dr. Chen's advice, he planted flowers, exercised, and read to the children. Other than his family, Zhou Yan and Huang Qiming came over whenever they were free. The three of them worked together to develop an induction cooker. The three of them were smarter than Zhuge Liang. Moreover, the three of them had high IQ and experience in physics experiments. In less than half a month, they really developed it. They had the principle and the prototype. All that was left was the shell of the induction cooker. This had to be left to the professionals. Tong Xuelu sent the prototype of the induction cooker to Su Yueshan and asked him to help find a factory to make the mold. When Su Yueshan was the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, he was a bold leader. Now that he was doing business, he was a very sharp and business-minded businessman. When he saw Tong Xuelu's product, he immediately smelled a huge business opportunity. However, he did not take it for himself or plagiarize it. Instead, he told Tong Xuelu about the business opportunity. He asked her to apply for a patent and build a factory to produce the induction cooker. A gentleman was magnanimous. Imperial Censor Su's magnanimous behavior made Tong Xuelu have a better impression of him. She immediately decided to cooperate with Su Yueshan and let Su Yueshan handle the management and production. The profits would be divided into 4 equal parts. Wen Rugi, Zhou Yan, Huang Qiming, and Su Yueshan split the profits equally. Each of them had 25% of the shares. Su Yueshan felt that he had taken advantage of the situation and wanted to give up 10%. However, Wen Rugi and Tong Xuelu did not agree. After all, he was the one who would be managing the business in the future. Tong Xuelu did not plan to open a factory by herself. Firstly, she was pregnant and her belly was getting bigger. Secondly, Wen Rugi's condition was not completely stable yet. She could not show her skills. Moreover, her hotel was about to open. She really did not have the energy to do so. After some persuasion, Su Yueshan finally accepted this plan. Zhou Yan and Huang Qiming only wanted to help Wen Rugi get better quickly. They did not expect that they could make money by developing an induction cooker. They suddenly became bosses. It was a wonderful feeling. Although they were researchers, no one would complain about making more money. Naturally, they did not reject the idea. However, to avoid trouble, the three of them did not set up the company under their own names. In the end, the shares fell into the hands of their wives. During Wen Rugi's accident, Qing Shouyun did not return to Jin City. Instead, she continued to stay in Beijing. It had to be said that Qing Shouyun was quite capable. Without Shoning, she quickly found herself a new man to be her backer. The man was not young. He was in his 60s and used to be a leader. His wife and son had died a few years ago. He had money, but he was very lonely. Qing Shouyun took advantage of this. She took the initiative to approach him and care about him. The man was gradually moved. He secretly slept with Qing Shouyun and was persuaded to give Qing Shouyun money to do business. Qing Shouyun had been robbed of wholesale clothes last time. She was traumatized by the clothing business. She saw that Tong Xuelu's braised flavor restaurant was doing well. So, she came up with the idea of braised flavor restaurant. Ling Tianyi was really good to her. She wanted to do catering business, so she asked her connections to get recipes and secret recipes. She also found a chef for her. So, braised flavor restaurant was opened. Needless to say, Cheng Xiuyun had some luck. Although the taste of the braised food was not as good as Tong Shuilu's braised food shop, with the help of the braised food shop, her business was doing very well. Tong Shuilu did not have time to deal with her before. Now that Wenrugi's condition was gradually stabilized, she was ready to take action. Cheng Xiuyun's braised flavor restaurant was opened in the commercial street. It happened that the government was going to develop here. She took the opportunity by accident. Tong Shuilu told his two grandfathers the plan. A week later, a new braised flavor restaurant was opened opposite Braised Flavor Restaurant. The name of the restaurant was Braised Flavor Restaurant opposite Braised Flavor Restaurant. As soon as the plaque was hung up, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. These days, the restaurant names were very serious. Generally, they were very meaningful names, such as Dongfeng Restaurant, Ruizhai, Yunlai Restaurant, and so on. Who would choose such a restaurant name? Just the sound of it sounded very improper. More importantly, it was obvious that this name was going to compete with the braised fragrance across the street. At this time, the onlookers only had one thought in their mind: fight. Fight. As soon as the restaurant opposite was rented, Cheng Xiuyun came to inquire about it. But the other party told her that they were going to do clothing business, so she did not take it seriously. But she did not expect that the other party was so bad. They deceived her and gave her such a bad name. Wasn't it obvious that they wanted to disgust her? Cheng Xiuyun was so angry that her face turned red. She ran over and questioned the staff. "Where's your boss? Ask your boss to come out." Jiang Juanli, Jiang Baihui's distant cousin, turned around and glanced at Cheng Xiuyun. "Why are you looking for our boss?" Cheng Xiuyun glared at him. "What's with the name of your restaurant? You're deliberately trying to disgust me, right? This is vicious competition. Go back and tell your boss that if he knows what's good for him, he'll immediately change the name. Otherwise, I'll report you to the Public Security Bureau." Jiang Juanli was not angry, nor was he afraid. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Then you can go." Cheng Xiuyun, he was too arrogant. He had gone too far. The onlookers, fight. Hurry up and fight. Cheng Xiuyun did go to the Public Security Bureau for the sake of her reputation and for the sake of her business. But the Public Security Bureau said that the other party's restaurant name did not violate any rules. If she was afraid of vicious competition, then she could change the name. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood on the spot. When she returned home, she was so angry that she lay on the bed and kept complaining that her heart hurt. Ling Tianyi was distressed when he saw her like this. He had some connections, so he turned around and went out. He wanted to ask his friend to help him to stop the restaurant opposite. It was easy to do it in the catering industry. He just needed to find an excuse about hygiene. His friend agreed for the sake of their friendship for many years. But in less than a day, he told him that he couldn't handle it. He'd better not be with Cheng Xiuyun. Otherwise, he would hurt himself. Ling Tianyi didn't listen to him. He told Cheng Xiuyun about it. Cheng Xiuyun was not stupid. She immediately guessed who was against her. She gritted her teeth angrily. The Wen family is a family of lowly people. Very well. I didn't want to fight with them. They forced me. In order to fight for her reputation, Cheng Xiuyun not only didn't change the name, why should she change it, but also started a price war. Was the more fragrant than the braised food store across the street scared? Of course not, and they fought on the spot. If the braised fragrance restaurant bought 10 yuan, it would give a discount of 50 cents. If the braised fragrance restaurant bought 10 kinds of snacks, it would give 2 kinds of snacks. If the braised fragrance restaurant reduced the price by half a cent, it would reduce the price by 10 cents. In a word, it was very arrogant and rich. Cheng Xiuyun was so angry that her chest hurt. Ling Tianyi had some money in his hands, but it was limited. He was not a fool. He didn't take out all his savings. Cheng Xiuyun could make discounts and reduce the price, but she couldn't do a losing business. The key was that she couldn't win the competition, the restaurant opposite tasted better than hers, the price was cheaper than hers, and the service was better than hers. It took more than half of the business of the Braised Fragrance restaurant at once. Many things in the Braised Fragrance restaurant couldn't be sold. In order to fight for her reputation, she lost a lot of money. Xianxia was so angry that she couldn't eat or sleep. She looked haggard again. One day, she came to the Braised Fragrance restaurant. She didn't go back to her own restaurant. Instead, she sat in front of the door and began to wipe her tears. I have a hard life. I thought I had offended someone who wanted to go against me. I asked around and found out that this restaurant was opened by my daughter-in-law. The onlookers were shocked. Why did your daughter-in-law do this? Xianxia cried pitifully. I can't figure it out. My son's father and I divorced in the early years because of different personalities. Although I couldn't accompany my son every day, I would send things to him every New Year. I wanted to see him for many years, but his grandfather refused to let us meet. Some time ago, I found a way to meet my son secretly. Only then did I know that my son was led astray by his grandfather. He thought that his mother abandoned him, so he hated me very much. Now my daughter-in-law did this. I'm afraid that she was instigated by him. The onlookers couldn't help sympathizing with her. There were no parents in the world. Moreover, Xianxia was a very good mother. If there was anyone to blame, it was the child's grandfather. He was really bad. There were many people with a sense of justice these days. Seeing that Xianxia was so pitiful, they didn't go to the restaurant across the street and went back to the Braised Fragrance restaurant to buy things. The Braised Fragrance restaurant's business was booming that day. Xianxia was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. The next day, the third day, she repeated the same trick. Every day, she cried in front of the onlookers, which made the onlookers sympathize with her. On the fourth day, the boss of Braised Fragrance restaurant across the street appeared. Tong Xuelu was wearing a military green coat. Her cheeks were rosy, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. At first glance, one could tell that she was living a comfortable life. Although she was wearing a military coat, one could still see her protruding belly. However, other than her belly, she wasn't bloated. She didn't look much different from before she was pregnant. When Xianxia saw her like this, she was so jealous that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She rolled her eyes and immediately cried again. Daughter-in-law, you finally appeared. During this period of time, my shop's business has plummeted. It's almost closed because of you. Please let me go. I beg you. Although Xianxia looked a lot more haggard, her voice was clear and sweet. Her crying scene was mellow and full of ups and downs. It was even more pleasant to listen to than the roles on stage. When the onlookers saw that the legendary daughter-in-law had finally appeared, they all started to criticize Tong Xuelu. Parents are the most important things in the world. Young people these days are becoming more and more immoral. She actually dug a hole for her mother-in-law. Bah. Exactly. She looks so pretty, but I didn't expect her to be so evil. I say, I'd rather spend more money than go to her shop. Who knows if her stuff is clean or not? When Xianxia saw that everyone was on her side and her face was full of tears, she was laughing in her heart. However, the next moment, Tong Xuelu's eyes turned red and 2 streams of tears fell down. Auntie, you're right. Parents are the most important things in the world. I'm just a daughter-in-law. My mother-in-law asked me to deliberately compete with her. How could I dare to disobey? Everyone was shocked again. What? What? Could it be that this was a show directed and acted by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Miss, you'd better explain yourself. Did your mother-in-law ask you to do this deliberately? Tong Xuelu wiped her tears. That's right. My mother-in-law said that we're putting on a show to deceive everyone. No matter who we buy from, we'll be the ones making money. I don't think we should do this because it's too immoral. However, she's my mother-in-law. If I don't do this, she'll report us to my husband's unit for being unfilial. Being filial to your parents was still very important these days. If you were reported to your unit, you'd definitely lose your job. Everyone had an epiphany. No wonder. I was wondering why a daughter would be so arrogant. That's right. I was wondering why she didn't report us. She said that she couldn't bear to do it. Now she knows that she's been deceived. Tui. It was the same auntie from earlier. She ran in front of Xianxia and spat on her face. Xianxia was so disgusted that she almost vomited. Don't be deceived. I didn't say those words. She's framing me. Look at her. She hasn't even called me mom since she started talking. Tong Shuelu, mom. Xianxia, she could say the word F*ck many times. Xianxia didn't expect Tong Shuelu to be so thick-skinned and shameless. In order to kill her, she even called her mom. She was so angry. To Tong Shuelu, calling her mom didn't mean anything. As an actress, she had to call her ancestor, not to mention mom. She just took it that she was acting. When the crowd saw that Tong Shuelu called her mom, they were even more certain that Xianxia was lying. The feeling of being fooled was terrible, and the crowd was furious. A few people followed the auntie's example and spat on her. Some people even wanted Xianxia to pay compensation. Xianxia wiped her tears again. However, humans were visual creatures. Compared to Tong Shuelu's beautiful and delicate face, her face was haggard and sallow. Her crying was very painful to the eyes. In addition, Tong Shuelu's words were more convincing and logical. Therefore, no one believed Xianxia's words this time. Xianxia was so angry that she almost died on the spot. After the crowd dispersed, Tong Shuelu waved and called Jiang Juanli over. Go over there and tell Xianxia that I opened this shop to disgust her. If I don't make her bankrupt, I'll change my surname to hers. Jiang Juanli, what an arrogant tone. As an employee, Jiang Juanli certainly had to follow his boss's orders. Therefore, he ran to the opposite side and told Xianxia everything. Xianxia, she was so angry. Xianxia's face turned red and white. She was so angry that she almost broke her teeth. However, there was nothing she could do to Tong Shuelu. Tong Shuelu looked into her eyes. He curled his lips and touched his belly. He smiled obnoxiously. She was a professional when it came to angering people to death without paying for it. Xianxia put on a show for several days before the business recovered a little. Tong Shuelu only came once, and the business of the braised fragrance shop plummeted. Since that day, not even a fly flew into the braised fragrance shop, let alone a person. Xianxia saw this and was angry in her heart. It couldn't go on like this, so Xianxia went back to complain to Ling Tianyi. Ling Tianyi comforted her, why don't we stop? If we close the shop now, we won't lose much. We can do other things later. No. Xianxia refused. Why should I close the shop? If I close the shop like this, won't I admit defeat? I can't take this lying down. Besides, do you think they'll let me go? Even if I quit the catering business, they'll still chase me and beat me up. They just want me to die. Ling Tianyi looked at her crying and felt distressed. But if we don't close the shop, will we continue to lose money? The food was not as delicious as theirs, and they were not as rich as theirs. What could they do if they didn't admit defeat? Xianxia paused for a moment and said with tears in her eyes, actually, I have a way to bring the dead back to life. What's the way? I heard that poppy shells are added to food, and people can't stop eating. Can you help me get some poppy shells back? Poppy shells, weren't they similar to the opium in the past? Ling Tianyi was frightened, but in the end, he couldn't resist Xianxia's tears and the old bacon in front of his chest. He finally agreed. After getting the poppy shells, Ling Tianyi released the news that they had bought the secret recipe from the descendants of the former imperial chef. Now the braised food was more fragrant and delicious than before. Everyone expressed their disbelief. If you don't believe it, then please have a taste for free. Although everyone despised Xianxia's cooking, who wouldn't want free food, so someone shamelessly tried it. With the first shameless person, there was soon a second and a third. Everyone tasted it, and it was really delicious. And after eating it, they kept thinking about it. If they ate anything else, it would be tasteless. Some people also said that they felt more energetic every day after eating Ling Tianyi's food. Ling Tianyi took the opportunity to advertise that their braised soup had ginseng added to it. Eating Ling Tianyi with ginseng was a great tonic, therefore, people who were reluctant to buy tried it one after another. After trying it, they became addicted. Jiang Juanli saw this and reported all the news to Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu immediately guessed that there was a problem. She didn't believe in any secret recipe that could make people so addicted. There must be something else added to it. Therefore, she asked someone to buy a large amount of things from Ling Tianyi and sent them to be tested. The results of the test were self-evident. She immediately sent the test report to Piao Jianyi. On this day, Qing Shouyun was counting money at home. In less than a week, she had earned 300 yuan. At this rate, she would soon be able to buy a house and a car and reach the peak of her life. At this moment, the closed door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A group of people rushed in. Qing Shouyun was frightened and screamed, "What are you doing?" Two police officers came forward and tied her arms behind her back. "What are you doing? You added poppy powder to your braised food. We're taking you back to jail." Qing Shouyun's legs turned to jelly and her eyes widened. She was done for. The police officers found the poppy powder in her house and found the person who supplied the powder. There were witnesses and evidence. Neither Ling Tianyi nor Qing Shouyun could escape. The two were arrested and sentenced to death because Ling Tianyi took all the responsibility. Qing Shouyun was sentenced to life imprisonment as an accomplice and sent to the northwest to undergo rehabilitation. Old Mr. Wen was very dissatisfied with this sentence. "I didn't expect that woman to be so capable. Even at death's door, a man is still willing to die for her. According to old Mr. Wen, it would be best to shoot him to death." Tong Xuelu leaned on Wenrugi and smiled faintly. "Grandpa, I think it's good that he's dead. Isn't it too good for her? Being alive was torture." She had already told Shi Shoning in advance that Qing Shouyun had cheated on Ling Tianyi. When the two of them got together, it would definitely be exciting. Everyone thought about it and agreed. The rehabilitation camp was not a good place. Besides, the climate in the northwest was bad and the conditions were even more difficult. Qing Shouyun would definitely suffer if she went there. Wenrugi had no reaction to Qing Shouyun being sentenced to life imprisonment. Ever since Shi Xingrui was shaved, she did not go to school and went crazy outside every day. Shi Shoning went to the rehabilitation camp and Qing Shouyun was busy seducing Ling Tianyi and doing business. They did not have time to take care of her. Now that Qing Shouyun was also in trouble, she had no one to take care of her. The Shi family did not want her and the Qing family did not want her. They wanted to send Shi Xingrui to the Wen family. After all, Shi Xingrui was Wenrugi's half-sister. However, they did not dare to say anything. They did not want to take care of her, so they pushed each other. Shi Xingrui was already in her teens. Although she had a bad temper, she was not stupid. Seeing that her relatives did not want to take care of her, she threw a tantrum and ran out. She rushed outside and bumped into a little boy of 3 or 4 years old. She stared at him and pushed him hard. Behind the little boy was a pond more than a meter deep. He fell into the water and was scared to cry. Shi Xingrui, who had pushed him, stood by the pond and did not call for help or leave. Instead, she looked at the little boy with an evil face. She had a smile on her face, as if she had discovered something interesting. Just as the little boy was about to sink into the pond, his grandmother came out to look for him. She was scared to death and immediately shouted for people to come and save her grandson. The little boy's life was saved, but because of the shock and the fact that it was winter, he had a high fever that day. Then, he developed pneumonia. The little boy's family was not willing to give up. After slapping Shi Xingrui several times, they took her to the Public Security Bureau. Although Shi Xingrui was a minor, her actions constituted intentional murder. Because she was too young, she could not be sentenced to death. Therefore, she was sentenced to 30 years in prison and sent to her parents in the northwest. When Tong Xuelu heard the news, she did not sympathize with her at all. Some naughty children were born demons. She felt that Shi Xingrui should stay in prison for the rest of her life and not come out to harm others. Therefore, Shi Shoning, Qing Shouyun, and Shi Xingrui's family of 3 reunited in the Northwest prison after being separated for more than 3 months. The most important thing for a family was to be complete. It was very touching. As the weather got colder, Tong Xuelu's belly grew bigger. The doctor had already confirmed that she was pregnant with a pair of yolks. Today, she was going to do an ultrasound and check the gender of the baby. Old Mr. Wen wanted to go with her, but he caught a cold 2 days ago and Tong Shualu did not allow him to go out in such cold weather. Now, he looked at Wenrugi and Tong Shualu and said with an aggrieved face, "Come back early then. Rugue, you have to take good care of Zolv and the baby." Wenrugi nodded. Okay. After taking the medicine, his mind would be slower than before, but he was still clear-headed. Moreover, he saw Tong Shualu less and less recently. The last time Professor Chen came over, he was shocked and delighted by the speed of his recovery. Old Mr. Wen was still worried. "Why don't you let little Zong go with you?" A shadow flashed through Wenrugi's eyes, and his hand that was supporting Tong Zolv moved a little. Tong Shualu caught his strange look and squeezed his hand. "It's okay, Rugue can take care of me. Also, Rugue's colleague will be going for a prenatal checkup today. It won't be a problem." Wenrugi turned his head and met her eyes. The darkness in his eyes dissipated. Old Mr. Wen realized that he had said something wrong. "Okay, I'll let you go then. Little Zong and I will wait for you at home." Tong Shualu smiled and nodded. Wenrugi helped her out of the door. As soon as she stepped out of the door, the cold wind blew. Although Tong Shualu was dressed like a ball, she could not help but shiver. Wenrugi took half a step forward and blocked the wind with his body. "Why don't I borrow a car from Jenny?" Tong Shualu shook his head. "There's no need for that. I'm using a car for private purposes. It won't be good if someone reports me. Also, don't treat me like I'm made of glass. Proper exercise is good for a pregnant woman's body." Wenrugi put one hand on the back of her waist and held her hand with the other. He made a sound of acknowledgement. He remembered that a few months ago, he had inquired about cars. These days, 2 cars cost 200,000 yuan. This was a price that most people could not afford. Although the Wen family had some money, they could not afford it. However, Director Zhuang had told him that there were more and more opportunities for the country to integrate with the international community. The country urgently needed internationally recognized awards, such as the Nobel Prize. If he could win glory for the country would definitely reward him handsomely. When he thought of this, his long and dense eyelashes fluttered. Tong Shualu sighed inwardly when he saw his indifferent reaction. Perhaps it was the effect of the drug, but other than his thinking being slower, his personality was also a little different from before. She had not seen him blush in a long time. Thinking about how he used to blush so easily, she really missed it. However, people should be content with what they have. Now that he was getting better day by day, she was already very grateful. Their luck was not bad. They only waited for a minute before the bus arrived. After getting on the bus, they went to the back seat and sat down. Tong Shualu turned her head. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Rugue, it's snowing." Outside, snowflakes fluttered in the air and landed on the window of the bus. The small snowflakes looked very cute. The pedestrians outside exclaimed when they saw the falling snow. Winter had come early this year, but it had not snowed for a long time. It was said that a timely snow promised a bumper harvest. Everyone was worried that there would not be enough food production next year. Now, the snow was getting heavier and heavier. It carried everyone's hopes with it. Soon, the eaves and trees were covered in white. Children wanted to play in the snow outside, but their parents pinched their ears and chased them home. Wenrugi followed her gaze. The snowflakes danced in the wind, adding a touch of romance to this winter day. However, he quickly retracted his gaze and looked at her. Tong Shualu looked for a while before turning back. She met his deep and bottomless gaze. This kind of scene had happened countless times in the past 2 months. She did not find it strange. Naturally, she held his hand and leaned her head over to ask, "We'll know the gender of the babies later. Do you like boys or girls?" Tong Shualu thought that he would say that both boys and girls were good. Perhaps, he would say that a boy and a girl were good. However, she heard him say in a low voice, "Girls." Tong Shualu was stunned. "Both of them are girls?" Wenrugi nodded. "Yes, a girl who looks like you." She did not want to be like him, let alone be as sick as him. It would be best if both girls looked like her. At this moment, Tong Xuelu suddenly cried out, "Ouch!" When Rugi frowned. "Did the children kick you again?" Tong Xuelu nodded and stroked her belly. "They're so naughty. I'm afraid that one of them is a boy." Upon hearing this, Wen Rugi frowned even more. Boys were indeed the most annoying. It would be better if the girls were quiet. Tong Xuelu did not know what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would probably laugh until he cried. His thoughts were the same as Jia Baoyu's. When the bus stopped, the snow stopped as well. When they got off the bus, the snowy air hit their faces. When Rugi supported her. He wished that he could carry her so that she would not have to walk. When they reached the entrance of the hospital, they saw Zhou Yan arriving at the entrance on his bicycle. His wife, Wang Xiaoyun, was sitting behind him. Zhou Yan grinned. "What a coincidence. But Rugue, why didn't you come here on your bicycle?" "When Rugi, it's not safe." Zhou Yan scratched his head. "Really? Are you afraid that your wife will fall because of your poor skills? But it's winter now. She's dressed like a ball. Even if she falls, she won't be afraid." As soon as he said this, he cried out, "Ouch! Ouch!" Tong Xuelu and Wen Rugi looked over. They saw that his ear was twisted out of shape by a hand. "Xiaoyun, let go." "Ouch! It hurts." "What did I do to you again?" Wang Xiaoyun saw that Tong Xuelu and Wen Rugi were beside her. She snorted and let go of his ear. She slowly got down from the back seat of the bicycle. "I just don't like you." "Can't I?" Zhou Yan, QAQ Wang Xiaoyun was annoyed when she saw his wronged and confused expression. What did he mean by not being afraid of falling? How could he say something like that? It meant that he was heartless. Tong Xuelu smiled when he saw that Zhou Yan still did not know what he did wrong. The four of them walked into the hospital. Wang Xiaoyun's gaze fell on her belly, and then she looked at her own. "Speaking of which, I'm a month older than you. But now, mine looks much smaller than yours." At first, she could not eat anything when she was pregnant. Later, her appetite improved, and she inflated like a balloon. Although she had gained a lot of weight, her belly was still not as big as Tong Xuelu's. Tong Xuelu laughed. "How can it be the same? I have two inside, and you only have one." Wang Xiaoyun turned to look at her face again, and then she raised her hand to touch her chubby face. "In the past, I always heard people say that everyone has a different life. I didn't think much of it at that time. Now that I compare myself to you, I really want to say this. Your limbs are still so slender even though you're pregnant, and your skin doesn't have any spots. I'm so envious." Tong Xuelu said, "I heard that the spots will fade on their own after giving birth." Wang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. "Is that true?" "Some people are like that, but some people can't fade. That's why they say that mothers are especially great. Not only is it hard to have a child, but it's also very destructive to our bodies." Tong Xuelu sighed. Giving birth would also accelerate a woman's aging. She had already made up her mind that she would never have another child after giving birth. Wang Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. "That's right. Men have never been pregnant before, and they think that it's as easy as a hen laying eggs. They don't have to be afraid of falling." After saying that, she glared fiercely at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan paused for a moment, and then he realized that he had said something wrong just now. He hurriedly explained, "Wife, that's not what I meant. No matter what, I won't let you fall. If you fall, I'll definitely throw myself at you and let you fall on top of me." Wang Xiaoyun's anger subsided. She said angrily, "Sweet words. You're better off saying it than doing it." Zhou Yan looked at his wife and knew that he had passed. Unexpectedly, the next moment, they heard Wen Rugi's deep voice. "After the child is born, I'll go for a vasectomy." The reason why he said after the child is born was that he was still taking anti-schizophrenia drugs, so it was not convenient for him to undergo surgery. When the three of them heard this, they were all stunned. Tong Xuelu immediately felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She looked up at him and said, "Think about it carefully. What if it's two girls, and Grandpa wants a boy?" When Rugi looked at her and said, "Grandpa will understand. I don't want to see you working so hard anymore." Wang Xiaoyun and Zhou Yan were fed a mouthful of dog food. Wang Xiaoyun turned her head and glanced at Zhou Yan, who looked shocked and impressed. She suddenly felt annoyed again. She stretched out her foot and stomped hard on the back of his foot. Zhou Yan, Huiqiu and Rugi had harmed him, and he had actually become so sweet. He was really too hateful. After entering the hospital, they registered and lined up. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally their turn. Tang Xuelu lay on the white hospital bed and watched the female doctor scan her belly with an instrument. The ultrasound equipment in this era was incomparable to that in the future. The monitor was bulky and the clarity was poor, but she could still see some outlines. The female doctor observed for a while and said, "The one on the left is a girl. The one on the right should also be a girl." Half of the girl on the right was covered by her hand, but she did not see any protruding organs. "It should be a girl." As soon as she finished speaking, Wenrugi's gaze finally shifted from Tang Xuelu's belly to the monitor. "Doctor, are you sure?" The female doctor turned her head and looked at him. She saw that the corners of his mouth were pursed into a line, and there was no trace of joy on his face. It seemed that he was a man who valued boys over girls. He really had no conscience. The female doctor's face suddenly darkened. "I'm sure, but this is a new era, not the old era. Women can hold up half the sky. Your attitude is not good." Wenrugi was stunned. "No, I like girls very much." He felt as if he had hit the jackpot. He did not expect that it was a pair of twin girls. This was great. The female doctor did not believe his nonsense. She looked at Tang Xuelu sympathetically. "Carrying twins is very taxing on your body. After the babies are born, you'd better take care of them for a year or two. Women should take care of themselves more. Don't listen to Stinky Man for everything." When Stinky Man Rugue was speechless, Tang Xuelu saw that he was being scolded for no reason and could not help but laugh. "Doctor, you misunderstood. My husband really likes girls. We also agreed that after this baby is born, he will not have any more. He will go for a vasectomy." Hearing this, the female doctor was shocked. Her opinion of Wenrugi immediately changed. "That's really rare. I have worked in the hospital for so many years, but I have never seen a man come for a vasectomy. Women had to bear children, give birth to children, and raise them. If they did not give birth, they would have to go for a vasectomy and suffer again. On the other hand, men only provided the seed and then enjoyed the fruits of others' labor." Now that she heard Tang Xuelu's words, she looked at Wenrugi in a new light. She praised him a few times. After coming out of the ultrasound room, Wenrugi's mouth curved up. Zhou Yan was behind them. Seeing Wenrugi's smug look, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Rugue, you are so happy. Don't tell me that the babies are both boys?" Wenrugi shook his head. "No." "Zhou Yan, really? I don't believe it. Look at how happy you are. It must be two boys. I really envy you. Now I only hope that my wife is pregnant with a boy." It was not that he favored boys over girls, but the elders in his family preferred boys over girls. If it was a girl this time, they would definitely have to give birth to a baby. By then, he and his wife would be under a lot of pressure again. His health was not very good, and it was not easy for his wife to get pregnant. Wang Xiaoyun often vomited and could not sleep because of the stress from being nagged too much. Hence, it would be best if it was a boy. His elders would not say anything if they gave birth to a daughter. The female doctor happened to hear his words. When he helped Wang Xiaoyun into the room, he saw the female doctor glaring at him with a sullen expression. "Zhou Yan, QAQ, what is wrong with this world? Did he look so repulsive to humans and dogs?" **** Due to the fact that it was snowing outside, they went home after the checkup and did not stay outside. When they returned home, old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong immediately surrounded them. "How is it? Is the baby healthy?" Tang Xuelu nodded. "The baby is doing well. The doctor said that it is a girl. Next, we have to prepare a pair of sisters' clothes." Previously, they did not know if it was a boy or a girl, and hence, they did not have the time to prepare. Now that they knew, they had to get started. After saying this, she looked at old Mr. Wen. Old Mr. Wen was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded and said, "The girl is doing well too. You and Rugue are both good-looking. My great-granddaughter will definitely be very beautiful." As a member of the older generation, old Mr. Wen naturally hoped to have a great-granddaughter and a great-grandson. That way, they would be able to make a good pair and he would be proud of them. However, he did not feel that it was a bad idea to have a girl. If the two girls were as beautiful and capable as Zulv, he would not mind having a few more. Seeing that old Mr. Wen did not seem disappointed, Tong Xuelu smiled even more. She would not give birth to a son just because others were disappointed. However, she still hoped that her children would be born into a family where everyone welcomed them. At night, Commander Xiao also found out that he was about to have a pair of great-granddaughters. He smiled so widely that wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. It's good to have a girl. Girls are obedient and sensible, unlike boys who are naughty and mischievous. Sometimes, I really want to give them a good spanking. Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen tightened their buttholes. Grandpa, we are still sitting in front of you. Is it okay for you to say this? Xiao Mianmian was so happy that her face turned red when she heard that she would be an aunt in a few months' time. Sister, I'll play with my two nieces in the future. I'll teach them how to sing. Tong Xuelu rubbed her head and said, "Okay, you'll be an aunt in the future. You'll be an elder. If your two nieces need to poop or pee, they'll have to rely on you." Xiao Mianmian was speechless as if she had been struck by lightning. Tong Jessen looked at his sister's awkward expression and laughed out loud. "Mianmian, just take it as practice. When I'm old in the future, you'll be very skilled at taking my poop and pee." Xiao Mianmian was speechless. How could she not be an aunt? She kind of regretted it now. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw how frightened she was. The firewood in the stove crackled and burned the walls of the stove red. The north wind whistled outside, and the room was very warm. The room was filled with laughter. At this time, the family of 3 in the Great Northwest had just returned from working on the farm. It had snowed in the Great Northwest half a month ago, and the temperature was below zero. It had snowed heavily yesterday, and today, they were called to shovel the snow. After a day of work, their hands and feet were so cold that they couldn't feel anything. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Xianxia opened the door while shivering. The room was also cold, and it was no different from the outside. He walked to the table with a broken corner and wanted to pour a glass of water, but he found that the kettle was empty. Not a single drop of water could be poured out. He was instantly angry. "Xiao Rui, didn't I ask you to get water and cook before I left? Why isn't there a single drop of water?" Xianxia poked her head out of the quilt and said matter-of-factly, "I forgot." Xianxia stared at her. "What about the food? Did you get food for us?" Xianxia said, "Yes, but I wasn't full. I finished it all by myself." Xianxia was speechless. Qin Shuyan was speechless. The two of them had only eaten one cornbread for the whole day, and they were so hungry that their backs were pressed against their stomachs. When they were shoveling the snow, the only thing they wanted was to hurry home to drink some hot water and eat a hot meal. Now that there was no hot water or food, their stomachs seemed to be protesting. Xianxia was so angry that his eyes were red. He picked up a wooden stick and hit the bed. The wooden stick hit the quilt, and Xianxia cried out in pain. The quilt was not thick at all, and Xianxia was angry. Soon, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. "He's beating me to death. My dad wants to beat me to death. Help!" Qin Shuyan was also very angry at first and thought that it was good to teach her a lesson. However, seeing how Xianxia hit her, she was afraid that the child would be hurt, so she quickly went up to persuade him. Okay. The child is not sensible. Just teach her. How can you hit her like this?" When Xianxia heard this, he turned around and slapped her. "This little B**** became like this today. Isn't it because you spoiled her?" Qin Shuyan was hit until she saw stars. "Xianxia, you bastard. In the past, when I wanted to teach her, you always protected her. Otherwise, little Rui wouldn't be like this today." Xianxia sneered. "Like mother, like wife. You seduced people and are shameless. The daughter you taught is also shameless." Qin Shuyan was so angry that her face turned red. She couldn't take it anymore. She clawed at Xianxia's face. I can't live like this anymore. I'll fight you. The two of them wrestled. Xianxia sat on the bed and rolled her eyes. Soon, the commotion here alarmed the person in charge of the farm. The family of 3 was called out and punished to pick up feces in the middle of the night. The 3 of them complained to each other as they worked. They were like black-eyed chickens. They wanted to kill each other. Tong Xuelu's restaurant opened for business. It was called Green Tea Restaurant. Everyone didn't understand the name. Grandpa Wen said, "Zolv, your name is not very good. People who don't know you will think that you sell tea." It was rare for Commander Xiao to be on his side. That's right. Your name is too hasty. When Rugi said, I agree with the 2 grandpas. It's better to call it green tea than green tea. Tong Xuelu's mouth twitched. It seemed that even though when Rugi was sick, he still didn't give up on the name Green Turtle. He was very persistent. Xiao Mianmian tilted her head and said, then why don't we call it Shui Gue? It has the names of my sister and brother-in-law in it. When Rugi looked at her with appreciation. Unexpectedly, Tong Jessen laughed. Shui Gue, losing everything. Who came up with such a name? What a fool. When Rugi, Xiao Mianmian's face turned red. She felt that she hadn't thought it through. In the end, she decided to call it Green Tea Restaurant. Although the name was strange, it was precisely because it was strange that everyone came to ask about it. How could there be a restaurant that sold green tea? This inquiry was equivalent to free publicity. Many people went back and told their families about it as a joke. Thus, many people already knew about it on the day of the opening of the restaurant. Because Tong Xuelu was pregnant, her family didn't allow her to work in the kitchen anymore. It was even more tiring to work in a restaurant. Therefore, in order to start the business, she came up with a clever idea. Anyone who spent 200 yuan or more in the restaurant would be given a small bottle of medicinal wine. Anyone who spent 500 yuan or more would be given a large bottle of medicinal wine. This medicinal wine wasn't ordinary. It had the effect of strengthening men's sex drive. Of course, because consumption was still relatively low these days, the restaurant introduced a membership system. After registering, one could accumulate a consumption quota every time they came, and the consumption quota would be reset every quarter. In other words, if they wanted to get the medicinal wine, they would have to spend this amount within a quarter. Many people felt that this was too much when they heard about it. However, in the past 2 years, some people had gone into the sea to do business, and their wallets had become fat. Sometimes, when doing business and inviting people to a meal or holding a banquet at home, they couldn't find a high-class restaurant. Tong Xuelu's Green Tea Restaurant happened to fill this gap. They didn't believe in the medicinal wine at first, but after drinking it for a while, they realized that it actually restored their sex drive. This was incredible. Therefore, they came to the restaurant one after another, wanting to buy the medicinal wine with money. However, the restaurant didn't sell it. It would only be given out if they spent a certain amount. Therefore, in order to get the medicinal wine, these people could only come to the restaurant to eat. As a result, the restaurant's business flourished. After a month of inventory, after deducting the initial investment and various expenses, they actually made 200 yuan. At first, Deng Hong was worried that the restaurant's opening would be pushed back again and again. However, since he had promised to come, he couldn't say anything. Now that he saw that not only did the restaurant become famous quickly, but it also started to make money within a month, his confidence was greatly boosted. Manager Tong, many VIP guests often come to ask about the medicinal wine. Are we really not going to mass produce it? Tong Xuelu said, not for now. We'll talk about it after I give birth. However, these VIP guests can be given out appropriately. This can stimulate them to spend more. The secret recipe for the medicinal wine was given to him by old Mr. Wen. This was bought from an imperial physician by the ancestors of the Wen family. It was indeed effective in certain aspects for men, but it was not as effective as bringing the dead back to life. Regarding this point, they had already told the guests when they gave it to them. However, for many men, some abilities were more important than their lives. Even if it was only a little effective, they were willing to spend money to buy it. Deng Hong nodded. That's good. I'll spread the news later. Tong Xuelu pushed a gift that he had prepared in advance. Sister Danhong will be graduating in a few days. This is a gift for her. Just say that I'm congratulating her on her successful graduation. Dang Hong hurriedly waved his hand. No need, no need. Manager Tong, please take it back. We'll accept the gift. Tong Xuelu did not allow him to refuse. This is a gift for Sister Danhong. You have no right to refuse it on her behalf. Take it. I'll go back first. Dang Hong was embarrassed by her words. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly stood up to send her out. When Tong Xuelu was far away, he walked back and opened the box. There was a lady's watch inside. The watch cost more than 100 yuan. This gift was very expensive. Dang Hong closed the box and swore in his heart that he would put more effort into running this restaurant. Jiang Danhong, Fang Jingyuan, and Jiang Baihui were the first batch of students to graduate after the college entrance examination resumed. They graduated before the Spring Festival of 1981. Tong Xuelu gave each of them a watch. In fact, she was so generous not because she was rich, but because there was a reason. When Wenrugi's accident happened, the opening of the restaurant was postponed again and again. At that time, Dang Hong had already resigned from the state-run restaurant. The restaurant did not open, so he did not receive a salary. However, the couple did not complain at all. Moreover, from the opening of the restaurant until now, it was Dang Hong who helped her. If it were not for him, she would not be so relaxed. Fang Jingyuan was the only one who knew that Wenrugi was sick. She knew many people from the director. After learning about the Wen family's situation, she helped to find a doctor and was very busy. Moreover, she recently found a movie for Xiao Mianmian to play the lead role. The movie would start after the new year, so this watch was also a gift. After giving Jiang Danhong and Fang Jingyuan, she naturally could not leave Jiang Baihui alone. Moreover, Jiang Baihui helped her a lot when she was in school. Therefore, she bought 3 watches at once. Jiang Baihui was very happy to receive the watch and immediately put it on. Thank you, Zulf. I really like this gift. By the way, do you have any foreign goods that you want to buy? When I go to Germany, I will buy them and send them back. Tong Xuelu thought for a moment. If there is milk powder, that would be the best. I am just afraid that it will be difficult to send it back. Jiang Baihui patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I will think of a way. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see the birth of the child. She was assigned to the German diplomatic embassy as an intern diplomat. Originally, she wanted to go after the new year, but there was a notice from the higher-ups that they were to report there as soon as they graduated. German was only her second foreign language. She would not be able to become a full-time employee for a long time. Whether she could become a full-time employee in the future would depend on her ability. Therefore, she did not dare to delay. Tong Xuelu comforted her. When the child is born, I will send you a photo. When Jiang Baihui heard this, he smiled again. Then it's a deal. After chatting for a while, Jiang Baihui stood up and said goodbye because she still had things to do at school. When she walked to the door, she bumped into Fang Jingyuan, who came to visit Tong Xuelu. Jingyuan, are you here to see Zulf? Why didn't you come earlier? I have to go now. Fang Jingyuan waved the apple in his hand. Someone sent us apples. I saw that the apples were big and sweet, so I brought some for Zulf. Jiang Baihui looked at the apple in her hand and was immediately attracted by the watch on her wrist. Your watch is the same as mine. It is from Longgin's. Fang Jingyuan laughed. Yes, it was from Zulf. She bought the same watches for the 3 of us. What a lazy person. Jiang Baihui was stunned. The 3 of us? Besides you and me, who else has it? Fang Jingyuan said, Sister Danhong, I have to go. I have something to do later. Jiang Baihui nodded. After Fang Jingyuan left, she looked down at her watch. She didn't know why, but she suddenly didn't feel so happy. It was as if the liquid had been diluted. Half a month later, Jiang Baihui went abroad to Germany to reunite with her husband, Liang Tianyi. 1981 came amidst the snowflakes and the sound of firecrackers. This spring festival, the Wen and Xiao families didn't go out to visit people. They stayed at home to spend it with their families. Firstly, it was because Wenrugi's illness hadn't recovered. Secondly, it was because Tong Xuelu's belly was getting bigger and bigger. Later on, Tong Xuelu began to reduce the amount of food she ate. She ate less and more every day to prevent her belly from growing too big. She also insisted on exercising every day. Even if her belly was so heavy that she didn't want to stand up, she still persisted. Wenrugi was sick and had to take a long vacation. However, this was a good thing. At least he could stay at home to accompany Tong Xuelu. Later on, Tong Xuelu's calves often had cramps and edema. Wenrugi was the one who massaged her. They also found a nanny at home. She was a distant niece of Shen Wanrong's. She was in her 40s. Although she was from the countryside, she was very clean and honest. She was very experienced in taking care of babies. Before Tong Xuelu hired her, she asked her to work at home for 2 days. After making sure that she was qualified, she decided to hire her. In March, when the flowers bloomed, Tong Xuelu was about to give birth. She went to the hospital a day before her due date. She was afraid that she would be in a mess. Moreover, she was pregnant with twins. She cherished her life very much. Usually, the due date was not very accurate. However, Tong Xuelu's due date was very accurate. One day after she was admitted to the hospital, her stomach began to hurt. At that time, Wenrugi was telling a story to the twins in his stomach. Tong Xuelu suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Rugue, my stomach hurts. I think I'm going to give birth." Wenrugi's face turned pale. He stood up with a bang and said, "I'll call the doctor." The doctor came quickly. After a checkup, he said that she was indeed going to give birth. However, there was still a long way to go and he asked her to eat something. Upon hearing this, Wenrugi hurriedly went to the canteen to buy wontons and called his family to inform them. Although she was very agitated and flustered, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. When the family received the call, old Mr. Wen, Uncle Zong, and the nanny, Auntie Chen, came over with chicken soup and ginger sugar water. Commander Xiao also wanted to come over. However, there were a few children at home. They had to go to school the next day, so he could only stay. Xiao Mianmian looked at Grandpa expectantly and said, "Grandpa, can't we ask for leave tomorrow? I want to go to the hospital to accompany my sister." Tong Jessen nodded vigorously and said, "I want to go too." Xiao Jiaming nodded as well. His eyes were very determined. His sister was the backbone of their family. He heard that giving birth was like going to the gates of hell. He was very worried. If they didn't go to the hospital now, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight and wouldn't be in the mood to go to school the next day. Commander Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. "Let's go. We'll all go." Thus, the whole family got into the car and rushed to the hospital. Tong Xuelu's stomach hurt for more than 2 hours. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. However, compared to many people, she was quite lucky. At least when she went in, Wang Xiaoyun, who had been in labor for 3 hours before her, was still unable to give birth. Wang Xiaoyun watched as she was pushed into the delivery room. She picked up Zhou Yan's hand and bit it hard. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to suffer like this, Zhou Yan. QAQ, it was a mistake for a man to live, right?" When Tong Xuelu was pushed into the delivery room, Wenrugi wanted to go in as well. However, he was stopped by the nurse. Tong Xuelu held his hand and looked into his eyes. "Wait for me outside. The baby and I will be fine." Wenrugi was very stubborn this time. "No, I'll go in with you." In the end, it was Commander Xiao who pulled some strings and allowed Wenrugi to go into the delivery room with him. The scene of a woman giving birth wasn't beautiful at all. Tong Xuelu was in so much pain that her forehead was soaked with cold sweat. She bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. Wenrugi stood aside. She held his hand so tightly that it turned white. Suddenly, he stretched out his other hand and said, "Don't bite yourself." "Bite my hand." Tong Xuelu wanted to say no. However, she felt a sharp pain. She opened her mouth and bit his hand. Pain. The two of them felt the same at this time. However, when Rugi knew that his pain wasn't even 1,000th of hers. Seeing her give birth to his child with so much effort and pain, he felt as if his heart was being squeezed. He decided that no matter what, he couldn't let her get pregnant again. Half an hour later, the sound of a baby crying could be heard from the delivery room. When Rugi looked over and heard the female doctor say, the first child was born at 8:11 p.m. Beijing time. It's a boy. When Rugi was stunned. Doctor, did you make a mistake? How can it be a boy? The ultrasound said that it was a pair of girls. How could it be a boy? Could it be that she made a mistake? The female doctor glanced at him and said, if I can make a mistake about the gender, how can you rest assured that I'll deliver your wife? When Rugi still didn't want to believe it. He looked at the baby in the nurse's hand and saw a little bird standing upright. It looked very energetic. When Rugi was shocked and agitated. For the past 2 months, he had been treating the 2 children in Tong Xuelu's womb as his little cotton-padded jackets. The clothes, quilt covers, and all kinds of small things at home were all made into something that little girls liked. They were all pink and soft. He was already prepared to welcome a pair of cute Mian daughters, but who knew that a stinky boy would appear, when Rugi did not look happy at all. The female doctor could not help but laugh when she saw this. The world is really big. There are actually people who don't like sons these days. When Rugi came back to his senses and said nervously, Doctor, the ultrasound showed that there were 2 girls. Now that they are boys, will the remaining one also be a boy? The female doctor nodded. That's possible. The ultrasound is not 100% accurate. Some people can still get it wrong after 2 or 3 tries. A bolt from the blue. 5 bolts of lightning. Sorrow came from within. When Rugi was completely dumbfounded. A pair of cotton-padded jackets were gone and replaced by a pair of stinky boys. Just thinking about it made him feel depressed. Tong Xuelu's stomach was still hurting, but when she saw Rugi's expression, she could not help but want to laugh. This laugh made her lower body hurt even more. The cry of pain brought Rugi back to his senses. He took out a handkerchief for her to wipe her sweat and said, It's a son. He sounded so wronged, as if he was a precious child who had been snatched away. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. You don't like it? When Rugi's long and thick eyelashes trembled. I like it. Just not as much as his daughter. Tong Xuelu could not help but want to laugh again. Before she could say anything, the female doctor shouted, Use more strength. The other child is coming out. I can already see the head. Tong Xuelu took a deep breath and grabbed Rugi's hand with more strength. Perhaps it was because she had given birth to 1 child, or perhaps it was because the second child was half a kilogram lighter than the first, the second child came out more easily. When Rugi looked at the doctor nervously. Doctor, is it a daughter? The female doctor said, No. When Rugi, oh no, it's really 2 brats. His little cotton-padded jacket was gone. When Rugi's face immediately turned pale, looking even worse than Tong Xuelu's. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the female doctor said, I'm just joking with you. Be more humorous, young man. Congratulations, it's a girl. When Rugi? Doctor, you're not lying to me, right? Is it really a girl? Of course it's true. She was born at 8:30 p.m. Beijing time. She's female and weighs 4.5 kilograms. Nowadays, there weren't many people who had twins, and even fewer who had twins. This couple was really lucky. How should one describe Rugi's current mood? It was as if a person who was about to starve to death suddenly saw a steaming bun appear in front of him. That kind of feeling made his eyes brim with tears. Although there was only 1 small cotton-padded jacket, it was better than nothing. When Rugi was satisfied. His dimmed eyes lit up. Zulv, we have a daughter. His tone was completely different from his aggrieved tone just now. Tong Xuelu's lips curled. We have a son too. I'm a little tired. I want to sleep for a while. Favoring girls over boys was the same as favoring boys over girls. Both of them disagreed. Children should be treated equally. When Rugi nodded. Go ahead and sleep. I'll watch over you and the child. After the doctor and nurse were done with their work, they pushed Tong Shualu out of the delivery room. 2 nurses had already carried the child out. Old Mr. Wen and Commander Xiao squeezed forward at the same time. "Nurse, this is our little great-granddaughter, right? She's so cute." The nurse handed one child to each of them. "The older one is the older brother. He weighs 4.5 kilograms. The younger one is the younger sister. She weighs 4.5 kilograms. What, there's an older brother? Aren't they supposed to be a pair of girls?" Everyone was shocked to hear the nurse's words and asked at once. The female doctor who did the ultrasound for Tong Shualu happened to pass by. She was stunned when she saw Wenrugi coming out of the delivery room. Firstly, Wenrugi and Tong Shualu were good-looking. Secondly, Wenrugi said that he was going for a vasectomy. Therefore, the female doctor remembered them. When she saw Wenrugi coming out of the delivery room, she thought that Tong Shualu was having a difficult labor. Otherwise, men would not be allowed to enter the delivery room. Therefore, she hurried over and asked, "Has she given birth? Is everything okay with the mother?" Wenrugi nodded. "My wife is fine. The 2 children are also very healthy. It's just that," the female doctor saw that he wanted to say something but stopped. She asked, "What is it? You said that they were a pair of girls. Now, they are twins." Seeing that there was a hint of grievance in his tone, the female doctor paused for a moment and laughed. "I remember that during the ultrasound, one of the children covered half of his body with his hand. I didn't see any protruding organs, so I determined that he was a girl. Now, it seems that he has picked up the little asterisk asterisk. He had picked up the little asterisk asterisk. He had picked it up. He had picked it up. He had picked it up." Wenrugi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "I see. I'll accompany my wife back to the ward." The female doctor nodded. She finally believed that he was not a patriarchal person and that he doted on his wife so much. That woman was so lucky. Most of the time, after a woman gave birth, the men and their families would only care about the newborn. Few people would put the mother first. The mother would suffer from labor pains for a few to more than 10 hours before giving birth. However, everyone only cared about the child. Every time she saw this scene, she would feel disappointed. However, when Rugi's appearance gave her hope. It turned out that there were still good men in this world. It was just that they were too rare. Old Mr. Wen, Commander Xiao, and the rest had already recovered from the shock and were overjoyed. They liked girls and boys. They liked fraternal twins the most. Commander Xiao hugged his great-granddaughter and said to old Mr. Wen with a grin, "Old stubborn man, it's really a blessing for the Wen family to be able to marry Zulf. Look at this blessing, they're already fraternal twins. So many people can't wait for it." Usually, old Mr. Wen liked to disagree with him. However, this time, he was grinning from ear to ear. Yes, you're right. It's Ru Gui's blessing to be able to marry Zulf. It was also the Wen family's blessing. Even if they were not children, he still thought so. During the period when Wenrugi was ill, Tong Shualu not only did not despise him, but also took care of him personally. If it were not for her, Ru Gui would not have recovered so quickly. In his heart, he loved Zulf more than Ru Gui. The children were already sleepy while waiting. Now that they saw the twins, they were no longer sleepy. Xiao Mianmian ran over and tugged at Grandpa's clothes. She said coquettishly, "Grandpa, let me see the babies. I want to tell them that I'm their aunt." When the 2 nurses saw the beautiful girl who kept saying that she was an elder, they were almost overwhelmed by her cuteness. Commander Xiao could not refuse his granddaughter's coquettishness and bent down to let her see. Xiao Mianmian looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her niece was too ugly, wasn't she? Her face was wrinkled, her face was red, and there was something on her head. She looked like a monkey in the zoo, ugly and pitiful. Xiao Jiaming and Tong Jessen also felt the same at this time. The 2 children were too ugly, weren't they? Did they get the wrong babies? Sister and brother-in-law were both so good-looking. Why were the 2 children so ugly? Commander Xiao and old Mr. Wen did not know what the children were thinking and carried the babies to the ward. Commander Xiao praised, "She's so good-looking. Look at how high her nose bridge is. She'll definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Old Mr. Wen carried his great-grandson in his arms and looked at his great-granddaughter covetously. Exactly. Look at her thick and big earlobes. She'll definitely be blessed in the future. Tong Jessen leaned towards his second brother and whispered, "Brother, are Grandpa and Grandpa Wen lying through their teeth?" Xiao Jiaming glanced at him and chided softly. Don't spout nonsense. You can't say such things in front of sister and brother-in-law. He had heard that mothers would never despise their children for being ugly. Even if his nephew and niece were ugly, sister and brother-in-law would definitely not despise them. He would not either. Besides, he had to dote on them even more because they were too ugly. Tong Jessen said, "Of course I know I can't say it. I just feel that they're a little pitiful." Xiao Mianmian nodded vigorously. Xiao Jiaming looked at the two of them and said, "That's why we have to treat them even better and love them even more. Do you understand?" The two of them understood and nodded solemnly. They had to treat their ugly nieces and nieces better because they were ugly. They had to treat them even better. They made a serious decision just like that. Tong Xuelu did not know about the decision made by the siblings. Otherwise, he would have laughed until he vomited. When she woke up again, it was already midnight. It was too late. Commander Xiao had brought Xiao Jiaming and his siblings back. Old Mr. Wen had also gone back. When Rugi and sister-in-law Chen were left in the hospital to take care of Tong Xuelu and the children, Tong Xuelu turned around and saw Wen Rugi lying on the edge of the bed. He was holding her hand with one hand and his eyelashes were long and thick, making him look very enviable. Before she could speak, Wen Rugi woke up. "You're awake?" Tong Xuelu said, "Why aren't you sleeping on the bed? You'll catch a cold like this." Wen Rugi said, "I'm worried that you won't be able to find anyone when you wake up. I'll get you a glass of water." Tong Xuelu hurriedly pulled him back and blushed, which was rare. "I want to go to the bathroom." Actually, she did not feel like urinating at this moment. However, she remembered that after her cousin gave birth in her previous life, the doctor had told her to treat urination as a mission. Even if she did not feel like urinating, she still had to urinate. Otherwise, it was likely to lead to urinary retention and urinary tract infection. Wen Rugi did not say anything. He bent down and carried her to the bathroom. They were staying in a double room. It was more expensive, but it had a separate bathroom. They booked one of the rooms. After returning from the bathroom, Wen Rugi poured her a glass of warm water and then took out the warm chicken soup and rice for her to eat. Sister-in-law Chen wanted to intervene but could not. Tong Xuelu was a little hungry. She gulped down 2 mouthfuls of soup and said, "Where are the children? Who do they look like? I haven't seen them before." Wen Rugi said, "I'll carry them over for you to see." Sister-in-law Chen hurriedly went forward to carry the baby girl. However, before she could touch the baby girl, Wen Rugi said, "Sister-in-law Chen, go and carry the other one." Sister-in-law Chen was confused. Wen Rugi ignored sister-in-law Chen's confusion. He strode over with his long legs and carefully carried his daughter in the crib. His eyes were full of tenderness. Sister-in-law Chen came back to her senses and hurriedly followed him. Tong Xuelu knew that some children were a little ugly when they were born. They would be fine when they grew up. However, she could not help but feel disappointed when she saw the twins. Why are they so ugly? If I didn't see them with my own eyes, I would have thought that they were swapped. Wen Rugi was nervous. He wanted to reach out and cover his daughter's ears, but his hands were not enough. "You can't say such things in front of our daughter. She will hear you." Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "So what if she hears me? Our daughter was just born. Don't tell me my place in your heart is not enough? So love would disappear, right?" Wen Rugi hurriedly said, "No, you are first, and our daughter is second." Needless to say, their son was third. Tong Xuelu was finally satisfied. She scooped a big mouthful of rice. Sister-in-law Chen was caught off guard and was fed a mouthful of dog food. She suddenly felt that she was unnecessary in this room. After Tong Xuelu finished eating, she took the baby from sister-in-law Chen's arms. Sister-in-law Chen hurriedly said that she had to go to the bathroom and left the couple alone. The baby was sleeping very soundly. He did not wake up even after being carried around. In fact, if one looked carefully, both of them had very good facial features. His little nose was handsome, his eyelashes were very long and dense when he was born. His little mouth was red, and he was pursing his lips as if he was chewing. She touched his little nose. The little guy opened his eyes and woke up. The little guy's eyes were long and narrow. His eyeballs were big and black, like black grapes. Perhaps he was hungry, his little mouth pouted and he began to cry. Tong Xuelu had slept for almost 2 hours. It was just the right time to feed the baby. She lifted her clothes and glanced at Wenwurgi's red ears. The way he was glaring at his son seemed a little fierce. Tong Xuelu pursed his lips slightly. "What are you doing? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were looking at your enemy." Wenwurgi's eyelashes trembled slightly. No. He refused to admit that he was jealous. Tong Xuelu, don't tell me you are jealous that the baby can drink milk? Wenwurgi's ears turned even redder. No, I just feel that as an older brother, he doesn't know how to be modest at all. Look at how chubby he is, and how skinny his sister is. He must have taken away all the nutrients in her stomach. This was also one of his complaints. After returning to the ward, he finally had time to look at the 2 children. He didn't know until he saw them. He was shocked. His daughter was actually so much younger than his son. His heart ached. Tong Xuelu, there are 2 children in the womb. One will be bigger and the other will be smaller. How can this be decided by them? Wenwurgi felt that the sight of his son's small hands grabbing her breasts was very irritating. Why not? If he eats less, won't he be able to leave it for his sister? Fine, he really treated his son as an enemy. However, Wenwurgi was a person who knew his limits. Tong Xuelu didn't scold him. By the way, what should we name the child? Do you want to discuss it with Grandpa? Wenwurgi shook his head. Grandpa said that it's up to us to decide. I thought of 2 girls' names before, but now I can only use one. He felt wronged. Tong Xuelu, what name? There are 2 lines in the chairman's spring in Qing garden, Xianxia looking at the red mountains, the forest is dyed red. I want to name her Wenjin Ran. Her nickname will be Ran Ran. What do you think? Wenjin Ran. Tong Xuelu read the name twice and said with a smile, I think it's very nice. Let's call her this name. Wenwurgi lowered his head to look at his daughter and called out softly, Ran Ran, little Ran Ran. Little Ran Ran seemed to have been woken up by the noise. She opened her eyes and looked at Wenwurgi with her big black eyes. Then, she opened her small mouth and started crying. Although the little guy was only 4.5 kilograms and was smaller and thinner than his older brother, his voice was very loud when he cried. The new father, Wenwurgi, was shocked. Zulv, why is she crying like this? Should I call the doctor over? Tong Xuelu was also shocked by the little guy's voice. No need. She's probably hungry. Carry her over. I'll give you our son. The 2 of them exchanged children. Little Ran Ran only stopped crying after drinking milk. What about our son? What should we name him? Wenwurgi said, it's up to you. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. Let me tell you, you have to treat our son better. Otherwise, when you're old, don't blame him for not taking care of your urine and feces. Wenwurgi thought for a moment and nodded heavily. You're right. This kind of dirty and tiring work should be done by our son. When we're old, we'll let him take care of our urine and feces. Tong Xuelu was speechless. Was that what she meant? She thought for a moment. There's a poem in the Book of Songs, at the banquet of the chief actor, talking and laughing. Why don't we call our son Wen Yen Yen? His nickname will be Yen Yen. Wenwurgi nodded. Okay. When the 2 children were full, Tong Xuelu was sleepy again. She passed the children to Wenwurgi and quickly fell asleep again. The next day, she found out that Wang Xiaoyun had given birth to a chubby baby who weighed 8 kilograms. When he was born, Wang Xiaoyun was tortured badly. Zhou Yan was grinning from ear to ear because he had a son. However, when he saw that Wenwurgi had a daughter, he was tempted again. When he went back home, he told Wang Xiaoyun that he would work harder to give birth to a daughter. However, he was scolded badly by Wang Xiaoyun. Early in the morning, old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong came over with chicken soup, ginger and vinegar eggs, and cooked dishes. The hen was an old hen. She added red dates, corn, and carrots to the stew. As she was breastfeeding, she didn't add any salt. However, the soup was very sweet and didn't taste bad. Tong Xuelu didn't like to eat ginger and vinegar eggs. However, when she heard that she had to eat this during her confinement period, she had no choice but to eat it. There were too many dishes and Tong Xuelu couldn't finish them all. When Rugi watched her finish eating and then drank the leftover soup, he didn't mind at all. Old Mr. Wen looked at his great-grandson and great-granddaughter and couldn't see anyone else. When Rugi told him the names that he had come up with, old Mr. Wen read them a few times and said that the names were very good. After that, Fang Jingyuan and Jiang Danhong came to the hospital to visit. When Jiang Danhong saw the two children, his eyes were filled with warmth. The two children are really good-looking. The girl looks more like Comrade Wen and the son looks more like you. Upon hearing this, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. Don't say this in front of Rugue. Jiang Danhong looked puzzled. Why? Tong Xuelu joked. He likes his daughter and he wants his daughter to look like me. He didn't expect his son to look like me. That's why he's unhappy. In Wenrugi's words, the son had taken the place of the other little girl and looked like Tong Xuelu. It was really detestable. Jiang Danhong and Fang Jingyuan both laughed when they heard this. Fang Jingyuan looked at the child and then at her belly. He stammered, "Is it very painful to give birth?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Yes, it's very painful. That's why I won't give birth after this." Fang Jingyuan scratched his nose. "After hearing what you said, I've decided not to give birth in the future." Before Jiang Danhong could react, Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. "Why? Did you say yes to Xiaoqingping's proposal?" Fang Jingyuan's cheeks turned pink. "Yes, he's so annoying. If I don't say yes, he'll propose to me every month. I'm so annoyed by him." Jiang Danhong teased. "Fortunately, Comrade Xiao has the patience to annoy you. Otherwise, how could he get the beauty back?" Tong Xuelu asked, "When are you going to hold the banquet? Do you want to hold it at my restaurant?" Fang Jingyuan's shy expression disappeared. TSK, no wonder your business is doing so well. You're really making use of every opportunity. You're not even letting go of your friend's money." Tong Xuelu shrugged. "Why would I let go of the opportunity to make money? Since we're friends, I'll give you a 10% discount." Fang Jingyuan shouted, "Why is it only 10%? It should be at least 20%. Tong Xuelu nodded. "Deal, but I won't give you a gift for your wedding." Fang Jingyuan's mouth twitched. No wonder I've always heard people say that the richer a person is, the stingier they are. It seems that this saying is not false at all. I've seen through you. The world is fickle and people's hearts are not what they used to be." Hearing this, Tong Xuelu and Jiang Danhong couldn't help but laugh. Fang Jingyuan and Xiaoqingping's wedding date was set to be after the Mid-Autumn Festival. She had to finish filming her work before getting married. Now that she had graduated, she was still working as an assistant for Director Huang. Director Huang was going to shoot a children's TV series. Fang Jingyuan had recommended Xiao Mianmian to be the lead. Xiao Mianmian had already auditioned. Director Huang was very satisfied with Xiao Mianmian's appearance, voice, and performance. He said that she was born to be in this industry. The TV series would start filming in a month. Tong Xuelu had asked Xiao Mianmian for her opinion on filming a TV series. She was very interested and was really talented in acting. Usually, when she was at home, she would learn how to act from the people on TV. Tears would come whenever she wanted to. She could say many lines after listening to it once. She was indeed very talented. At first, Commander Xiao didn't agree. Later, Tong Xuelu convinced him. Because both of them had things to do, Jiang Danhong and Fang Jingyuan left after sitting for a while. After they left, when Rugi came back and opened the things they had brought, he found that there were 2 silver bell anklets, each in a box. They were probably afraid that they wouldn't accept it, so they mixed it with fruits and snacks. The 2 bracelets were small and cute. When they moved their hands, the bells made a lovely sound. Tang Xuelu felt warm in his heart. He asked Wenrugi to put the bracelets on the two children. Tang Xuelu stayed in the hospital for 7 days before she was discharged. Half a month later, she received 2 international packages. One of them was from the United States. Previously, she had written a letter to Xie Guangquan. However, she didn't receive a reply for a long time. It was almost a year before he replied. He said that he had received the letter not long ago. It seemed that there was an error in the delivery process. The letter said that he was married and that his wife had given birth to a son 7 or 8 months ago. There was a photo of his son in the letter and the manual for the induction cooker that Tang Xuelu wanted. However, Wenrugi and his team had already developed the induction cooker. The manual was useless. The second package was sent by Jiang Baihui from Germany. In addition to the letter, there were 2 cans of baby formula. In the letter, she said that when she first arrived in Germany, she was not acclimatized. Her living habits were different, she was not used to the food she ate, and she couldn't understand half of the language. She and Liang Tianyi only met once when she first arrived in Germany. After that, they could only see each other once a month. She said that if she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have gone to Germany. She also said that she didn't know why her colleagues in the diplomatic embassy had banded together to exclude her. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Tang Xuelu didn't expect her situation to be so bad. Jiang Baihui's social skills were very good. She had met many people during her 4 years in university. She had friends in all the majors. Tang Xuelu thought that if she went to the diplomatic embassy, she would be like a fish in water. To be a diplomat, one's language ability was one thing, but one's personality was also required. People who were good at socializing and liked to be a diplomat were more suitable than people who were not good at speaking. Jiang Baihui's personality was very suitable. She didn't explain the reason and only complained about her various unsatisfactory life over there. Therefore, Tang Xuelu didn't know what happened to her. Tang Xuelu thought that it might be because she suddenly went to a foreign country. Moreover, the diplomatic embassy was full of talented people, so she couldn't adapt. Tang Xuelu wanted to write a reply to her, but the person who helped to bring the package said that no one would go over there in a short period of time. She had no choice but to put the matter aside. Later, she got busy and forgot about it. Time flew and it was the day of the 100-day banquet. Because the twins didn't have a 1-month-old celebration, the 100-day banquet was held in Tang Xuelu's green tea restaurant. On this day, the relatives and friends of the Wen and Xiao families, as well as the friends and colleagues of Wenrugi and Tang Xuelu, all came. Those who couldn't come asked their family members to come, and some asked others to bring gifts. The green tea restaurant was specially decorated for this day. It was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and there were many balloons tied outside the door. It looked festive and Western. Passers-by asked around and found out that the boss was holding the 100-day banquet. Some were envious, some sighed, and some wanted to hold a banquet here in the future. The guests came one after another and congratulated the Wen family on the twins. Old Mr. Wen smiled so widely that his mouth was sore. He praised Tang Xuelu, his granddaughter-in-law, and said that she was the Wen family's lucky star. Seeing that old Mr. Wen was praising his granddaughter, Commander Xiao was very satisfied and decided not to disagree with him today. After everyone congratulated them, they naturally went to see the twins. How rare it was to see a pair of twins. Little Yan Yan and little Ran Ran had been eating and drinking well for the past 3 months. They were treated like treasures by the 2 families and were no longer ugly newborns. Now, the 2 siblings were fair and tender, like the golden boy and jade girl of Guanyin Bodhisattva. They were very beautiful. When everyone saw the 2 children, there was no one who didn't praise them. Although little Ran Ran was younger than her brother when she was born, she was always fierce when drinking milk. She had to be the first to drink milk, otherwise she would cry. Her voice was very loud and full of energy, so now she was 2 to 3 kilograms fatter than her brother. She was chubby, and her small hands and feet were like lotus roots. Today, she wore a pink dress and a flower headband, like a foreign princess on TV. Little Yan Yan also wore a pink dress and a flower headband. The 2 siblings hugged each other, like a pair of twin sisters. Everyone was speechless. Didn't they say that they gave birth to twins? What was going on? Tong Xuelu explained. When we went for the ultrasound, we thought they were a pair of sisters, so we prepared the same clothes for the two siblings for 3 months. Children change their clothes quickly, so we didn't buy new ones to save money. Everyone was speechless. How could this work? Little Yan Yan, who was in his mother's arms, didn't know that he was dressed as a little girl. When he saw everyone looking at him, he immediately revealed a toothless smile. He was so cute. Everyone was so adorable that their hearts trembled. They didn't care that he was dressed as a girl anymore and fought to hug him. On the other hand, little Ran Ran, who was in her father's arms, had a cold expression on her face, as if she disdained to please everyone. Tong Xuelu felt that his son and daughter's personalities seemed to be opposite. His son was a little green tea, while his daughter was developing into a cold goddess. She had a headache. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin also brought their wives and children over to congratulate them. Zhou Yan said, "Ru Gue, you're mistreating your 2 children. You should have held a 1-month celebration long ago." "I'm very good to my son." When Rugi said, "I have a daughter." Zhou Yan choked. Who asked him this, but he also wanted a daughter. Huiqiu Huang Qimin said, "Ru Gue, are you really going to get a vasectomy? Don't you want to take the opportunity to have another son?" When Rugi shook his head. "No need. I already have a daughter, unlike you." Huang Qimin, who only had 2 sons, was speechless. He kept saying that he had a daughter. So what if he had a daughter? He seemed to be quite amazing. Huiqiu, they didn't have a daughter. They lost. Seeing that almost all the guests had arrived, the Wen family invited everyone to take a seat and prepared to start the banquet. At this moment, 2 uninvited guests came to the restaurant. It was a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s. He was tall and had a square face. He looked a little weathered. The woman was younger than the man. She had an oval face, slanted eyes, and thin lips. She didn't look like someone to be trifled with. The 2 of them were stopped by the waiter outside and didn't let them in. So they shouted outside, "We're here to look for our father." The waiter didn't understand and asked, "Who's your father?" The man and woman said, "Huzong. We're his son and daughter-in-law." Huzong was Uncle Zong's name. Dang Hong heard the commotion and walked out. He was stunned when he heard them. As far as he knew, Uncle Zong's wife and children were washed away by a flood many years ago. That flood took many lives. Uncle Zong had searched for them. After so many years, there was no trace of them. Everyone assumed that they were dead. Were these 2 people really Uncle Zong's son and daughter-in-law? Dang. Hong walked in and told Tong Xuelu about what had happened outside. Tong Xuelu was stunned. Tong Zhenzhen was the female lead in the novel and did not mention anything about the Wen family. Therefore, she did not know if Uncle Zong had acknowledged his child in his previous life. However, since they had already found their way here, she could not chase them away. Tong Xuelu thought for a while and said, "Manager Dang, please arrange 2 seats for them downstairs and prepare some food for them. Tell them that you will bring them to see Uncle Zong after the banquet. If they dare to cause trouble, invite them to the Public Security Bureau for tea." Dang Hong nodded. "Okay, I'll go over now." Dang Hong was very good at managing people. After a while, the noise outside stopped. When Tong Xuelu returned to her seat, when Rugi came over and asked, "What's wrong?" His warm breath blew into her ears, making her shiver and her ears turn red. "There are 2 people outside who claim to be Uncle Zong's son and daughter-in-law. I've asked Manager Deng to deal with them. We'll talk about it after the banquet." Uncle Zong was persuading old Mr. Wen to drink less. Although old Mr. Wen found him annoying, he still did as he was told. If Uncle Zong were to leave the Wen family, old Mr. Wen would be the most uncomfortable. When Rugi's gaze landed on her smooth earlobes and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The dishes for the 100-day banquet were personally ordered by Tong Xuelu. She was also the one who personally checked the quality of the dishes. The guests who came to congratulate her all praised her. Many people asked about the price of holding a banquet here. Although the price was a little expensive, the service and quality were excellent. It was definitely prestigious to hold a banquet here. A few people made reservations with Tong Xuelu before they left, and the restaurant made a small profit. After the guests left, Tong Xuelu told Uncle Zong about the matter. Uncle Zong's hand trembled and almost broke old Mr. Wen's wrist. "Zolv, what did you say?" Old Mr. Wen gasped in pain. "Calm down, you rascal. Let go of my hand first." Only then did Uncle Zong let go of his hand, but he still looked very excited. Tong Xuelu said, "There were two people who claimed to be your son and daughter-in-law. Since everyone was eating just now, I asked Manager Deng to bring them downstairs to eat." "They're down there now?" "Yes." Upon hearing Tong Xuelu's reply, Uncle Zong transformed into a gust of wind and ran away. One of the twins was carried by sister-in-law Chen, while the other was carried by Wenrugi. Everyone hurried over. Uncle Zong's heart raced as his hands trembled. The year his wife and son were in trouble, he was in the army. When he received news of a flood in his hometown, he hurriedly asked for leave and rushed back, but he was still a step too late. The flood destroyed everything. Houses were gone, fields were submerged, and there were rotting corpses of livestock everywhere. Many people were displaced. He rushed home in a panic and saw that the old house had been destroyed by the flood. His wife and son were nowhere to be found. According to the neighbor next door, because of the heavy rain for many days, many people's houses were not stable. Everyone was forced to move, but before they could move, the house collapsed. Many people were washed away by the flood, including his wife and son. When he heard that, he was scared out of his wits and refused to believe it. He followed the river and searched for many days. His shoes were worn out, but they were nowhere to be found. He had not given up searching for so many years, but there was no news at all. It would be 20 years this year. He originally wanted to put an end to this incident and build a grave for his wife and son. Who would have thought that his son would come back? How could he not be excited? When he arrived downstairs, Uncle Zong looked around and saw a middle-aged man and woman wolfing down food at a table in the corner. Their mouths and hands were covered in oil. There were several empty plates and bowls stacked on the table. The amount was enough for 3 or 4 people, but the couple had eaten so much that they were stuffed up to their necks. However, they were still stuffing food into their mouths. It was as if they were hungry ghosts reincarnated. When others saw this, they showed a look of disdain. Uncle Zong saw this scene and felt extremely sad. If they were living well, how could they be so hungry? Although he was not sure if they were his son and daughter-in-law, when he thought of them as his son, his heart ached. The man was facing him. From his eyes, he looked a little like his deceased wife. Uncle Zong walked over with trembling hands. "Hi. Is that you?" The man was holding a fat drumstick in his hand. He burped and said, "What, son? There's no more meat. Go and get some more." The man was bossy and arrogant, acting like a big boss. Tong Xuelu, who had come downstairs, saw this scene and frowned. The woman was also holding a drumstick in her hand. When she looked up, she saw Uncle Zong looking at her man excitedly. Her triangular eyes flashed and she kicked the man under the table. The man groaned and was about to scold her for kicking him when the woman threw the drumstick away and stood up to cry. "Dad, we finally found you." The woman's voice was sharp and piercing, like the sound of nails scratching glass. It irritated people's eardrums. The woman was also a master of acting. Her tears came at a moment's notice, but her crying was a little exaggerated. She looked more like she was crying at a funeral than seeing a family member after a long separation. The man reacted quickly. He threw away the drumstick in his hand and shouted excitedly, "Dad, it's me, Hu Hai." In order to confirm, Uncle Zong pulled Hu Hai's shirt and found a red birthmark on his back. Seeing the birthmark, Uncle Zong burst into tears. "Hi, it's really you. I've been looking for you all these years." "Dad, I've been looking for you all these years too. I've been so miserable all these years." Hu Hai ran over. The father and son hugged each other and cried. The sound of crying shook the heavens, and the scene was very touching. Old Mr. Wen's nose twitched. Little Zong hasn't had it easy all these years. Little Zong had been taking care of him for so many years. In his eyes, he was already his family. Little Zong had spent all these years looking for a wife and son. Seeing that his son was not doing well, he would lend a hand if necessary. The other people in the restaurant were looking down on Hu Hai and his wife. Now that they knew the story, they all sighed. Only Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi were expressionless. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Tong Xuelu felt that the two of them were acting a little too much, especially the woman named Yang Dongmei. Her eyes were full of calculation. However, this was only her intuition. Maybe these two people were really Uncle Zong's son and daughter-in-law. After Uncle Zong and the others calmed down, they walked over. Uncle Zong grabbed his son's wrist tightly. "Hi, this is Commander Wen, and this is Ru Gue. Do you remember them?" Hu Hai nodded again and talked about his childhood. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Tong Xuelu's beautiful face and his body went limp. He stared at Tong Xuelu in a daze. He looked so wretched that he was about to drool. Wenrugi frowned and took a step forward to block Hu Hai's line of sight. Hu Hai met Wenrugi's deep gaze and trembled all over. He felt a wave of pressure pressing down on him. Seeing this, Yang Dongmei reached out and pinched his waist. She secretly gritted her teeth and said, "My man is ignorant." Hearing such a high official like the commander scared him. "Father of the child, why don't you hurry and say hello to the commander?" Hu Hai gasped in pain from his wife's pinch. "Hello, Commander Wen. I was indeed shocked. Thank you for taking care of my father all these years." Old Mr. Wen was not blind. Just now, he wanted to arrange a good job for Hu Hai in Beijing as a way to thank little Zong for taking care of him for so many years. However, after seeing Hu Hai's expression, he immediately dismissed this idea. "Little Zong, have a good chat with your son. I'm a little drunk. I need to go back and rest." Uncle Zong nodded. "Do you want me to help you back?" Old Mr. Wen waved his hand. "No need. I'll go back with Ru Gue and the rest." Hu Hai's gaze made Tong Xuelu feel disgusted. However, she did not flare up for Uncle Zong's sake. "Uncle Zong, we don't have enough rooms at home. I'll have to trouble your son and daughter-in-law to stay at a hotel for the time being. Take this money and use it first." If they were honest people, she would not mind letting them stay at home. But these two people had shifty eyes. One look and one could tell that they were not honest people. There were so many children at home. No matter what, she would not let them stay at home. Uncle Zong quickly waved his hand. "No need. I have money on me." However, just as he spoke, Hu Hai laughed and said, "Father, just accept Zulf's money. It's a token of her appreciation." As he spoke, he was about to take the money from Tong Zulf's hand, but his wife beat him to it. Yang Dongmei took the money and cursed in her heart, "Vixen." However, she smiled and said, "Thank you. We'll accept it." Tong Xuelu looked at them coldly and said to Uncle Zong, "Uncle Zong, we'll take the children back to rest first. Let us know if you need anything." Uncle Zong agreed. He was immersed in the joy of reuniting with his children and did not realize that something was wrong. After leaving the restaurant, Wenrugi's face darkened. "Don't meet that man again." He did not like the way he looked at Tong Xuelu. If he was not Uncle Zong's son, he would definitely punch him. Tong Xuelu frowned and said, "What are you thinking?" "I feel that something is wrong." Wenrugi nodded. "I'll get Jianni to investigate later." However, Tong Xuelu felt that it would not be easy to investigate this matter. After all, they had lost contact for so many years. They would not be able to investigate at all. However, DNA tests could be done overseas. If they could not find anything, she felt that this was the only way. Back at home, old Mr. Wen had drunk half a glass of wine today and had already returned to his room to sleep. Sister-in-law Chen had been busy taking care of the children for the whole day. Tong Xuelu also asked her to return to her room to rest. The two children were sleeping in the pink crib, looking like two obedient angels. Little Ranran, in particular, was sleeping like a little pig. Her cheeks were rosy, and Tong Xuelu could not help but kiss her cheek. Little Ranran's lips moved, but she did not wake up. Little Yan Yan, on the other hand, peed and then cried uncomfortably. The little guy loved cleanliness and had to be changed immediately after peeing and pooping. Little Ranran, on the other hand, was a foodie. As long as she was full, everything was negotiable. When Rugi washed his hands and picked up the diaper to change his son's diaper, his movements were very practiced. After changing the diaper, little Yan quickly fell asleep again. Tong Xuelu looked at his son and daughter for a long time. Just as he was about to change into his pajamas and rest, he saw Wenrugi frown. "Are your muscles cramping again?" Anti-schizophrenia drugs would cause various side effects, which differed from person to person. At first, Wenrugi's thinking had slowed down, but he gradually got used to it. Recently, however, his muscles were a little problematic. His muscles had been cramping or aching from time to time, and every time it hurt, it was very unbearable. Professor Chen said that this was a normal reaction and could only be alleviated with hot compresses or massages. Wenrugi comforted her. "Don't worry, it's not very painful." Tong Xuelu knew that he was comforting her. Every time he was in pain, his whole body would break out in cold sweat. How could it not be painful? She hurriedly fetched some hot water for him to apply hot compresses, then massaged his cramping muscles. After massaging for a while, the pain in Wenrugi's muscles slowly subsided. Tong Xuelu's hands were sore from the massage. Just as she was about to get up and change, her body was embraced by Wenrugi. In an instant, she was pinned under his body. In this position, she was at the bottom and he was on top. It was not an ordinary ambiguous position. Wenrugi looked at her with his dark eyes, his voice low and hoarse. "It's been hard on you. It's my turn to serve you from now on." "Oh ho." Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "Then how do you want to serve me?" The tips of his ears were slightly red, and he said word by word, "Serve you with your beauty." His voice drifted into her ears. Then, his warm lips covered hers. Tong Xuelu smiled and hooked her arms around his neck. It had been half a year since they had last been intimate. In the last few months of her pregnancy, she was afraid of hurting the baby. After giving birth, she went through confinement. After that, he stopped taking the medicine and went for a vasectomy. His warm touch landed on her lips, the tip of her nose, and then moved up to her eyelids. His actions were gentle and affectionate, slowly igniting her body. Perhaps it was because they had not been intimate for a long time, Tong Xuelu was more sensitive than usual. When his breath blew into her ear, she could not help but shiver. Although he was already a father, Wenrugi could not help but blush when he heard her voice. His breathing became rapid. His hand moved down, like a spark of fire. Wherever it went, she would shiver. Tong Xuelu's body was numb. Her almond-shaped eyes were watery, her lips were red, and her voice was coquettish and charming. "Beauty, you're good at serving people," Wenrugi's voice was low and hoarse. He kissed her again. "There's something even better." The temperature in the room rose rapidly. In the end, Wenrugi helped Tong Xuelu change into her pajamas. In a daze, she came to a very strange place. She saw smoke in front of her. She called Wenrugi a few times, but no one responded. She could not see her surroundings clearly. She could not help but be vigilant. Did someone kidnap her? After observing for a while, Tong Xuelu realized that there was no movement around her. She had no choice but to move forward. As she moved forward, the smoke in front of her became thinner and the surrounding scenery became clearer. There was a small yard with pomegranate trees and a small white bungalow. She was stunned for a moment, but she quickly realized that this was the Wen family's house in the military compound. But why did she suddenly come here? At this moment, Uncle Zong walked out with red eyes. "Commander, you don't have to send me off. I'll go back to the countryside with Haier and his wife. I'll come to see you when I'm free." Old Mr. Wen looked much older than usual. "Go ahead. Let me know if you have any difficulties." Uncle Zong wiped his tears and left with his son, Hu Hai, and daughter-in-law, Yang Dongmei. Tong Xuelu was anxious and wanted to stop Uncle Zong. "Uncle Zong, how can you leave just like that?" But when her hand touched Uncle Zong, it went right through his body. No one heard her. It was as if she was transparent. Old Mr. Wen only returned to the house after Uncle Zong and his son and daughter-in-law had left. However, he forgot to close the door. Tong Xuelu had no idea what was going on and had no choice but to follow old Mr. Wen into the house. Old Mr. Wen sat in his room for a long while before dozing off. By the time he woke up, the sky had already turned dark. He shouted little Zong, but no one answered. He could not help but complain, where did the little Zong go? Why haven't you gone home to cook yet? Tong Xuelu felt that something was wrong. He had just sent Uncle Zong away not long ago. How could he forget about him so quickly? Could it be because he had just woken up? However, old Mr. Wen really did not seem to remember and even went out to look for Uncle Zong. He only remembered when the guard told him that Uncle Zong and his son had returned to the countryside. Old Mr. Wen returned home gloomily and went to the kitchen to cook some food. Then, he fell asleep again. He suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and rushed out of the house. When the guard asked him where he was going, he said that he was going to look for his grandson, Wenrugi. Tong Xuelu followed him all the way, but he was not going to the military base. He walked out of the military compound and headed east. Then, he suddenly stopped and muttered, "Where is this place? Where is Rugue? Where is little Zong?" Old Mr. Wen was like a lost child, walking around in circles helplessly, making Tong Zulf's heart ache and worry. Old Mr. Wen looked like he was suffering from Alzheimer's disease. She wanted to call for help, but there was nothing she could do. The sky gradually brightened. Old Mr. Wen turned around and walked towards the river. As he walked, he said that he was going to fish for Rugue. When he reached the river, he did not take off his shoes or roll up his trousers. Instead, he jumped into the river directly. Tong Xuelu was stunned by his ferocious actions. Old Mr. Wen knew how to swim. However, when he fell into the river, he frowned and struggled in the water. Old Mr. Wen's leg was cramping. Tong Xuelu was so angry that her eyes almost popped out. She turned around and screamed, but it was useless even if she screamed hoarsely. At this time, the sky had just turned bright and not many people came to the river. After struggling for a while, old Mr. Wen's body sank into the water. Tong Xuelu was so anxious that tears kept falling down her face. A few bubbles appeared on the surface of the river. Finally, there was no movement. When someone came to find old Mr. Wen's body, he was already dead. Tong Xuelu sat by the river and cried loudly. Everyone moved old Mr. Wen's body back to the military compound. 2 hours later, when Rugi rushed in from outside. When he saw old Mr. Wen lying upright in the living room, his body swayed and his face was as pale as a sheet. Tong Xuelu sized up Wenrugi in front of him and found him to be a stranger. He was as thin as a bamboo pole. His cheeks were sunken and there were dark circles under his eyes. He looked to be in a bad state. When he saw old Mr. Wen's body, he did not move for a long time, as if he could not believe what he had just seen. Then, he moved. He walked up slowly and squatted down beside old Mr. Wen. He touched his cold and stiff face and called out in a hoarse voice, "Grandpa." Then, he buried his face in old Mr. Wen's body and cried silently. Tong Xuelu stood beside him and wanted to reach out and hug him. However, his hands passed through old Mr. Wen's body and could not touch him at all. That night, when Rugi stayed by old Mr. Wen's side, he did not say a word and did not drink a single drop of water. He just sat there motionlessly. Later on, the people from the military compound helped with old Mr. Wen's funeral. When Rugi became even thinner and his thin lips were tightly pursed into a line. Apart from Xiaoxiu, he did not care about anyone else. The military base gave him a few days of leave. Just as he was about to return to the military base, Qing Shouyun brought Shi Xingrui to the Wen family to look for him. Qing Shouyun meant that Shi Xingrui was his biological sister and she was his biological mother. She wanted to bring her daughter and move into the Wen family together. When Rugi ignored her and Shi Xingrui acted as if she was in her own home. She jumped around and ran up the stairs. Suddenly, she took out old Mr. Wen's walking stick and started playing with it. When Rugi frowned at the sight of it and wanted to snatch the walking stick back. However, Shi Xingrui made a face at him and ran after him with the walking stick. She ran to the top of the stairs and slipped. All they heard was a scream, followed by the sound of someone rolling down the stairs. Qing Shouyun heard the sound and ran out of the storeroom. She saw Shi Xingrui lying in a pool of blood with the walking stick pierced through her throat. It was a gory scene. Qing Shouyun screamed and rushed over. She carried Shi Xingrui and kept calling her name. However, Xinrui was already dead. Qing Xiuyun burst into tears like a lunatic. Suddenly, she put down Xinrui and jumped up. She ran to Wenrugi and gave him a slap, causing his face to tilt to the side. You caused the death of your biological father, your biological brother, your biological grandfather, and now you're not even letting little Rui off. You're worse than a beast. Why aren't you the one who died? Qing Xiuyun used all kinds of vicious words to humiliate him. Wenrugi let her beat and insult him. His eyes were fixed on the blood on the ground. His facial features were sometimes ferocious and sometimes distorted. Countless memories came to his mind. He suddenly pushed Qing Xiuyun away and shouted, "Xiaoxiu, run. Don't let your mother catch you. No, you can't run away. You don't really exist. You're me when I was a child. Xiaoxiu, your mother should hit you. You caused the death of your brother. No, it's not you who killed your brother. It's me. Who am I?" Qing Xiuyun was pushed back several steps. She thought that he was still pretending to be crazy at this time. You lunatic, do you think you won't have to pay with your life by pretending to be crazy? I'm going to the Public Security Bureau to report you now. Don't go. Who are you? Tell me, are you for real? When Rugi saw that she was going to leave, he widened his eyes and grabbed her arm. His black eyes were sinister and strange. Qing Xiuyun was shocked. She scratched and scratched his face. Lunatic, you should go to hell. Let go of me. Qing Xiuyun withdrew her arm and ran out of the room as if she was being chased by a ghost. When Rugi looked at her back, his head was tilted and his brows were knitted. His sinister eyes gradually became clear. However, in the next moment, his facial features became ferocious again. He kept saying things that didn't make sense. Tong Xuelu finally realized that this was Wenrugi in her previous life. She didn't know why she was here. However, no matter how anxious or upset she was, she could only watch. There was nothing else she could do. She watched as Wenrugi rushed into old Mr. Wen's room and found the childhood photos. Then, he screamed and tore the photos. He really looked like a lunatic. Tong Xuelu looked at him and felt as if her heart was being squeezed. It was so painful that she almost couldn't breathe. He didn't know how much time had passed before his eyes became clear again. He looked back at the room and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Maybe she's right. I should be the one dying. Tong Xuelu said, "No, don't die. Don't believe what Qing Xiuyun said." But when Rugi couldn't hear what she said, he took out a knife from the drawer and slashed his wrist forcefully. Tong Xuelu wanted to cover the wound on his wrist, but it was in vain. She watched as Wenrugi slowly sat down in the corner. He curled up into a ball and blood kept flowing out of his wrist. Humans explore the universe, but does the universe really exist? We can't see or touch it. Who can guarantee that all this is real? Xiaosu is not real, and perhaps I am not real as well. But who cares? Xiaosu, you're right. No one in this world will really love me. His head gradually drooped. He was like a person who had walked into the abyss of hell, allowing the darkness to swallow him up bit by bit. I love you, Rugue. Tears once again streamed down Tong Xuelvi's face as she roared loudly. When Rugi suddenly looked up and glanced in her direction. Then, he revealed a strange smile. Xiaosu, I saw a woman say that she loves me. My illness is getting worse. Tong Xuelu was stunned. Could it be that Wenrugi could see her? However, no matter what she said, Wenrugi didn't respond. Blood flowed out of his body drop by drop. His vitality was slowly disappearing from his body. In the end, his head drooped and he never woke up again. Tong Xuelu fell to the ground. This time, she couldn't even cry. Wenrugi was dead, but she still couldn't leave this world. She saw Qing Xiuyun call the police and Wenrugi die. She wasn't sad at all. Instead, she was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. She saw Qing Xiuyun take Wenrugi's inheritance and do business with Shoning. The two of them made a lot of money. Just as they were about to reach the peak of their lives, Piao Jiani suddenly appeared in front of them and ended their lives with a shot each. After Pu Jiani killed them, he immediately fled to America and never returned to his country. When Uncle Zong found out that old Master Wen and Wenrugi died one after the other, his son and daughter-in-law immediately revealed their true colors. They asked him to hand over all his assets but didn't send him to see a doctor. In the end, Uncle Zong died of illness. Hu Hai and Yang Dongmei sat in front of his corpse and counted the money while laughing at Uncle Zong's stupidity. I thought we would have to raise this old man for more than 10 years to get this money. I didn't expect him to die so soon. This means that God is also helping us. Seeing that he gave us this money, let's bury him together with Hu Hai and his mother. Whatever. It turned out that they weren't Uncle Zong's son and daughter-in-law. The real Hu Hai had passed away a long time ago. Uncle Zong must have realized this before he died. That was why his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Tong Xuelu watched these scenes fly past her eyes like a television drama. Just when she thought she would never wake up, a deep voice sounded in her ears. Zolv, wake up. Get up and eat. You can sleep after you eat. Then, she felt a warm touch on her lips, sealing her lips and kissing her until she couldn't breathe. She opened her eyes suddenly and was met with a pair of deep eyes. Wenrugi kissed her lips. If you don't wake up, Ran Ran will protest. As if to agree with his words, Ran Ran, who was beside him, cried out twice. Tong Xuelu looked at him and turned to see Ran Ran and Yan Yan lying beside her. Yan Yan was hugging his feet and eating with relish. Ran Ran seemed to be disgusted when she saw her brother eating his feet, but after a while, she put her fingers into her mouth and chewed with relish. Tong Xuelu blinked her eyes and felt a lump in her throat. She had woken up. She thought she was going to stay in that world forever. She raised her head and hugged Wenrugi's face. Like a kitten, she rubbed against him. I love you, Rugue. She wouldn't tell Wenrugi about her past life, but she wouldn't let the things in her dream happen either. Wenrugi's ears turned red and his lips curled up. I love you too. More than you can imagine. Little Yan Yan was eating his feet when he saw his father kissing his mother again. He immediately swung his feet away. Ah. Tong Xuelu immediately pushed Wenrugi away and turned to tap little Yan Yan's nose. Little guy, what's your name? Little Yan Yan gave his mother the cutest smile. He waved his chubby hands and cried, ah. The little guy's face was fair and tender, fairer than a peeled egg. He looked at her with his grape-like eyes and was so adorable that it made her dizzy. Tong Xuelu leaned over and couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. Little Yan Yan giggled and even glanced at his father. Wenrugi was speechless. He didn't know if he was overthinking, but he felt that his son was showing off to him just now. Seeing that her brother was kissed by her mother, little Ran Ran kicked little Yan Yan's face with her little white foot. She looked at Tong Xuelu with her dark eyes as if to say, Mommy, little Ran Ran wants a kiss too. Tong Xuelu's heart trembled again. He leaned over and kissed his daughter's face a few times. Little Ran Ran was usually cold and aloof, but after being kissed by her mother, she couldn't be cold anymore and couldn't stop giggling. Little Yan Yan pursed his lips after being kicked by his sister's smelly foot. He thought that his mother would comfort him, but not only did she not, she even went to kiss his sister. Little Yan Yan's lips became even thinner. He looked so pitiful and aggrieved. Wenrugi saw his son like this and didn't go to comfort him. Instead, he felt that the anger in his chest had dissipated. She was indeed his daughter. She did well, after knowing that Hu Hai and Yang Dongmei weren't Uncle Zong's biological son and daughter-in-law, things became easier. She sent people to Hu Hai's hometown to find the graves where the real Hu Hai and his mother were buried. She also found those who knew the truth and paid them to testify against Hu Hai. When Hu Hai and Yang Dongmei saw their elders whom they hadn't seen for many years, their faces turned pale and they couldn't defend themselves. In the end, when Tong Xuelu threatened to hand them over to the police, they confessed. Uncle Zong's wife and son were washed away by the flood. His wife drowned, but his son was saved by the fake Hu Hai's family. Hu Hai must have lost his memory after hitting his head and only remembered it when he died. He asked the fake Hu Hai to find his father, but the fake Hu Hai didn't take it to heart. It was only when he found out about Uncle Zong's identity that he started to have evil thoughts. He and his wife planned to pretend to be Hu Hai and take the opportunity to make a fortune or gain some benefits. They didn't expect Tong Xuelu to see through them so quickly. After they confessed the truth, they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They begged Uncle Zong and Tong Shualu not to send them to the police. When Uncle Zong heard that his wife and son had passed away, he was heartbroken. Although the fake Hu Hai and Yang Dongmei were wretched and greedy, they hadn't done anything outrageous until now. In addition, they had saved the life of the real Hu Hai. In the end, Uncle Zong pleaded for them not to be sent to the police. Of course, the debt of saving his life was written off. Although the fake Hu Hai and Yang Dongmei were unwilling, they didn't dare to resist and ran away with their tails between their legs. Uncle Zong fell ill because of this. When Rugi and Tong Shualu took good care of him and even let the two little guys, little Ran and little Yen Yen, perform a talent show for him, blowing bubbles. With the care of his family and the twins' colorful costumes, Uncle Zong recovered quickly. After he recovered, he asked for a few days' leave from old Mr. Wen and brought his son and daughter-in-law's bodies back to his hometown so that they could settle down. After that, he returned to the Wen family again and accompanied old Mr. Wen wholeheartedly, taking good care of the twins. Just like what Wen Rugi and Tong Shualu said to him, he was their family and this was his home. He couldn't leave them either. Winter went and spring came. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The Green Tea Restaurant opened 3 chain restaurants in Beijing and became the most famous and classy restaurant in the city. Ordinary people saw a meal at the Green Tea Restaurant as something to be proud of. If they could hold a banquet or get married in the restaurant, it would be something worth bragging about for an entire year. The Green Tea Restaurant today was different from a few years ago. The decoration was high-end and grand, and the mirrors in the lobby were so clear that they could reflect the freckles on one's face. The floor was paved with black marble and was spotless. People from the countryside would be stunned the moment they stepped in and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the office at the top of the restaurant. Tong Shualu was sitting on a swivel chair and turned it around. "Come in." Deng Hong, who was dressed in a black suit, walked in. His eyes swept over the woman on the chair and his heart was filled with admiration. When he had resigned from the state-run restaurant, many people had been waiting to laugh at him. They had said that he had given up his iron rice bowl and went to work for a woman. They had said that he was out of his mind. But now, no one dared to laugh at him for being out of his mind. Those who hadn't left with him back then had all sighed and regretted it. In just 3 short years, the Green Tea Restaurant had become the #1 restaurant in Beijing. At the same time, Tong Shualu's Braised Cuisine restaurant had opened in every corner of Beijing. Although the Braised Cuisine restaurant wasn't high class, it had a small investment and its profits weren't any less than the Green Tea Restaurant. 2 years ago, Tong Shualu had opened a medicinal wine company and started to produce medicinal wine. 3 years had passed, but Tong Shualu hadn't aged at all. Instead, she had become more beautiful and elegant. People didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of her. Deng Hong walked to the table and placed his hands in front of him. Tong Shualu pointed to a chair and said, "Manager Deng, take a seat." Deng Hong sat down and asked, "Chairman Tong, what instructions do you have for me?" Tong Shualu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "You don't have to come to the Green Tea Restaurant anymore. Go out and hand over your work to Jiang Juanli." Deng Hong's heart skipped a beat. "Chairman Tong, did I do something wrong?" Tong Shualu's red lips curled up. "You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that the medicinal wine company needs someone to manage it. I'm preparing to expand into the foreign market and I need your help." The restaurant was just a small place. It was a waste for Deng Hong to stay here. Deng Hong was relieved when he heard this. "Okay, I'll go and hand over the work to Jiang Juanli." Tong Shualu waved her hand. "There's nothing else. You can go now." Next, she was going to open a foreign trade company and expand into the foreign market. Of course, when the market opened, she wouldn't just focus on medicinal wine. She could do anything related to food. Deng Hong walked to the door. When he opened it, he saw Wen Rugi holding an exquisite doll-like girl. Beside him was an equally exquisite little boy. Deng Hong's lips curled up. "Mr. Wen, you're here?" Wen Rugi replied, "Yes. I hope I didn't disturb your work." Before Deng Hong could answer, the little boy rushed in and sobbed. "Mommy, Daddy values girls more than boys." He hurt Yan Yan's young heart. Yan Yan's heart hurt so much. After that, Jin Do fell to the ground and his chubby body trembled. Weak, pitiful, and fat. Dang Hong was speechless. Wenrugi was speechless. Tong Xuelu was speechless. Little Yan Yan kicked his short legs as he ran towards his mother. Then, he opened his tiny arms and asked for a hug. The little guy's eyelashes were long and thick with tears on them. His lips were red and he looked extremely pitiful. Tong Xuelu knew that her son was a drama queen, but she was still touched by his cuteness. She reached out and carried him, then her arms sank. This weight could not be described as fat at all. Little Yan Yan buried his head in his mother's shoulder and finally stopped sobbing. Mommy, you will love Yan Yan very much, right? Tong Xuelu rubbed his soft hair. Of course, but can you tell Mommy why Daddy values girls more than boys? Little Yan Yan's chubby body froze for a moment. He blinked and said, Mommy, Yan Yan is hungry. Yan Yan wants to eat and grow taller. Good boy, not only was he weak and fat, but he also had a big appetite. Tong Xuelu could tell at a glance that her son was changing the topic. Tell Mommy first, why do you say Daddy values girls more than boys? Is it because Daddy didn't carry you but carried little sister instead? If that was the case, then she would definitely criticize the father. However, she believed that Wenrugi was not that kind of person. Although he looked forward to having 2 little cotton-padded jackets in the beginning and was jealous of his son's closeness to her from time to time, and when little Yan Yan grew up, the father and son would often fight for her favor and jealousy. However, he had always been a good father. He loved little Ran Ran and little Yan Yan, the chubby boy. He did not favor one over the other. She did not know where this little guy learned this phrase from to value girls more than boys. Little Yan Yan saw that he could not fool his mother, so he scratched his face with his chubby paws and said pitifully, Daddy always carries little sister first. Yan Yan said he wanted to walk on his own, so Daddy didn't coax Yan Yan. Good boy, Wenrugi had a deeper understanding of his son's cunning. When he got out of the car with one in each hand and arrived at the restaurant, the chubby boy struggled to get down. He did not expect that he would be given one of them. Wenrugi looked at his son's chubby little butt and wanted to give him a good spanking. Little Ranran felt her father's mood. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled, and her voice was tender and crisp as she said, Big Brother said himself that he wanted to walk to lose weight. Big Brother is so dramatic. Tong Xuelu, alright, not only did she have a son who was a drama queen, but she also had a daughter who was cold and vicious. She reached out and patted her son's butt a few times. Brat, you're bullying your father again, aren't you? If you do this again, don't even think about eating fried chicken and fries. How could this be? This was little Yan Yan's favorite food. Little Yan Yan was so frightened that his face turned pale. He struggled to get down. Mom, Yan Yan was wrong. Yan Yan wants to apologize to Dad. Tong Xuelu put him down and felt that his arms were a little sore. It seemed that the chubby boy really needed to lose weight. Little Yan Yan kicked her short legs in front of her father and raised her chubby, fair, and bouncy face. Daddy, I'm sorry. Yan Yan loves you very, very much. Let me pinch your face. After saying that, she turned her face to the side and let her father pinch her cheeks. Little Yan Yan's bun-like face was very easy to pinch. Usually, when he angered the adults, he would immediately use his bun-like face as a weapon. As long as he pinched his bun-like face, the adults would not be angry. When Rugi wanted to teach this little guy a lesson, but when he saw his face that was so similar to Zulf's, he lost all his anger. He raised his hand and pinched his son's bun-like face. Don't do this next time. Little Yan Yan agreed obediently and ran to ask for food from his mother. Deng Hong closed the door and left the office quietly. Chairman Tong's family's relationship was really enviable. Not only were the twins beautiful, but they were also smart and cute. It was said that the siblings only took 10 days to memorize the 300 Tang poems. Now, they could recite them backwards. Other 3-year-olds found it difficult to count from 1 to 10, but the siblings had learned to add and subtract up to 1,000. They were really little geniuses. Indeed, comparisons were odious. Deng Hong sighed and went to hand over the work to Jiang Juanli. The family of 4 was left in the office. Tong Xuelu made 2 glasses of milk for the 2 little guys and took out some snacks for them to eat. With food, the little drama queen finally settled down. Tong Xuelu said, "It's rare for you to be on leave. I should have been at home with you and the children. I'm really sorry." When Rugi's illness had improved greatly 2 years ago. With the help of Professor Chen and his medication, his schizophrenia was well controlled. As long as he was not agitated, he was no different from a normal person. Therefore, after a year of rest, he returned to the base to work, but he did not continue to be the director of the Institute of Mechanics. He changed to a new research field and direction. He expanded physics and mechanics into engineering technology, focusing on atomic and molecular design. A year ago, his condition became more stable, and Professor Chen asked him to stop taking medication. Now that he had stopped taking medication for a year, he was in a good mood. Little Sue had not appeared for more than 2 years. When Rugi sat down beside her and took her arm, massaging it gently. "Why are you apologizing to me?" As long as he was with her and the children, it did not matter where he was. Tong Xuelu picked up a candy, peeled the wrapper, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Oh yes, Bai Hui and Tianny will be back in a few days. Let's go to the airport to pick them up." "Okay." When Rugi's dark eyes landed on her red lips. Seeing them open and close, he suddenly leaned over and gently pressed his lips against hers. His tongue licked her soft lips gently. Tong Xuelu did not expect him to do such a seductive action and was stunned for a moment. Her lips were pried open and his tongue reached in. She could not help but moan. Little Yan Yan and little Ran Ran heard the sound and turned their heads in unison. They saw their father massaging their mother's arm. Little Yan Yan pouted and asked with concern, "Mommy, your arm hurts?" Before Tong Xuelu could answer, little Ran Ran said, "You're fat. Mommy's arm hurts when I carry you." Little Yan Yan, who was mercilessly stabbed by his sister, was speechless. Looking at his son's pudgy face, Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing. Little Ran Ran had a big appetite when she was a baby. She ate a lot and became a little chubby. When she was 2 years old, she became picky with her food. Little Yan Yan, on the other hand, did not reject anything and became a little chubby in less than a year. After that, when Rugi and the 2 children accompanied Tong Xuelu in the office, Tong Xuelu quickly settled things before going to Fang Jingyuan's house with them. Fang Jingyuan married Xiao Qingping 3 years ago and gave birth to a daughter a year ago. Their daughter, little Tang Tang, had a big head and small eyes. When Fang Jingyuan saw her daughter, she burst into tears and said that she had let her daughter down. Actually, according to Tong Xuelu, little Tang Tang was indeed not the traditional type of pretty child. However, her facial features were very unique. If she grew up to be tall enough, she would be very suitable to be a model. When little Tang Tang saw her brother and sister, she ran over with her short legs. Jia Jia, giggle. Little Tang Tang was still young and did not speak very clearly, but her voice was very cute. Little Ran Ran patted her head as if she was talking to the younger generation. She looked very cold and aloof. Little Yan Yan ran to Fang Jingyuan's side and looked up at his chubby face. "Auntie Jingyuan, you look even more beautiful today. You look like a fairy who has descended to earth." When Rugi and Tong Xuelu's lips twitched, they could not bear to see their son's flattering face. However, Fang Jingyuan was so happy that she immediately took out all the snacks and sweets in the house. Little Yan Yan really knows how to talk. "Take whatever you want to eat." "Thank you, Auntie Jingyuan." Little Yan Yan had just come out of the office and his little belly was round from eating. Seeing the snacks now, little Yan Yan did not hesitate to reach out his little hand again. Tong Xuelu took the snacks from his hand and stuffed a small piece of apple into his mouth. "Eat this. Don't eat anything else." Little Yan Yan looked at the apple in his hand and looked up. His big watery eyes blinked. "Mummy, don't you love me anymore?" So love would disappear, right? This trick might work on other people, especially Old Master Wen and Uncle Zong. It worked every time, but it was useless on Tong Xuelu. "Mummy loves you. That's why I can't let you continue eating. Look at Daddy, Mommy, and your sister. They are not fat. If you continue to be fat, people will think that you are not Daddy and Mommy's child." Little Yan Yan looked at his parents and then at his sister. His chubby face was shocked. "Mummy, I don't want to eat apples anymore." Little Tong Tong's eyes are small and her forehead is big. She looks like her parents. "I want to look like them too." Fang Jingyuan, who had a big head, was speechless. Xiao Qingping, who had small eyes, was speechless. There was no need to mention their family for comparison. The three children were playing with toys at the side. Tong Xuelu mentioned that Jiang Baihui was coming back and asked Fang Jingyuan if he wanted to go and pick her up. Fang Jingyuan nodded. "Let's go. If we don't go, she might be angry when she comes back." Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows slightly and did not comment. 3 years ago, Jiang Baihui had just gone to Germany. Because she was not acclimatized to the environment and did not manage her interpersonal relationships well, she had a hard time. However, when Rugi's mental illness was acting up at that time. Moreover, she was in the late stages of her pregnancy. She was in a terrible state and could not take care of her at all. Jiang Baihui was angry for a long time because of this matter. In the end, her husband, Liang Tianyi, convinced her and they reconciled. 3 years later, Jiang Baihui finally gained a foothold in Germany's diplomatic embassy. However, Liang Tianyi finished his studies early and she resolutely gave up her career there to return to China with her husband. It had to be said that Liang Tianyi was indeed a rare talent. Not only did he finish his studies early, but during his studies in Germany, he also obtained many international patents related to industrial technology. What was even rarer was that he did not forget his roots. He rejected the attractive remuneration from a large German company and resolutely returned to China to serve his motherland. Even if it was for Liang Tianyi's sake, Tong Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan would not argue with her. The four of them sat together. Basically, it was Tong Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan who were talking. Xiao Qingping and Wenrugi looked at each other and did not say a word. The atmosphere could not help but be awkward. It could only be said that it was very strange. This matter started 2 years ago. At that time, Fang Jingyuan's mother-in-law let it slip that Xiao Qingping used to like Tong Xuelu. Fang Jingyuan was also a big-hearted person. Not only did she not get jealous, she even went to look for Tong Xuelu to confirm it. Coincidentally, when Rugi heard this and became jealous. Since then, he did not treat Xiao Qingping well. After sitting in the Fang family for a while, they decided to pick up Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi together in 3 days. Tong Xuelu and his family of 4 took the car back. When they reached the entrance of the alley, they saw a person standing in front of the courtyard house. The person heard the sound and turned around. Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi focused their eyes and their faces darkened. It was Qing Shouyun's eldest brother, Qing Dayong. Wenrugi was expressionless. "Why are you here?" Qing Dayong's expression was a little awkward. "Your mother?" "No, Shouyun is very sick. I'm afraid she won't make it. She said she wants to see you one last time." Tong Xuelu was stunned. Why won't she make it? She knew that Qing Shouyun and Shishoning's family of 3 had led a miserable life in the northwest. It was just that she did not expect her to fall so sick all of a sudden. Qing Dayong's face was filled with anger. Shoning, that bastard, smashed a hole in her head with a stone. The doctor said she can't be saved. Wenrugi was still expressionless. Qing Dayong begged, "Rugue, although Shouyun has wronged you, she still gave birth to you. A person's death is like a lamp being extinguished. Go and see her one last time. Don't let her have any regrets." Tong Xuelu sneered in her heart. She hated such words the most. It was as if all the mistakes could be forgiven once a person died. There was no such thing in the world. Wenrugi's voice was cold. Then let her have regrets. Qing Dayong was speechless. Tong Xuelu was satisfied and her red lips curved. "Go in. I'm in a good mood today. I'll cook." Little Yan Yan and Little Ran Ran cheered. Little Yan Yan wants to eat fried chicken. Little Ran Ran wants to eat fairy sugar water. "Okay, Mommy will make it for you." Wenrugi carried the 2 children and walked into the house with his wife. Qing Dayong looked at the closed door and let out a deep sigh. The Wen family's days were getting more and more prosperous, especially Tong Zulv. She was young, but her business was doing well. This time, he did not come here solely for Xianxia. If Wenrugi was willing to see his mother for the last time, he could use this opportunity to ease the tension between the two families. However, he did not expect Wenrugi to be so heartless and reject him without thinking. Qing Dayong stood outside the courtyard for a long time before leaving. Qing Shouyun was indeed very ill this time. She refused to die because she wanted to wait for Wenrugi to come and see her for the last time. She wanted to leave Xingrui to Wenrugi. Her daughter was her last concern. She thought that since she was dying, Wenrugi would definitely come. He would definitely not reject a dying person's last request. However, she waited and waited, only Qing Dayong came. She looked outside with her sunken and cloudy eyes. "Where's Rugue?" Qing Dayong frowned and said, "No need to look. He's not here." Qing Shouyun let out an ah and then coughed violently. I'm his mother. He's an unfilial son, cough cough, Qing Dayong sneered. Don't flatter yourself. He doesn't even acknowledge you as his mother. Why were you so sinful in the past? If you didn't treat him that way, he wouldn't have been so heartless. Qing Shouyun had not bathed for many days and stank. Qing Dayong stood more than a meter away from her, covering his face and not looking at her. However, Qing Shouyun did not respond even after he spoke for a while. He looked up and saw Qing Shouyun's eyes staring straight at the door. She had already stopped breathing. She looked like she died with her eyes wide open. Qing Shouyun died with grievances. Qing Dayong cremated her body on the spot and brought her ashes back to Jin City. As for Shi Xiaoning, he was shot dead not long after because he had harmed someone. The reason why Shi Xingrui was sent to the northwest for reform through labor was because the Wen family and her parents were here. Now that both Qing Shouyun and Shi Xiaoning were dead, Qing Dayong felt guilty about Qing Shouyun's death and wanted to bring Shi Xingrui back to Jin City. However, it was 1984 now. The country had issued the decision on cracking down on criminal crimes last year and the crackdown was still ongoing. Some people were sentenced to more than 10 years for stealing from the canteen, and some underage people were sentenced to 7 to 8 years for robbing on the street. Shi Xingrui almost killed a life. She was lucky that she was not sentenced to death again. How could they let her go back to Jin City? She had no parents and had to live with other criminals. It was impossible to reduce her sentence. Qing Dayong had no choice but to leave with Qing Shouyun's ashes. Shi Xingrui looked at her uncle's back view and cried heartbreakingly. Her eyes were filled with fear and she no longer had the arrogance and hostility she used to have. She knew that no one could protect her from now on. She had to survive here alone. The Wen family knew about Qing Shouyun's death. After discussing with Tong Xuelu, old Mr. Wen did not hide it from Wenrugi. Wenrugi was teaching the twins at that time. After being called out by Tong Xuelu, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he said, "Okay." Tong Xuelu's gaze fell on his face. She reached out and held his hand. "You can tell me if you have any thoughts. Don't keep it to yourself." Wenrugi then realized that she was worried about him. He held her hand. "I'm fine. I just didn't expect her to be serious this time." When Qing Dayong came to look for them that day, he subconsciously thought that it was another trick. In the past 3 years, the Qing family had contacted him several times. They were apologizing and trying to curry favor with him, but he knew very well what their purpose was. However, he didn't expect that Qing Shouyun was really dead. He was shocked when he heard the news just now. As for the discomfort, it wasn't. When Tong Xuelu saw that he really didn't look uncomfortable, he felt relieved. "I'll go to the kitchen to make something for you to eat." "What do you want to eat?" The warm spring sun shone down, and many green buds sprouted from the tree branches in the courtyard. The mooncakes walked back and forth under the wall with their sandbags, looking valiant like 2 guards. There was a fat orange cat sunbathing in the corridor. It was the cat they had raised 2 years ago. Its name was Green Tortoise, and it had finally fulfilled its long-cherished wish. Out of the 10 orange cats, 7 of them were fat. Green Tortoise was a little girl. When she first brought her home, she was skinny and small. 2 years had passed and she was now as fat as little Yin Yin. As if sensing its owner's gaze, it opened its eyes and meowed softly. Then, it lazily closed its eyes and continued to sleep. Wenrugi retracted his gaze. Seeing that there was no one around, he leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. As long as it's made by you, I like it. As soon as he finished speaking, two childish voices sounded in the study. Daddy kisses mommy again. Daddy kisses mommy many times a day at home. Daddy's embarrassed. Daddy's not embarrassed. Daddy's going to spank you later. Wenrugi's ears immediately turned red. He turned around and saw his son and daughter leaning against the door and peeking at them. Seeing that their father was looking at them, the siblings screamed and ran back into the house. Tong Xuelu tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. She smiled and said, "Be gentle." Then, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. Wenrugi watched her back as she turned the corner before returning to the study. Seeing that his father had come in, little Xianxia covered his eyes with his chubby paws and muttered, "Daddy can't see me. Daddy can't see me." Little Ranran blinked her big, watery eyes, a look of disdain on her face. "Brother, what you're doing now is called deceiving yourself and deceiving others. You're so silly." Little Xianxia wasn't silly. He knew that he had done something wrong, so he pretended to be innocent and hoped that his father wouldn't pursue the matter. Wenrugi looked at the two lively and adorable children. He pursed his lips and looked at the test papers in front of him. "Are you done?" "Yes." The siblings replied in their childish voices. Wenrugi put away their test papers and quickly scanned through them. The smile on his face increased by 2 points. These 2 test papers were for first-grade mathematics and language, and the siblings had done both correctly. Previously, their family had sent the 2 children to kindergarten, but they felt that it was boring after only 1 day. They said that they knew everything that the teacher taught them, and that other children didn't know anything and only knew how to cry and play with mud. After 3 days, they didn't want to go anymore. The siblings showed intelligence that was different from other children since they were 7 or 8 months old. They learned things very quickly. After some discussion, they felt that they didn't have to follow the path of other children. Thus, he gave them a first-grade test paper today. If they passed, they didn't have to go to kindergarten and could self-study at home. When they were a little older, he would send them to a genius school. Currently, the 2 of them were too young, and no school was willing to accept them. "Daddy, did we get full marks?" Little Xianxia looked at his father with his grape-like eyes, his round face full of confidence. Little Ranran also looked at her father expectantly. Wenrugi rubbed his daughter's head. "You got full marks, but the 2 of you don't have to go to kindergarten. You have to be obedient at home. Great-grandpa is old, you can't tire him out." Old Mr. Wen's memory had deteriorated a lot in the past 2 years, but because he had led a comfortable life and took precautions early, he didn't have Alzheimer's disease in this life. "Got it, Daddy. We're the best." Tong Shui LV made steamed sea bass, jade tofu, and double-flavored duck rolls. Then, she stir-fried some vegetables, and the dishes on the table were complete. Steamed bass was Wenrugi's favorite. The fish was fresh and smooth, and the taste was light. He never got tired of eating it. Old Mr. Wen's teeth had deteriorated in the past 2 years, and he couldn't chew things that were too hard. His favorite dish was jade tofu. The main ingredients of jade tofu were tofu and lettuce. The lettuce was cut into long slices after it was cleaned, and the tofu was cut into thick slices. After the oil was heated, ginger was added to stir-fry until it was fragrant. After adding water, the lettuce was added, and the tofu was added after 1 or 2 minutes. It wasn't difficult to cook, but this dish was light and healthy. It was very suitable for old Mr. Wen and Uncle Zong. The 2 children loved 2 flavored duck rolls the most. The 2 flavored duck rolls were made of roasted duck skin and egg skin, which were then rolled into a roll made of prawns, chopped green onions, and ripe pine nuts. The roll was then dipped in egg and bread crumbs, and both ends were dipped in coriander and ham before being fried in hot oil. The deep-fried duck rolls were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The 2 children loved it the most. Old Mr. Wen asked, "Your grandpa said that your siblings will be coming home next week?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Yes, Jiaming is graduating this year. He said that he wants to set up a company in Shenzhen City. The Mian Mian drama is about to be completed. Xiao Jiaming was admitted to Tsinghua University 3 years ago, majoring in finance. He was very outstanding in school. He showed his talent in business earlier than in his previous life. Since 2 years ago, he didn't need his family to give him money anymore. He even brought money home from time to time. Tong Jiasen was admitted to the Air Force Aviation University, and he planned to join the military in the future. When old Mr. Wen brought him to the military, everyone thought that he wouldn't like it or wouldn't be able to persevere. Unexpectedly, not only did he persevere, but he also did well in all kinds of training. In his previous life, Tong Jiasen was a fashion designer. Now that the trajectory of his life had changed, Tong Xuelu didn't know if he would still meet his wife in his previous life. After all, in his previous life, Tong Jiasen regretted his wife's death and lived in pain for the rest of his life. Xiao Mianmian starred in director Huang's drama 3 years ago and became famous overnight. She became famous all over the country and became a child star that everyone in the country knew. When she was at the peak of her popularity, there were pictures of her everywhere, and the drama that she starred in was played in every home with a television. She even sang the theme song of the drama. Even 3-year-old children could sing the theme song. Little Ranran blinked her big eyes and said, "Ranran misses Auntie." Although little Ranran was very cold, she admired the beautiful and good actress Xiao Mianmian. Little Yan Yan didn't have time to speak. He ate mouthful after mouthful of double-flavored duck roll until his little tummy was round. He had completely forgotten about his promise to his mother to lose weight. Seeing this, Tong Xuelu took away the remaining double-flavored duck roll and didn't let him eat anymore. Being fat was one thing, but eating too much would affect one's health. Little Yan Yan pouted. "Mommy, Yan Yan wants one more piece. Just one more." Little Yan Yan's face was full of grievance and his eyes were red. He looked very pitiful. Old Mr. Wen couldn't take it anymore. "Zolv, let him eat. Look at how thin he is." Tong Xuelu, when Rugi, there was a kind of thinness. It was because great-grandpa thought that you were thin. It was time for Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi to return to China. As the security at the airport wasn't very good, Tong Xuelu didn't plan to bring the 2 little guys there. Little Yan Yan took advantage of the situation. "Mommy, Yan Yan wants to eat ice cream, bear cake, and fried drumsticks." Tong Xuelu pinched his chubby face. "You can only have one." Little Yan Yan pouted. "Bear cake then." Little Ranran was kissed twice by her parents. She only asked for a doll and then let her parents go out. Although Tong Xuelu's business was doing very well, she still didn't buy a car. It was mainly because she felt that the price-performance ratio wasn't high. Currently, a Santana cost 250,000 renminbi. She felt that it would be more cost-effective to buy it in 2 years. Hence, this time, Xiao Qingping borrowed a car from his company to pick up Jiang Baihui. After the 4 of them met, Tong Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan naturally sat in the back seat. When Rugi had no choice but to sit in the front passenger seat. "If you're tired later, I can drive." In the beginning, when he found out that Xiao Qingping liked Tong Xuelu, he was a little jealous. However, after all these years of being friends, he had already gotten over it. The reason why the 2 of them often didn't talk to each other was because they simply couldn't get along. Fang Jingyuan chattered excitedly. "What do you think Baihui has become? From the photos that guy sent us 2 years ago, she looks very fashionable." Tong Xuelu, "I think she's prettier." Jiang Baihui wasn't someone who would mistreat herself in university. She was very good at socializing. Even if she didn't have the conditions, she would create them for herself. Although she wasn't used to going to the German diplomatic embassy in the beginning, she got used to it and did very well. 2 years ago, she sent a photo back. In the photo, she was wearing a suit and had exquisite makeup. She was tall, beautiful, and intellectual. She was very different from how she looked when she went abroad. Now that 2 years had passed, she should have become prettier. They chatted all the way to the airport. After waiting for more than half an hour, the plane from Germany to Beijing finally arrived. Fang Jingyuan held a sign in his hand that said, "Welcome Liang Tianyi and Jiang Baihui back to China." The returning tourists kept coming out. The 4 of them stared at the exit without blinking. Fang Jingyuan was tired of holding the sign, but he didn't dare to put it down. However, when everyone had left, they still didn't see Liang Tianyi and Jiang Baihui. The four of them were stunned. What was going on? Didn't they say that the flight was at 12 o'clock? Fang Jingyuan put down the sign. He rubbed his arm and said worriedly, Zolv, do you think Germany won't let them go back to China? When Ding Jiao wanted to go back to China, the Americans didn't let him come back. They even detained him. Later, the country intervened and he was only able to return to China after many hardships. Tong Xuelu shook his head. I don't think so. It's different now. Although Liang Tianyi was a top student, he wasn't on the same level as Zhao Bakan. Moreover, the current international situation and the country's status in the world were different from before. There was no need for Germany to not let him go. When Rugi paused. I'll make a call and ask. Liang Tianyi was going to enter the scientific research department after returning to China. Moreover, his expenses were paid by the country. As for his whereabouts, the relevant departments should know. When Rugi went for about 10 minutes. When he came back, he didn't look too good. Tong Xuelu frowned. What's wrong? Don't tell me that they won't let him go? When Rugi looked at her. No, it's because Comrade Jiang isn't feeling well. They'll take tomorrow's flight back. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then, Fang Jingyuan threw the sign to Xiao Qingping. He said with a hint of dissatisfaction, I can understand that she's not feeling well. But they changed their flight to tomorrow. Can't they let us know in advance? It took more than an hour to drive from the city to the airport. They waited here for almost an hour. Was their time worthless? On the way back, the atmosphere was not very good, especially Fang Jingyuan, who was indignant. I just don't understand. What's wrong with telling them? In order to show that they valued the couple and out of friendship, they all asked for leave to come over. Of course, Tong Xuelu didn't need to ask for leave because he was the boss, but because he was the boss, time was more important and valuable. After Fang Jingyuan finished speaking, she saw that no one agreed with her and couldn't help but feel bored. She poked Tong Xuelu's arm with her hand and said, Aren't you angry at all? Tong Xuelu said, At the moment, we don't know what happened over there. Maybe there's something that's hard to say. Let's wait until they come back. When she first met Jiang Baihui, she had a carefree personality and was very sociable. She was very good at mediating the atmosphere and was also very helpful. Speaking of which, she was the most popular person in the foreign languages department. At the beginning, she was wary of Jiang Baihui, but after she helped her a few times, she gradually let down her guard. After getting to know her better, she realized that her personality was actually not that perfect. For example, sometimes she was a little childish and sometimes she had a competitive mentality. However, this made her feel more at ease because as long as one was human, there would be flaws. People who were too perfect either pretended to be or were especially scheming. As long as her strengths outweighed her flaws, she wouldn't care about these small flaws. This time, they delayed their return to China and didn't inform them in advance. It was indeed too much. However, she was still willing to choose to believe that they must have met with an accident. After all, they had no reason to tease them, especially Liang Tianyi. He was calm and mature, so he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for them. After listening to her words, Fang Jingyuan thought about it and was convinced, okay, when she comes back, I will definitely ask her what happened. But are we still coming over to pick them up tomorrow? Tong Xuelu shook his head. Ru Gui is going back to the base and can't ask for leave. I also have to meet an important client tomorrow, so I can only ask her distant cousin to pick them up. Fang Jingyuan shrugged, we don't have time to come over either. But if we don't go over, won't it be bad? Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with that? In terms of status, when Rugi was Liang Tianyi's teacher, he had already put down his pride to welcome Liang Tianyi, but they suddenly made such a move. It was really puzzling. She could understand, but she still felt uncomfortable. She was never someone who would make herself suffer. If she felt uncomfortable, she would definitely not come over again. Fang Jingyuan felt that Jiang Baihui might be a little unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. She was also unhappy now, and no one came to coax her. Upon returning home, old Mr. Wen found it strange that they were back so soon. Tong Xuelu didn't try to hide the truth from him and told him about what had happened. Shaking his head, old Mr. Wen said, "That's their fault. Why didn't they inform you about such a huge matter? People are fickle, especially since they've been overseas for several years. You guys have to be more careful." After saying that, he took the twins out to buy snacks. Tong Xuelu hurriedly reminded him, "Grandpa, don't buy too many snacks for them, especially for Yan Yan. He'll act coquettishly to you later. Don't be fooled." Little Yan Yan felt wronged. "Mommy, Yan Yan is a good boy. How can a good boy have any bad intentions?" His long and thick eyelashes fluttered, and his watery eyes were filled with grievances. His little lips were pursed, and he looked pitiful and innocent. Old Mr. Wen's heart was suddenly hit, and he agreed without any principles. "That's right. Yan Yan is so obedient, how can he have any bad intentions? How can he lie to me?" Tong Xuelu was speechless. "Grandpa, you've already been fooled and you don't even know it." She had no choice but to ask Uncle Zong to keep an eye on them. Otherwise, with little Yan Yan's acting skills, he would definitely coax old Mr. Wen to buy more and more snacks for him. That was how he got so fat. After the group of people left, the house quietened down. Tong Xuelu entered the room while Wenrugi tidied up the clothes to bring to the base. Before she was done, Wenrugi entered. He hugged her slender waist and rested his head on her shoulder. "Let me do this." His warm breath blew into her ear, and Tong Xuelu couldn't help but shudder. "It's okay, it's just convenient." Wenrugi's slender fingers caressed her waist. Although she had given birth, her waist didn't become thicker at all. He couldn't stop touching it every time. The two of them hugged each other and rolled onto the bed. By the time old Mr. Wen returned with the twins, Wenrugi had already returned to the base. Seeing that Wenrugi had returned to the base so quickly, Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin were a little puzzled. After hearing the reason, Zhou Yan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Why do young people nowadays have such a bad sense of time? They didn't even say anything about the delay. Huang Qimin nodded. "Speaking of which, you're Liang Tiany's teacher. You put down your pride to pick him up." Why did he? He didn't finish his sentence, but his impression of Liang Tiany worsened. Wenrugi said, "Maybe there's another reason. We'll just listen to his explanation later." Zhou Yan said, "By the way, will he be coming to our base after he returns? Which department will he be going to?" Wenrugi said, "Missile Research and Development." Liang Tiany was talented in physics and had studied abroad in a related field. It was most suitable for him to be assigned to this department. The department he would be going to was arranged by the higher-ups. It wasn't something they could interfere with. Thus, the three of them quickly changed the topic. Zhou Yan smiled and said, "Ru Guo, my wife and your wife were found pregnant on the same day. My son and daughter were born on the same day. Don't you think it's fate?" Wenrugi looked at him expressionlessly and said bluntly, "Don't even think about it." Zhou Yan exploded on the spot. "Ru Guo, how can you be like this? I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to reject me. That's not very good, right?" Before Wenrugi could answer, Huang Qimin sneered. "We've known each other for so many years. We know that you're going to fart when you stick your butt out. Ru Guo is so wise and powerful. How can he not guess what you're going to say?" Wenrugi, Zhou Yan, don't think that Ru Guo will let little Ranran be your daughter-in-law just because you said a few good words to him. I only have one son. In the future, all of our family assets will be left to him. On the other hand, you have two sons. Everything will be divided equally. Ru Guo is so smart. He definitely knows that it's better to choose my son. Wenrugi, Huang Qimin, Bulsh *T. Ru Guo, don't listen to him. I have two sons. No matter who little Ranran chooses, I'll leave all of my family assets to that child. I won't give a single cent to the other one." Zhou Yan, there was no need to fight so hard. Wenrugi glanced at the two of them coldly and said, "I won't choose either of your sons." Little Ranran was only 3 years old. These two crazy people wanted to choose a husband for her. They wanted to snatch her away from him. Dream on. Seeing Wenrugi walk away, Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin looked at each other and sighed in unison. Wenrugi could be so arrogant because he had a cute daughter. The two of them actually wanted their daughter-in-law to give birth to a daughter for them, but their plans couldn't keep up with the changes. The country started implementing family planning 2 years ago, and they couldn't have children. Their sweet and tender daughter was gone just like that. The next day, Tang Xuelu followed the plan and asked Jiang Junli to pick up Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi from the airport. In fact, as talents supported by the country, the relevant departments would send people to pick them up even if they didn't go. Today, she had to receive a big client from Xianxia to discuss the cooperation of medicinal wine with the other party. Zhang Huajia was the boss of Xianxia's Ruweifeng Trading Company, and he came personally this time. Before coming, he didn't know that the boss of Lanting Medicinal Wine was so young, and he didn't expect her to be such a beauty. At this time, he looked at Tang Xuelu in front of him and his eyes were full of amazement. "Chairman Tang, I'm so sorry to meet you." Zhang Huajia brought his translator over. Previously, he wasn't willing to speak a word of Mandarin, but now that he saw Tang Xuelu, he immediately ignored the translator and spoke in plastic Mandarin. Tang Xuelu shook his hand and said in English, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm also very happy to meet you. If you don't speak Mandarin, we can communicate in English." Then, she pulled her hand back. Zhang Huajia was even more amazed. "I didn't expect that. I thought that you people don't speak English." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Tang Xuelu. "Xianxia is a part of China, and it will return to the motherland in 1997. Also, not only can we speak English, but we also know how to develop missiles and nuclear weapons. More than a decade ago, our country successfully launched the first man-made satellite. Although China was backward in the past, we are constantly improving. Mr. Zhang, you should broaden your horizons. If not, people will think that you are a frog at the bottom of a well." During the decade of cooperation between China and Xianxia, many Xianxia people were arrogant. They looked down on the Chinese, but they also wanted to earn money from them. Some Chinese lost their dignity in front of money and didn't care if they were looked down on, but Tang Xuelu couldn't do that. At most, she wouldn't cooperate with him. The world was so big, and there was always someone who respected her. There was silence for a few seconds. The staff in the office didn't speak English as well as Tang Xuelu. They couldn't understand what she was saying, but they could feel that the atmosphere was not good. Just when everyone thought that Zhang Huajia was going to fall out with her, he raised his head and laughed heartily. "Director Tang is indeed a heroine. I have misspoken just now. I apologize to you and all of my compatriots. Tang Xuelu, I accept your apology. Mr. Zhang, please take a seat." Then, they started to discuss the cooperation project. Zhang Huajia was a shrewd and capable businessman. His proposals were all beneficial to them. If it were someone else, they would have to give in to get the cooperation opportunity. But Tang Xuelu didn't want to. She argued strongly. She used the advantages of her own medicinal wine and the sales channels she had. In short, she used the data and proposals to tell Zhang Huajia that if he didn't cooperate with her, it would be his loss. Tang Xuelu wasn't worried that her company wouldn't be able to get other orders if she lost Zhang Huajia as a client. The country was developing rapidly. In the next few decades, both domestic and overseas would develop at an astonishing speed. She knew the future development trend and was familiar with all kinds of sales channels. With such a big golden finger, she didn't need to flatter anyone. Zhang Huajia was finally convinced. Before the negotiation, he thought that Tang Zold was just a pretty vase. He didn't expect that her knowledge and experience, as well as her business skills, were all on par with his. Moreover, he had done his research before coming here. Lanting medicinal wine was better than many medicinal wines on the market, whether it was the effect or the quality. Hong Kong people had always been obsessed with all kinds of tonics and medicine. If this medicinal wine could be put on the Hong Kong market, it would definitely be popular. Seeing that the other party didn't care about losing him as a client, Zhang Huajia could only accept her proposal. Fortunately, he didn't lose out in this proposal, but he didn't gain much from it. After discussing the contract, Zhang Huajia smiled and said, "Director Tang, you are so young and beautiful. Are you interested in becoming a star in Hong Kong? It's much easier for a star in Hong Kong to make money than running a business." Tang Xuelu rolled her eyes in her heart, but she smiled elegantly and refused, I'm not interested in being a star. Moreover, my husband and children are in Beijing. I can't bear to leave them. Zhang Huajia's words might be able to fool an ignorant girl, but she was a transmigrator. Stars in Hong Kong in the 1980s might seem glamorous, but they didn't have any freedom at all. Moreover, they didn't earn as much as idols in the future. Zhang Huajia was shocked and his mouth was agape. Director Tong is already married? And she had children. He couldn't tell at all. Tang Xuelu nodded, yes, I've been married for a few years. My son and daughter are already 3 years old. Fortunately, their great-grandpa and great-grandpa have retired from the army and can accompany them. That's why I have time to do my own business. Zhang Huajia asked curiously, what did the children's great-grandpa and great-grandpa do in the army? Tang Xuelu said indifferently, they were ordinary soldiers serving the country. When Zhang Huajia heard this, an indifferent expression appeared on his face. So they were ordinary soldiers. The next moment, Tang Xuelu sighed and said, they were just commanders. They were very ordinary and not worth mentioning. Zhang Huajia was speechless. Ordinary, very ordinary commanders. Tang Xuel's Versailles move completely stunned Zhang Huajia. Before this, Zhang Huajia still had a high and mighty heart, but after this, his attitude towards Tang Zul became very respectful. After Tang Xuelu closed a deal with a sales volume of 300,000 yuan, Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi finally returned to their motherland at the airport. Jiang Baihui was pulling a suitcase. She was wearing an elegant white dress, sunglasses, and her long hair was fluttering as she walked out of the airport. Liang Tianyi, who was beside her, was wearing a black suit. He was completely different from the young and inexperienced man who went abroad in the past. Jiang Juanli was holding a sign in his hand. When he saw the two of them coming out, he didn't dare to recognize them until they walked in front of him. He then stuttered, Baihui. Cousin? You are Baihui's cousin? Jiang Baihui took off her sunglasses and looked around. You came alone? Jiang Juanli nodded. Chairman Tong had to meet an important client today, so she couldn't come. However, I didn't come alone. Beijing University also sent someone to pick you up. The car is waiting outside. Jiang Baihui's eyes flashed with displeasure, but she smiled and said, Chairman Tong? Are you talking about Zulf? I'm really sorry. I had an accident yesterday and forgot to inform them. Zulf didn't get angry, right? Jiang Juanli shook his head. I don't know about that, but Chairman Tong is a very generous person. She probably won't take it to heart. Jiang Baihui handed over the suitcase in her hand. That's good. The car is outside, right? Let's hurry over. I'm so tired. Jiang Juanli took her suitcase and backpack. He held the sign in one hand and hurried over. Liang Tianyi didn't know what he was thinking. His expression was very serious, and he looked a little absent-minded. He didn't say anything after coming out of the exit. When he saw Jiang Juanli, he just nodded. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. Jiang Juanli felt a little strange. Why was he still like this after coming back to China? Shouldn't he be happy and excited? However, geniuses were different from ordinary people, so he didn't take it to heart. When the teachers and drivers of Beijing University saw Liang Tianyi and Jiang Baihui, they all welcomed and congratulated them. They congratulated them on their successful studies and their return. Unlike in front of Jiang Juanli, Jiang Baihui didn't have the arrogant look from before. She smiled happily and even shed tears. After some greetings, the driver drove them to the university to report and then drove them home. Although Tang Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan were a little uncomfortable that she stood them up for no reason, they were a couple who had been abroad for 4 years. Now that they were back, as friends, they had to welcome them back. The banquet was set at Tang Xuelu's green tea restaurant. Soon, it was time for the next day's banquet. Tang Xuelu took care of the company's affairs before heading to the restaurant. It was neither too early nor too late. In order to develop and occupy the overseas market, attending various exhibitions was the most effective way to do so since the internet was not very developed yet. She planned to attend the autumn fair. Before that, she had to prepare a lot of things, such as products, packaging, and recruiting foreign trade personnel. There were many things waiting for her to arrange. When she arrived at the restaurant, Jiang Juanli, the restaurant manager, welcomed her. "Chairman Tong, you're here?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "Is your cousin here?" Jiang Juanli nodded respectfully. "Yes, Comrade Fong is here too. She's in the VIP room now." Tong Xuelu did not expect to be the last to arrive. She quickened her pace and walked over. When she opened the door to the VIP room, she heard laughter from inside. "Jing Yuan, how do you take care of yourself? I heard that after giving birth, your figure will change and your skin will grow spots. But you haven't changed at all. In fact, you look even younger." Fong Jingyuan laughed foolishly. "You're the first to praise me. But I'm nothing. Zulva's amazing. She looks like a young girl even after giving birth to twins. You'll know when you see her. Other people grow older as they live, but she's getting younger and younger. She's so capable too. I'm so envious." "Really? Then I'll have to open my eyes and take a good look." Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Baihui raised her head and saw Tong Xuelu pushing the door open and walking in. She was stunned for a moment. Her eyes flashed with surprise. Then, her red lips twitched and she smiled. "Zulv, you're finally here. We were talking about you just now." Tong Xuelu looked at her as he walked in. "Sorry, I'm late because I had to deal with something at the company." Jiang Baihui looked more mature. She had put on makeup and bright lipstick. Her hair was wavy and she looked very strong. She was wearing a long red dress. The length of the dress was above her knees, showing off her slim figure perfectly. Her dress was very avant-garde and fashionable in this era. In recent years, there had been reform and opening up, but many people still wore skirts that were below the knee. While Tong Xuelu was sizing up Jiang Baihui was also sizing her up. Previously, when she heard Fong Jingyuan say that she was getting younger and prettier, she thought that Fong Jingyuan was flattering Tong Xuelu. She didn't expect it to be true. Tong Xuelu was wearing a white waist-length dress. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she wore pearl earrings on her ears. Her lips were red and her eyebrows were green. She looked elegant and charming. Fong Jingyuan was right. Tong Xuelu was even prettier and younger than before. She had specially dressed up today, but compared to Tong Xuelu, she felt that she was being deliberate and vulgar. Jiang Baihui's eyes flickered. She smiled and said, "You're not late. You came just in time. Moreover, you're a busy person. It's understandable that you're late." Tong Xuelu glanced at her and smiled at Fong Jingyuan. It was as if the latter part of her sentence was just a joke and wasn't sarcastic at all. When Liang Tianyi saw her enter, he stood up. "Hello, Comrade Tong. Long time no see." Tong Xuelu sized him up and smiled. "Long time no see. Welcome back to the country." "Thank you." Compared to the enthusiastic Jiang Baihui, Liang Tianyi looked much calmer. Tong Xuelu sat down next to Fong Jingyuan. She glanced at the table and said, "Why don't you guys order anything? Order whatever you want to eat. Don't stand on ceremony." As she spoke, she handed the menu to Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi. Liang Tianyi tried to decline but couldn't. He had no choice but to order a vegetarian dish. Jiang Baihui ordered a meat dish and a dessert. Fong Jingyuan ordered 2 meat dishes. Although it was enough for the 4 of them, Tong Xuelu still ordered a chicken ginseng soup and steamed fish. There were fish, meat, vegetables, desserts, and fruits. The table was filled to the brim with food, which was enough to show the host's enthusiasm and generosity. Fong Jingyuan was speechless. As expected of a big boss. "You're so rich and imposing. Looks like I made the right choice by coming here to freeload." Tong Xuelu glanced at her from the corner of her eyes. "What do you mean I'm rich and imposing? Although this welcome banquet is in my restaurant, we'll split the cost equally." Fong Jingyuan shrieked, "Wow, I just praised you for being generous and you immediately slapped yourself in the face. Indeed, the richer you are, the stingier you are." Tong Xuelu picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks and nodded. Congratulations on finally realizing this. Seeing how thick-skinned she was, Fong Jingyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Jiang Baihui sat opposite them. Seeing the two of them talking, she felt neglected. She put down her chopsticks and stood up with tea in place of wine. She said to Tong Xuelu, "Zolv, Jingyuan, I'm really sorry that we didn't inform you the day before yesterday. I apologize," with tea in place of wine. Hearing her words, Liang Tianyi also stood up. "Comrade Tong, Comrade Fong, I'm really sorry. We were delayed by something and didn't have time to inform you." Fong Jingyuan blinked and asked curiously, "You didn't tell me the reason when I asked you just now. You said that you wanted to wait for Zolv to come. Can you tell me now?" Jiang Baihui's face showed a touch of shyness. "I'm pregnant. Before going to the airport, I suddenly vomited. At first, I didn't take it to heart, but when I went to the airport and smelled the gasoline, I vomited again." Tianyi was worried that I wasn't in good health, so he suggested that we delay our return to China. I wanted to endure it, but in addition to the morning sickness, I also bled. I had no choice but to postpone going to the hospital. Seeing a doctor in Germany isn't as troublesome as seeing one in China. You need to call in advance to make an appointment. My condition was last minute, so I had to line up at the clinic. Because the doctor was busy, we waited in line for several hours before it was our turn. After doing various tests, the doctor confirmed that I was pregnant. At that time, Tianyi and I were too excited and shocked when we heard the news. Plus, it was already late, so we forgot to call the school to inform you. This is our negligence. I'm sorry. Fong Jingyuan said, "So you're pregnant. Congratulations. Speaking of which, you've been married for 4 years. Now that you're back in China, it's time to have a child." Tong Xuelu glanced at her belly. "You're bleeding. Why didn't you rest there for a few more days before coming back?" Jiang Baihui's smile froze. "Because Tianyi is in a hurry to come back and report. I was worried that it would affect his schedule. Moreover, I know my own body well." Tong Xuelu nodded. "Then take good care of the baby." Then, everyone drank tea in place of wine. This matter was considered over. Halfway through the banquet, everyone put down their chopsticks one after another. Jiang Baihui asked, "By the way, why didn't you bring the twins today? And your daughter, Jingyuan, I've only seen their photos until now." Tong Xuelu said, "The child is too noisy. Now that you're back in China, you'll see her in the future." Fong Jingyuan nodded. "When the child is obedient, you can't wait to give her the whole world. But once she cries and throws a tantrum, you can't wait to stuff her back into your belly and pretend that she never gave birth." Jiang Baihui touched her belly and stuck out her tongue. "Is it that scary? I don't even dare to give birth after hearing it. By the way, Zolv, do you still have the diapers for your twins?" Tong Xuelu nodded. "They're still here." "Why?" Jiang Baihui smiled and said, "I heard that diapers used by children can be tainted with happiness. You have a baby and a daughter. You don't know how many people are envious of you. So, I want to ask you for 2 diapers for the twins. Let's see if I can get some of your happiness and have a son and a daughter." Compared to Jiang Baihui, who was full of motherly love, Liang Tianyi, who was sitting next to them, was a little absent-minded the whole time. Even when the topic of children was brought up, he seemed to lack interest. Tong Xuelu felt that he was a little strange, but didn't think much of it. "I still have the diapers for the 2 children. I'll bring them to you later." Jiang Baihui waved his hand. "No need. I'll go to your house to get them. I'll also see your 2 babies." Thinking of the 2 children, Tong Xuelu's face softened and he nodded in agreement. Jiang Baihui suddenly changed the topic and said apologetically, "Director Wen isn't angry about the delay, right?" Tong Xuelu, "Ru Gui isn't angry. Also, he's no longer the director of the Institute of Mechanical Science." Jiang Baihui looked shocked. "I heard you say that Professor Wen was sick for a year. After he went back, he didn't continue to be the director of the institute?" Liang Tianyi, who was absent-minded, raised his head and looked at her. Tong Xuelu shook his head. "Yes, he didn't continue to be the director of the institute. He changed the direction of his research." Jiang Baihui, "Then what is he researching?" Tong Xuelu, "I'm not too sure about that. You also know that the matters of the base are confidential." She had mentioned to Jiang Baihui that Wenrugi had been sick for a year in her previous letter, but she didn't mention that he had changed the direction of his research. She wasn't lying. The matters of the base, even if it was a very ordinary matter, couldn't be casually spread to outsiders. Jiang Baihui didn't seem to hear the rest of her words and continued, "Isn't it a pity that he can't be the director of the institute? I heard that if he changed the direction of his research, he would have to start from scratch. Doesn't that mean that Professor Wen is an ordinary researcher now?" Tong Xuelu smiled. "Yes, but it's all for the sake of the country. The position isn't important." Jiang Baihui frowned. "I can't agree with you. Of course it's important to serve the country, but a promotion and a raise are equally important. Professor Wen has served the base for so many years. I thought that he would definitely be promoted to the deputy director after he came back this time. I didn't expect that he would be demoted instead. I can't help but feel that it's unfair for him." Liang Tianyi frowned and tugged at her clothes. "Don't talk nonsense." "Jiang Baihui, how am I talking nonsense? Besides, Zolv and Jingyuan aren't outsiders. I'm just saying this in front of them. I won't say a word to anyone else." "Zolv, Jingyuan, you won't tell anyone what I said, right?" Fang Jingyuan shook her head. "Of course not." Tong Xuelu felt that Jiang Baihui's personality had become a little strange. Before she went abroad, she was a person who knew how to use money and power. She had always been good at whatever situation she was in. Why did she become so fiery after working in the diplomatic embassy for 4 years? She was like a naive and sweet girl now. Her personality was so different from before that Tong Xuelu felt that something was wrong. However, when she saw Fang Jingyuan's bright eyes, she smiled and nodded. Jiang Baihui glanced at Liang Tianyi. "See, I told you they wouldn't betray me. The 3 of us are best friends. You won't understand the feelings between best friends." Liang Tianyi wasn't good with words. When she said this, she looked embarrassed. The meal lasted for more than an hour. Jiang Baihui made an appointment to go to her house to get diapers in 2 days. Tong Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan's houses were in one direction, while the Liang family's house was in the opposite direction. Everyone went their separate ways. After walking for a long time, Fang Jingyuan scratched her head and said, "I used to think that Baihui talked a lot. I didn't expect her to talk even more after she went abroad." During the banquet, she was the only one who kept talking. She talked about the scenery abroad, the culture and customs of Germany, and kept asking them about what happened in the past few years. She was like a sparrow, chattering non-stop. Fang Jingyuan felt that her ears were about to grow calluses. Tong Xuelu tucked the loose hair in front of her forehead behind her ear. Maybe no one talked to her when she was abroad. Fang Jingyuan laughed heartlessly. Maybe. When she first went abroad, didn't she say that she didn't get along with the people in the diplomatic embassy? It must have been hard for her. She was in a foreign place for 4 years. Tong Xuelu responded. At this time, the atmosphere between Liang Tianyi and Jiang Baihui was not very good. Liang Tianyi kept walking forward with his head down. Jiang Baihui followed behind him in her high heels. Liang Tianyi's expression was very serious. His footsteps were very big. Gradually, he left Jiang Baihui behind. Jiang Baihui was so angry that she stopped walking. At first, Liang Tianyi didn't notice. After walking for a long time, he realized that there was no one around him. He stopped and looked back. Jiang Baihui was standing more than 200 meters away from him. She was so angry that her cheeks were puffed up. Liang Tianyi walked back. He licked his dry lips and said, "Why didn't you walk?" Jiang Baihui looked at him with her big watery eyes. "My feet hurt. I can't walk." Liang Tianyi looked down at her shoes. "I told you not to go out in high heels. You have a child now, and no one in the country wears high heels like this." Jiang Baihui pouted her red lips and whispered, "That's why I said I don't want to come back. The economy there is so good. They give me so much money. Why would I come back and live such a hard life?" Liang Tianyi looked around and said in a low voice, "Don't say such things in the future. It won't be good for either of us if others hear it. The country paid for me to go abroad and trained me. Now that I have returned, I naturally have to serve the country. Jiang Baihui still wanted to say something, but Liang Tianyi looked at her seriously. She had to swallow the rest of her words. Xiao Jiaming and her siblings finally went home. When little Ranran saw her aunt come back, she immediately abandoned her cold persona. She kicked her short legs and ran over. "Auntie, carry me." Xiao Mianmian was 12 years old this year. She was taller than her peers, so it was not a problem for her to carry a 3-year-old child. She picked up her niece and kissed her on the cheek. Little Ranran was so happy that her face turned red. "Auntie, you've become prettier." Xiao Mianmian teased her. "Is Auntie prettier or your mother prettier?" Little Ranran tilted her head and thought. "They're both pretty." "Xiao Mianmian, how can they both be pretty? There's always one prettier." Little Ranran saw that there was no one around and whispered, "Auntie is prettier." Tong Jessen suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Okay, I heard it. I'm going to tell your mother." Little Ranran suddenly became anxious. "Little uncle, you're bad. You're eavesdropping." Tong Jessen pinched her little face. "Then give me a kiss, and I won't tell your mother." Little Ranran snorted and buried her head in her aunt's shoulder. She said in a childish voice, "Daddy said I can't kiss stinky men." Tong Jessen, just then, a burst of laughter came from outside. "Little Ranran, you're right. Your uncle is a stinky man. Don't kiss him." As soon as the voice fell, a tall girl walked in. The girl had fair skin, short hair, long legs, and round eyes. She looked full of youthfulness. Tong Jessen's ears inexplicably turned red when he saw her. Fortunately, his skin was darker, so no one noticed. "Xiao Mianmian, Sister Zhuzhu, you came as soon as I came back. Don't tell me you asked Douya to wait outside?" Wei Zhuzhu grinned and said, "You're smart. Where's the autograph you asked for me? Did you bring it back?" Wei Zhuzhu was 15 years old this year. She was going to take the college entrance exam next year, so she was usually very busy with her studies. However, as a star chaser, her studies were not as important as her idol's autograph. "I brought it back." As she spoke, she took out a postcard with an autograph. On it was the famous actor Gu Bai. Wei Zhuzhu screamed in excitement. Tong Jessen pursed his lips and muttered softly, "It's just a photo. Is it worth being so happy?" Wei Zhuzhu glared at him. "What do you know? Gu Bai is my idol. I'm willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life if I can see him in person." Tong Jessen pursed his lips again, looking unconcerned. Just then, a shout came from outside. "Selling fried dough twists. Delicious Jean City fried dough twists. It's free if it's not delicious." Wei Zhuzhu's eyes lit up. "I haven't eaten fried dough twists in a long time. I'll go out and buy some." Tong Jessen said, "Little Ranran must want to eat it too. I'll go buy it." Little Ranran? She didn't say that she wanted to eat it. However, Tong Jessen had already run out and was chasing after the fried dough twist seller through the loudspeaker. "Wait, I want to buy it." The old man in front didn't hear him and continued riding his bicycle forward. Tong Jessen chased after him with all his might. After 2 streets, he finally caught up with the old man selling fried dough twists. He panted heavily and was about to say 2 kilograms of fried dough twists when he heard the loudspeaker in front of the old man's bicycle. "I'm collecting waste. Waste paper and electrical appliances." At the same time, the sound of a fried dough twist seller could be heard from another street. Tong Jessen, he chased after the wrong old man. Tong Jessen could not catch up with the old man who was selling fried dough twists, so he returned empty-handed. Wei Zhuzhu raised his eyebrows when he saw him return empty-handed. "Didn't you say that you were going to buy it? Where's the fried dough twists?" Tong Jessen rolled his eyes. "What's so good about fried dough twists in Jean City? It's not even as good as the ones my sister makes." Wei Zhuzhu immediately understood that he did not buy it. If Sister Zulf had the time to make fried dough twists, why would I need to go out and buy it? If you don't want to buy it, why did you try to show off just now? You're so annoying. Tong Jessen stiffened his neck and said indignantly, "How am I annoying? It's just fried dough twists. I'll compensate you." "No, thank you." Wei Zhuzhu was too lazy to argue with him. He turned to Xiao Mianmian and said, I'll accept the postcard. I'm going back to study. I'll treat you to good food next time. Little Yan Yan rushed out of the house. Auntie Juju, Yan Yan also wants to eat good food. The little girl looked up at her chubby little face and looked at her with her grape-like eyes. She was smiling like a kitten begging for food. Wei Juju's heart was hit. She pinched the chubby little girl's chubby face. Okay, I'll bring you to eat good food after I'm done with my studies. Little Yan Yan smiled even more brightly. Auntie Juju is the prettiest. Wei Juju was elated by the compliment. She took the postcard and left with a satisfied smile. Tong Jessen's gaze followed her until her figure disappeared at the door. Then, he looked away awkwardly. Tong Xuelu saw this scene and clicked his tongue in his heart. He used to say that he wanted to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. When he was 10 years old, he even made a wish to Bodhisattva. He did not expect his heart to be moved so quickly. Sure enough, a man's mouth was a liar. However, since he used to despise Juju so much, he could imagine how exciting it would be to chase after his wife in the future. However, in this way, Tong Jessen's life would be completely different from his previous life. He did not know if he would still meet his previous wife in the future. If he met Wei Juju or his wife from his previous life, who would he choose? Of course, it was still too early to think about this problem. The two of them were still young, so they would think about it when they met in the future. While they were talking, Xiao Jiaming came in with a big watermelon in her hands. When she saw Tong Xuelu, she paused and shouted, Sis, are you home? Tong Xuelu looked up. Xiao Jiaming had a buzz cut, which accentuated his deep and handsome silhouette. He had broad shoulders and a slim waist, and his legs were straight and slender. He was indeed a popular figure in Qing University. Ever since he entered university, she heard that many girls had taken the initiative to pursue him. However, he had been focused on his studies and earning money. He had not been in a relationship for 4 years. Tong Xuelu suspected that the person who would be destined to be alone in the future was not Tong Jessen, but Xiao Jiaming. Thinking of this, she came back to her senses. It's rare for you siblings to come home. Of course, I had to come back. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll see you again. Xiao Jiaming came in with the watermelon. He rinsed it under the tap and then put it in the fridge to freeze. Sis, I have something to discuss with you. Standing in front of her 1.85 meters tall brother, Tong Xuelu felt that she was a little short for the first time. What is it? Xiao Jiaming, sis, I want to borrow some money from you to start a business in Shenzhen. I'll pay you back double in the future. Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. What do you plan to do? Xiao Jiaming stood straight and his eyes flashed with confidence. I want to do communications. Good guy, no wonder he was called a business genius in her previous life. At this time, he had already grasped that the communications industry would flourish in the future. In the future, communications, the internet, and real estate would all develop rapidly. However, communications would be the first to develop. Last year, the first paging station was opened in Shanghai. A small number of people started to use pagers. When pagers were introduced, she bought one for herself and Wenrugi. She also wanted to buy one for her 2 grandfathers and Uncle Zong, but they said they did not want it. They said they did not need it. Indeed, pagers now could only display numbers and letters. In other words, they could only see the caller's name and number. Other information could not be transmitted. They could only be explained over the phone. It was very limited. Tong Xuelu, this industry is not bad. How much do you want to borrow? 10,000. After saying that, he seemed to feel that he had said too much. He immediately changed his words. If you don't have that much, 5,000 is fine. Tong Xuelu, I'll give you 30,000. You don't have to pay me back double. Just treat it as me investing in your company in advance. Xiao Jiaming knew that his sister would definitely support him. However, he did not expect her to trust him so much. Sister, aren't you afraid that I will lose money? Tong Xuelu thought to herself. Even if you lose money now, you will earn it back 100 times or 1,000 times in the future. The title of a business genius was not for nothing. She patted his shoulder. You have been very steady since you were young. I have high hopes for you. You can go to my company tomorrow. I will go to the bank with you and transfer the money to you. Xiao Jiaming looked at his sister excitedly. His eyes were red. Thank you, sister. I will not let you down. 30,000 yuan. Currently, the number of households with 10,000 yuan in Beijing was less than 1% of the population. Many people could not even earn 30,000 yuan in their lifetime. He knew that it was not easy for his sister to take out such a large sum of money. However, she gave him 30,000 yuan without blinking. How could he not be moved? When do you plan to go to Shen City? Have you told Grandpa about this? Tong Xuelu looked at Xiao Jiaming's red eyes. He could not help but think of the first time they met. 8 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Time really flew by. Xiao Jiaming shook his head. I haven't told Grandpa yet. I will tell him later. I plan to go there as soon as I graduate. That would be 2 months later. Xiao Jiaming skipped 2 grades in school. In addition, his junior high and high school were only 2 years old. Therefore, he was only 15 years old when he was admitted to university. Now that he was about to graduate, he was only 19 years old. Tong Xuelu thought for a while. Suddenly, he said casually, Grandpa and I will be worried if you go to such a far place alone. Tomorrow, I will get someone to buy you a pager. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. It will be more convenient for us to contact you if you have this with you. It's just that this pager can only display numbers. It's not very convenient. If it can display text, that would be even better. That way, it would be more convenient for us to contact you. Xiao Jiaming was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. Sis, do you think that if I develop a pager that can display text, more people will use it? Tong Xuelu nodded. Of course. If the pager can display text, it will be very convenient. It could only display phone numbers. Sometimes, one might not be able to immediately find the phone number and call the other party back. However, if it could display text, at least one would know why the other party was looking for him. She remembered that after the appearance of the Chinese character pager, the pager market began to flourish. The competition was very fierce. It was not until the introduction of mobile phones in the 1990s that the pager market was defeated. If Xiao Jiaming could seize this opportunity to develop a Chinese character pager, he would be able to earn his first bucket of gold. Moreover, it would be a lot of gold. Xiao Jiaming was even more excited than before. He muttered the words pager. Sis, I will go back to my room first. Thank you. After dinner, Xiao Jiaming told his grandfather about his plan. Although Commander Xiao did not want his grandson to go to such a far place alone, it was good that young people were willing to work hard. In the end, he agreed. Your sister trusts you so much. She gave you 30,000 yuan without hesitation. You have to remember this kindness in your heart. No matter if you achieve something in the future or not, you can't forget this kindness. Xiao Jiaming nodded heavily. Grandpa, don't worry. I will repay my sister well in the future. Even if his sister did not lend him money this time, he was still grateful to her. If she had not appeared and raised the 3 of them, he did not know what they would be like now. Commander Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He was most happy to see that his grandchildren had a good relationship with each other. The next day, Xiao Jiaming and his sister went to the company together. Tong Xuelu asked the finance department to transfer 30,000 yuan from the company's working capital. When the finance department found out that she was going to transfer 30,000 yuan to her brother as a startup fund, they were shocked and envious. Why didn't she have such a good sister? 30,000 yuan was a large sum of money these days. Besides, there was no online banking now. She could only go to the bank with Xiao Jiaming. As soon as she left, Jiang Baihui came to her company. Jiang Baihui was wearing bell-bottom jeans and a belly-bearing top. As soon as she entered the company, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. The receptionist greeted her with a smile. Madam, are you looking for someone or are you here to cooperate with our company? Jiang Baihui took off her sunglasses and looked around. I am Mr. Tong's best friend. Is Mr. Tong in the office? The receptionist shook her head and became more respectful. No, Mr. Tong and her brother went to the bank to do business. Would you like to sit in the reception room for a while? Jiang Baihui looked around and nodded. Okay. Although Tong Xuelu's company couldn't be compared with many big foreign companies, it was much better than she had imagined. The decoration was simple but not shabby. It felt very fashionable. The receptionist saw that she was looking around and said proudly, "Do you think that our company's decoration design is special?" Mr. Tong designed it herself. Many customers said that our company's decoration is very grand. Even the customers from Xianxia said the same thing. Jiang Baihui retracted her gaze and raised her eyebrows. Your company cooperates with Xianxia people? The receptionist nodded proudly again. Yes, our director Tong personally got a 300,000 renminbi order from a Hong Kong boss, and it is a long-term cooperation. Not only is our director Tong beautiful, but she is also very capable. Growing up, the person I admire the most is her. Jiang Baihui twitched her mouth and didn't say anything. The receptionist brought her to the reception room, poured her tea, and brought her candy. Then, she left. Jiang Baihui sat for a while and suddenly felt the urge to go to the bathroom. When she came to the bathroom, she couldn't help but sigh. In this era, many people didn't have bathrooms at home. The public bathrooms outside were very bad. Not only did they stink, but there were also dirty things everywhere. Sometimes, it was impossible to even step on them. However, the bathrooms in Tong Xuelu's restaurant and company were very well made. They were clean and advanced. The squatting toilets were imported from abroad. The design inside was even more beautiful than many people's homes. There was also a fragrance floating in the air. This was one of the reasons why many people were willing to spend more money to eat at the green tea restaurant. It was too grand and fashionable, which other restaurants couldn't do. Jiang Baihui was no stranger to this kind of bathroom. She used it when she was in Germany, but she wasn't used to it when she came back. She didn't expect to use it again in Tong Xuelu's company. This made her have an indescribable feeling in her heart. After using the bathroom, she was about to open the door when she heard footsteps and voices outside. Mr. Tong is so generous to her brother. She gave him 30,000 yuan. I'm so jealous. Why don't I have a sister like her? 30,000 yuan. God, isn't Mr. Tong afraid that her brother will lose money in business? Mr. Tong has such good foresight. When have you ever seen her invest fail? That's right. Mr. Tong is really my role model. I admire her so much. Different people have different lives. Mr. Tong is beautiful and has a powerful family background. Her husband is handsome and considerate to her. Her 2 children are beautiful and well-behaved. This kind of life is simply perfect. Jiang Baihui couldn't help but pinch her hands. The uncomfortable feeling in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. After the 2 people outside left, she walked out of the bathroom. After waiting in the living room for half an hour, Tong Xuelu came back from the bank. When she saw Jiang Baihui, she was stunned. Baihui, why are you here? Jiang Baihui stood up with a smile. I wanted to go to your house directly in the afternoon, but I was bored at home, so I thought I'd come to your company to take a look. Zulf, you're really amazing. Your company seems to be developing very well. Tong Xuelu said modestly, this is the result of everyone's hard work. I have a group of capable and hardworking employees. If it weren't for their help, I wouldn't have been able to do so well. As they talked, they walked towards Tong Xuelu's office. Entering Tong Zulf's office, Jiang Baihui took a look, and her eyes flashed with amazement. Tong Xuelu's office was very big. The design was simple and elegant, just like the outside. There weren't any extravagant antique decorations. Compared to those vulgar things, this office was more pleasing to the eye. Have a seat. What would you like to drink? Anything. Tong Xuelu called the front desk and asked her to send in 2 bottles of orange soda and 2 cans of Jian Libo. These 2 drinks were the most popular and expensive at the moment. When the front desk sent in the drinks, Deng Hong came over with 2 documents for Tong Xuelu to sign. When he saw Jiang Baihui, Deng Hong nodded. Chairman Tong, these 2 documents need your approval and signature. One of them is from Deming Company in Shenzhen, and the other is from Mr. Zhang in Hong Kong. They both want to increase their orders. Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. Mr. Zhang is placing orders so soon? Our first batch of goods has just been sent over. Deng Hong nodded. Yes. They received the goods yesterday and increased their orders today. This means that they have confirmed our products. Tong Xuelu glanced at the contract, picked up a pen and signed his name. Okay. Arrange the orders. Make sure to check the quality. Yes, Chairman Tong. Deng Hong took the contract and turned to leave. He said to Jiang Baihui, "Hello, Comrade Jiang. Dan Hong will be back from her business trip the day after tomorrow. When you are free, please come to our house." Jiang Baihui smiled and nodded. Okay. I haven't seen Sister Dan Hong for a long time. I miss her very much. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Deng Hong left. The office door was closed. Jiang Baihui retracted her gaze and pretended to smile casually. Speaking of which, Sister Dan Hong's husband has been working for you for 4 years. I have nothing to do at home now. Why don't I come to your company to work? Would you be willing to hire me? Tong Xuelu was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. You are one of the first batch of university students to take the college entrance examination. You also have 4 years of experience working abroad. It would be a waste of your talent to work in my company. I can't afford to hire you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Baihui felt a little better. You just don't want to hire me. By the way, I thought of a good business venture these 2 days. It's a beauty product. Let's work together. Tong Xuelu helped her open the lid of the high orange soda. Then, he pretended to be frightened. Don't. Let me go. I'm so busy every day. How can I have time to do other things? Ru Gui and the 2 children already have opinions about me. They say that I'm so busy every day. Therefore, I don't dare to expand my business. Beauty products are a very good project. With your ability, you can definitely do it alone. No matter how good friends were, there would definitely be conflicts when they cooperated in business. Therefore, she had always avoided cooperating with her friends. She didn't intervene in the cooperation with the induction cooker from beginning to end. Everything was left to Su Yueshan to handle. They only needed to wait for the dividends. As for Deng Hong, he came when she needed help the most. Moreover, Deng Hong was very calm and didn't have much ambition. He was very suitable to be a manager and help her manage the company. However, Jiang Baihui couldn't. Jiang Baihui was capable, but she had a strong personality. She wouldn't lower herself to be under anyone. If they cooperated together, there would definitely be conflicts. Moreover, she was indeed very busy now. She didn't want to expand her business in other fields. Money would never be enough. She didn't need to make herself so tired. The smile on Jiang Baihui's face froze. If you don't have time, then just invest. Leave the rest to me. Tong Xuelu frowned slightly. His eyes fell on her belly. Your belly will get bigger and bigger. How can you have time to start a management company? Besides, I don't have enough working capital now. I'm really sorry. Jiang Baihui could still pretend that she didn't understand if Tong Xuelu rejected her tactfully. However, this time, she couldn't play dumb anymore. The office was silent for a few seconds. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiang Baihui couldn't maintain the smile on her face anymore. What's there to be embarrassed about? I overestimated myself. Tong Xuelu didn't seem to notice that she was angry. He smiled and said, if you say that again, I'll think that you're angry with me. I rejected you because I'm really busy. Secondly, I think that the most important thing for you now is to take care of your baby. It won't be too late to work hard after you give birth. Besides, your Tianny treats you so well. If he knows that you're pregnant and still want to work hard, aren't you afraid that he'll feel bad? The latter words made Jiang Baihui feel a little better. She took the opportunity to regain her face. Tianny really doesn't want me to be so tired. At home, he'll even pour me a cup of water. I want to start a business because I'm bored. If he knows, he'll definitely not agree. That's right. Tong Xuelu continued to flatter her. Besides, your Tianny is so capable. The leaders of the base value him so much. Your family doesn't lack that little bit of money. You can just stay at home and take care of your baby. Jiang Baihui puffed out her chest. The leaders of the base, the school, and the relevant leaders of the country all value Tianyi. The country paid for Tianyi's tuition and living expenses for his 4 years abroad. When he came back this time, one of the leaders told Tianyi that he would arrange for him to enter the missile department and train him as the deputy director. Tong Xuelu smiled. That's because Comrade Liang is so capable. That's why the leaders value him so much. Jiang Baihui smiled and looked at her. Yes, Tianyi is very capable in this area. It's a pity that Professor Wen's luck isn't so good. He worked in the base for so many years before he was promoted to the director position. Who knew that he would fall sick in less than a year? Now, he has to start all over again. It's such a pity. Tong Shui LV raised her eyes and glanced at her. An uncomfortable feeling surged in her heart. There's nothing to pity. I just hope that he's healthy. Nothing else matters. She could praise her husband, but what was wrong with stepping on Wenrugi? Jiang Baihui smiled. Health is naturally important, but a position is also important. This is an affirmation of a person's ability. Don't you think so? Tong Xuelu looked at her again and didn't comment. She felt that Jiang Baihui had really changed. However, she didn't find it strange at all. People's hearts changed easily. Moreover, after going abroad for a few years, many people's mentality would gradually change after they graduated and started working. They wouldn't be as simple as when they were in school. She didn't feel uncomfortable. She had always been indifferent to the fate between people. If they got along well, they would be together. If they didn't, then forget it. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Tong Xuelu went home with her to get the twins' diapers for her. When they returned to the courtyard house, the twins were taken out to play by Old Master Wen, Commander Xiao, and Uncle Zong. Jiang Baihui didn't see them and kept complaining that it was a pity. Tong Xuelu didn't feel sorry at all. He gave her the diapers and sent her to the bus with the excuse that he had something to do at the company. Then, the two of them parted ways. Jiang Baihui didn't feel that she was deliberately targeting Tong Xuelu. It was just that she had been abroad for 4 years. Now that she was back, she had nothing except for Liang Tianyi. However, Tong Xuelu had a son and a daughter. He had opened so many companies and made a lot of money. The comparison was too tragic. It was normal for her to feel uncomfortable and jealous. However, there was one thing that made her lose face. That was, her man was more useful than Tong Xuelu's man. Wenrugi had worked at the base for more than 10 years and was still an ordinary researcher. However, her husband, Liang Tianyi, would be valued and groomed by the leaders in the base. Thinking of this, she suddenly missed Liang Tianyi. Therefore, she hurriedly went home and called the base. The call was quickly connected, but Liang Tianyi sounded very depressed. Jiang Baihui hurriedly asked him what was wrong. Liang Tianyi hesitated and said, "The leader of the base arranged for me to be an ordinary researcher." Jiang Baihui's voice suddenly became a few decibels louder and sounded very sharp. What? Didn't they arrange for you to be a researcher? They even wanted to groom you to be a leader. Why are you suddenly an ordinary researcher? There was a big difference between an ordinary researcher and a researcher. Not only was there a difference in status and treatment, but more importantly, it had a great impact on one's future promotion. Ordinary researchers couldn't come into contact with important projects. It was very difficult for them to achieve results. They could only accumulate experience bit by bit, just like factory workers. Accumulating experience was the most torturous thing. No one knew how long it would take, and they also had to compete with other people. However, if a researcher was in charge of important projects, it was very easy for them to achieve results. Once they achieved results, they would be valued by the leaders of the country, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to be promoted. Clearly, the leader said that he would focus on grooming Liang Tianyi. He said that as long as he achieved results, he would very likely become the youngest deputy director. If Liang Tianyi became the deputy director, she would be able to hold her head high in front of Tong Xuelu in the future. However, all of this had turned into bubbles. Liang Tianyi's voice was muffled. I don't know what's going on either. I have to go now. Jiang Baihui wanted to ask more, but Liang Tianyi had already hung up. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone kept coming from the other end of the phone. She held the phone and fell onto the sofa. She suddenly remembered how she had sarcastically mocked Wenrugi in Tong Xuelu's office. Her face suddenly burned. It was as if she had been slapped in the face. It hurt so much. Tong Xuelu didn't know that Liang Tianyi had been assigned as an ordinary researcher because Wenrugi hadn't mentioned it to her. In fact, he rarely mentioned anything about the base. Because it involved state secrets, they had to sign an agreement before entering the base as researchers. It was basic that they couldn't leak the information. However, Jiang Baihui felt embarrassed. She had mentioned to her family that Liang Tianyi was going to be a key training center. Now, reality had slapped her hard in the face. She hid and didn't dare to meet anyone, especially Tong Xuelu. Jiang Baihui didn't look for her, and Tong Xuelu didn't look for her either. First, she felt that Jiang Baihui's personality wasn't very compatible with hers, so it wasn't suitable for her to have a deep relationship with him. Second, she was very busy with work. As more and more orders came in, the factory she was working with couldn't meet her orders anymore. Just as she was considering whether to expand the cooperation or find another factory, something happened at the factory. Not long after she arrived at the company, Deng Hong rushed in from outside. Chairman Tong, our medicinal wine has been copied. Lan Ting medicinal wine had been selling well since the beginning. It could be said that the success of the green tea restaurant was partly due to the wine. Later, she opened a medicinal wine company and completely separated from the green tea restaurant. However, the green tea restaurant had accumulated a number of loyal customers. Later, with the reform and opening up, everyone's wallets were getting fatter and fatter, so more and more people bought medicinal wine. Lan Ting medicinal wine had also developed from deer antler and bullwhip wine to 10 different types of medicinal wine, including angelica wine, salvia wine, grape wine, wolfberry wine, and so on. They all had different effects, from body care to beauty, and were selling well. Lan Ting medicinal wine was selling well, so naturally, many people were paying attention to it. There were also many people who were hiding in the dark and jealous. It was normal for people to copy the wine. Tong Xuelu put down the document in his hand. What happened? Tell me in detail. Deng Hong said, there's a medicinal wine called Lan Ting in the market outside. Lan is a lawn with 3 points removed, but the words and pronunciation are very similar to our logo. The packaging is also very similar to ours. If you don't distinguish it carefully, ordinary people will easily confuse it. Tong Xuelu sneered, this is unfair competition. They want to use our reputation to sell their products. Go out and buy a few bottles of fake medicinal wine. We'll discuss our next move. Deng Hong said, I've already asked my assistant to disguise himself and buy it. He'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, his assistant, Xiao Zhou, came in sweating profusely. He was carrying a big bag in his hand, which contained a few bottles of medicinal wine. Chairman Tong, Manager Deng, I bought the medicinal wine. Deng Hong hurried over and took the bag in his hand. He carefully took out the bottles of medicinal wine from the bag and placed them on the table. Thank you for your hard work. Tong Xuelu stood up and walked over. He took out the medicinal wine and examined it carefully. Deng Hong also took the medicinal wine and looked at it carefully. This is too much. This is completely copied from our product. From the logo to the packaging, it's almost exactly the same. Tong Xuelu twirled the medicinal wine in his hand twice and smiled. It's good that it's exactly the same. This way, we can protect our rights and sue them. Deng Hong was stunned for a moment and frowned. Can we sue them? After all, their name is not the same as ours. Tong Xuelu pointed at the drawing on the packaging and said, we hired someone to draw this drawing. The other party copied it and printed it. This is a violation of our rights and interests. Also, the packaging design is copied from us. Our company registered the trademark 2 years ago, so we can definitely protect our rights now. The other party copied the essence of their packaging and only made some minor changes. However, from the composition, it was obvious that they copied their company. Although the composition was the same, the printing quality was very poor. The quality of the medicinal wine was even worse than their company's. It was very inferior. However, they were selling it at a very low price. Some people who didn't understand would definitely buy it at a cheaper price. If there were any problems in the future, it might even affect their company's reputation. Therefore, she had to protect her rights. Fortunately, the country set up a trademark office in 1978 and promulgated the China trademark law in 1982. Although the various regulations were not perfect, there was no problem in protecting their rights. Unfortunately, the patent law would only be promulgated next year. The secret recipe of the medicinal wine had not been patented yet. Therefore, they could only protect their rights through the trademark. Xiaozhou suddenly said, "Chairman Tong, Manager Deng, I have a suspicion. I suspect that the person who copied the wine came from the processing plant." Deng Hong frowned. "What do you mean? Did you find anything?" Tong Xuelu also encouraged him with his eyes. Xiaozhou nodded heavily. "I heard from the lady boss of the medicinal wine hotel that they will be releasing a new wine called Rushui in 2 days. I heard that it was a new wine that hasn't been released yet. Therefore, I suspect that there is a mole in the processing plant." Good fellow, the name of the Rushui wine was based on her and Wenrugi's names. The name was not special, but the packaging and name were all the same. Now, even the wine that hadn't been released yet was the same. This could only mean that there was a problem with the processing plant. Deng Hong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "This is too despicable. Chairman Tong, we can't let this go easily. We must teach them a lesson." Tong Xuelu nodded. "Go and find a lawyer. We will listen to the professional's opinion before we make a decision. Professional matters should be left to the professionals." This was her way of doing things. Deng Hong put down the medicinal wine, nodded, and turned to leave. The junior assistant kept the medicinal wine and followed him out. Deng Hong was very efficient. After an hour, he brought back a middle-aged lawyer in his 40s from Beijing City's legal council office. The country's legal system had only been restored in 1979. Currently, there were no private law firms in the country. However, this did not affect Tong Xuelu's rights. After listening to their explanation, Lawyer Ji pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. The other party has indeed committed infringement. There are 2 ways to deal with this kind of case. One is to settle it through negotiation. The other is to file a lawsuit. The former would be easier to deal with, while the latter would take time and effort. It might not be worth it in terms of time and cost. "Which one would you prefer, Chairman Tong?" Tong Xuelu said without hesitation, "File a lawsuit." She could afford the time and cost. If she did not teach them a lesson this time, they would not know fear. There would definitely be people who would continue to imitate their products. Therefore, she could not back down. She had to teach them a lesson once and for all. Lawyer Ji nodded. "Since Chairman Tong has made up your mind, we will file a lawsuit with the People's Court." As there was no industrial and commercial administration, only a trademark office, Tong Xuelu could only file a lawsuit. The rest of the matter was left to Deng Hong and Lawyer Ji. At first, the factory did not admit that they were the ones who had leaked the medicinal wine's formula and packaging. They even demanded evidence. Lawyer Ji was an experienced and courageous lawyer. He filed a lawsuit with the People's Court while collecting evidence with Deng Hong and his assistant, Xiaozhou. At first, the factory was still very stubborn and arrogant. However, when they received the court summons, they were stunned. They did not expect that Tong Xuelu would not even try to mediate with them and directly file a lawsuit with the court. Only then did the factory's leader personally come forward and try to settle with Tong Xuelu privately. However, Tong Xuelu rejected him. Since they dared to commit infringement, they had to pay the price. At the same time, she began to look for a new factory. She wanted to work with a new factory instead of doing the processing on her behalf. The management rights of the processing on her behalf were in the other party's hands. Su Huishan knew that she wanted to work with a new factory, so he introduced her to a friend who owned a factory. After meeting with the other party, Tong Xuelu went to the other party's factory to inspect it personally. Then, she began to transfer a small portion of the orders to the new factory. The new factory was more efficient and had a strict and orderly management. It was much better than the previous factory. After receiving an order, Tang Xuelu signed a long-term cooperation contract with the other party. There were not many people who went to court these days. From the filing of the lawsuit to the filing of the case to the hearing, the whole process took less than a month. It was much faster than in the future. Tang Xuelu had sufficient evidence. In the end, the factory lost the lawsuit and was ordered to compensate Tang Xuelu's Lanting Company 3,000 renminbi. They also had to publish an apology in the newspaper. 3,000 renminbi was not a lot for a factory, but it was not a small amount in this era. More importantly, the factory's reputation was ruined. Once the news of them stealing their customers' secret recipes spread, no one would want to work with them in the future. As expected, many customers stopped working with the factory after hearing about the lawsuit. The factory could not receive any orders and could only close down half a year later. After this incident, other small factories and businessmen who wanted to imitate Lanting medicinal wine were frightened. It served as a good warning for a short period of time. Not long after the lawsuit was won, Xiao Jiaming graduated from university. Since last year, university graduates would hold a graduation ceremony. Other than taking photos as souvenirs, the students would also invite their friends and family to attend. Xiao Jiaming graduated, and both the Xiao and Wen families attended the ceremony. At this time, Xiao Jiaming was the student representative. He wore a black Chinese tunic suit and stood on the podium. His deep and powerful voice came through the microphone. Respected leaders, teachers, parents, and dear students, hello everyone. I am Xiao Jiaming from the Finance Department, Level 80. On the podium, Xiao Jiaming was confident and high-spirited. At the same time, he was also very handsome. Many of the female students below the podium were attracted to him. Oh my god, Xiao Jiaming looks so good in this Chinese tunic suit. Yeah, I think he looks better than movie stars. By the way, where is Xiao Jiaming going to work after graduation? I heard that he's going to work in Shenzhen. It's such a pity that he's going so far away. It's not really a pity. Even if he's in Beijing, he's as far away as the stars in the sky. I've never seen him get close to any of the female students in his 4 years of university. That's true. Tang Xuelu listened to the discussions around him and looked at Xiao Jiaming with pride. Commander Xiao was even more excited. From time to time, he would boast to old Mr. Wen. My grandson is so outstanding, mainly because he takes after me. Old Mr. Wen was annoyed. Old stubborn man, can you stop for a while? Jiaming takes after my granddaughter-in-law. They're both outstanding. Commander Xiao puffed up his chest even more. Zulva's my granddaughter. He takes after me. Old Mr. Wen was speechless. Little Yan Yan and little Ran Ran also came over. Seeing so many people, the two little ones were not afraid of strangers at all and were very excited. However, the difference was that little Ran Ran had always been more arrogant in front of strangers. Her chubby little face was stiff and she did not smile no matter how others teased her. It was only when she saw second uncle coming over that she put on an adorable smile and reached out to Xiao Jiaming. Second uncle, hug me. Xiao Jiaming loved his nephews and nieces very much. When he saw little Ran Ran running towards him, he quickly reached out and carried her over. Little Ran Ran leaned over and kissed second uncle on the cheek. After kissing him, she deliberately looked at the female students who were eyeing them covetously. The female students at the side did not know what was going on and were extremely adorable. Only Tang Xuelu could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How was this a 3-year-old child? Little Yan Yan was much more approachable. As long as it was a pretty girl, he would show a few of his little teeth and smile happily. The girls were so adorable that they wanted to give him their hearts. Little Yan Yan suddenly became the most popular person on the scene. Everyone was fighting to take a photo with him. Many male students were tempted and wanted to take a photo with him. Sorry, but little Yan Yan did not accompany them at this time. He did not smile and would only show them his chubby butt. Tang Xuelu was amazed by his son and daughter's behavior. After the graduation ceremony ended, Tang Xuelu and his family were preparing to leave for a restaurant to celebrate. Suddenly, a female student ran out. Classmate Xiao, I have something to talk to you about. The girl was tall and pretty. Tang Xuelu felt that she looked a little familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen her before. Tong Jiasen winked and whistled at the side. Xiao Jiaming's ears turned slightly red. He nodded expressionlessly. Okay. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. She followed Xiao Jiaming to a tree not far away. It was unknown what the girl said to Xiao Jiaming, but her face turned red. Then, she took out a letter and a gift from her bag and handed it over. However, Xiao Jiaming was indifferent from the beginning to the end. His face was very cold. In the end, he shook his head and turned to leave. The girl's face turned even redder. She looked at his back for a while, then wiped her eyes and ran away crying. "Tsk tisk, second brother, aren't you too cold?" Tong Jiasen said flippantly. Xiao Jiaming looked at him and put on the airs of an older brother. "Don't talk nonsense. You are still young. You should focus on your studies in school. Don't think about dating all the time." Before Tong Jiasen could say anything, Xiao Mianmian said, "Second brother, don't worry. Third brother swore when he was young that he would be single for the rest of his life. He even made a wish to Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva has already promised him that he will be single for the rest of his life." Tong Jiasen was speechless. He didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Children's words carry no harm. Wei Zhuzhu sneered. Actually, he doesn't need to make a wish. With his looks, no girl will like him. Tong Jiasen was speechless. Xiao Mianmian was a child actress. This time, she came in disguise. She wore a mask that Tong Xuelu made for her and told everyone that she was sick. Moreover, she was wearing a hat, so no one recognized her. When they left the school, Tong Xuelu remembered why the girl looked so familiar. That girl looked a little like Qian Caixin. Qian Caixin used to target her in school. Later, she was scared by her and stopped. After she graduated, the two of them stopped contacting each other. A few years after graduation, she never saw Qian Caixin again. She also didn't hear any news about her. She still couldn't figure out why Qian Caixin targeted her in the past. 3 days after Xiao Jiaming graduated, he packed his luggage and went south with his classmates to start a business in Shen City. Tong Xuelu told Su Yueshan in advance that he could ask the Su family for help if he was in trouble. Commander Xiao was very cold when he was young. However, the older he got, the lighter his tears became. When he saw that his grandson was going south alone, he repeatedly reminded him for a long time. Xiao Jiaming didn't get impatient at all and agreed to all of his requests. After saying goodbye to Xiao Jiaming, they entered the hottest season of the year. On this day, Tong Xuelu was working in her office. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. She was wondering who came in without knocking. When she looked up, she saw Wenrugi standing at the door. There was a smile and tenderness in his eyes as he looked at her tenderly. She was delighted. "Why are you here?" Wenrugi didn't answer. He locked the door and strode toward her. Tong Xuelu felt that he was a little different today. Just as she was about to ask him what was wrong, she saw Wenrugi in front of her. He pinched her chin and tilted her head up. Then, he leaned down and sealed her lips. He kissed her gently and passionately. First, he touched her lips gently. Then, he sucked on her lips and kissed her passionately. Soon, he became fierce again. His tongue pried open her lips and entered her mouth. He started to conquer her. Tong Zold was almost out of breath from the kiss. However, Wenrugi didn't show any signs of letting go. Suddenly, the world in front of her turned upside down. Wenrugi picked her up. Wenrugi put her on the desk. The desk was cold, but his breath was warm. The contradiction between ice and fire made her shiver. After Wenrugi put her on the desk, he leaned over and wanted to kiss her again. Tong Xuelu leaned back and sealed his lips with her fingers. Her breath was unsteady. "Professor Wen, don't tell me you want to do it in the office." At this moment, Wenrugi's eyes were deep and bottomless. A button on his white shirt had been unbuttoned because of the action just now, revealing his Adam's apple. His collarbone was faintly discernible. He looked sexy and serious. There was an indescribable sense of abstinence. Tong Xuelu licked her red lips. Why was Professor Wen suddenly so wild today? The next moment, Wenrugi kissed her lips and said in a low and hoarse voice, "The director told me today that I'm promoted to the vice director of the first research institute." Tang Xuelu was stunned. For a moment, she didn't recover from the intimate atmosphere. She looked at him with watery eyes. She looked obedient and charming. It made his heart itch. He couldn't help but kiss her again. After another round of lingering kisses, the tips of their noses touched. Their breaths were a little unsteady. Then, she heard Wenrugi continue. "Also, the country wants to give me the honorary title of National Outstanding Scientist and a First-Class Model Hero Medal." Tang Xuelu? Tang Xuelu was stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses. "Are you serious?" Wenrugi looked at her with his dark eyes. "Yes." Tang Xuelv raised the corner of her mouth and leaned over to kiss him hard on the lips. "My husband is so powerful." She didn't expect him to be promoted to the deputy director of the first research institute so soon. This was the greatest affirmation from the base and the leaders. She was unhappy when Jiang Baihui belittled Wenrugi in front of her. She was the only one who could belittle her man. If others wanted to belittle him, they had to see if she was willing to do so. Wenrugi looked at her. His eyes were almost overflowing with tenderness. He kissed her again. "Thank you. She played a big part in his success today. If she didn't leave him when he had a relapse, he might have gone crazy now." As he spoke, he leaned over again. Their lips touched and their tongues intertwined. The temperature in the office was rising slowly. The two lingered in the office for a while before packing up and going home. The award ceremony would be held on the 1st of the next month, which was half a month later. After some discussion, the Wen and Xiao families decided to invite their friends and family to celebrate after the ceremony. However, they cooked a table of delicious dishes to celebrate that night. Old Mr. Wen was so happy that his beard trembled. He secretly hid and wiped his tears several times. However, when he met Commander Xiao, he was as proud as an ever-victorious general. He puffed out his chest like a rooster and grinned. "My grandson is so outstanding. He takes after me." Commander Xiao was speechless. Wasn't that what he said last time? What was the point of this old man throwing it back? Old Mr. Wen found it very interesting. "Ruguay's success shows the success of my education. Therefore, from today onwards, I will be in charge of the education of the twins." Commander Zhao's eyes widened. "Old man, don't be so shameless. Ruguay is indeed outstanding. Are my granddaughters and grandsons not outstanding? Any of my 4 granddaughters and grandsons are not inferior at all." Needless to say, Tang Xuelu was fluent in English, good at cooking, beautiful, kind, and good at making money. Xiao Jiaming was a top student at Qing University. He was the top student in the department for 4 years. The teachers and professors in the department fought for him to be recommended for postgraduate studies, but he refused. As soon as he graduated, he went to Shen City to start a business. Tang Jiasun was an outstanding student of the Air Force Aviation University. He was ranked in the top 3 in various physical tests. His drawing skills were even better than professional designers. His future was limitless. Xiao Mianmian was famous all over the country before she was 8 years old. She was the most famous child star in the country. Her voice was even sweeter than an oriole's, and her records were sold out. She had a bright future. Which of his granddaughters and grandsons lost to Wenrugi? Old Mr. Wen chuckled and said, "Zulva's now the granddaughter-in-law of the Wen family. She belongs to the Wen family, *T. What kind of feudal thinking is this?" Commander Xiao was indignant. "Zulva's only married to Ruguay. She's not being sold to your family. She's still a member of the Xiao family." Old Mr. Wen chuckled again. "Her surname is not Xiao. Her surname is Tong. Besides, their excellence has nothing to do with you. You're just here to take advantage of them." Commander Xiao glared at him. "Don't even think about it. I'll be responsible for the education of the twins." Old Mr. Wen snorted. "I'm just thinking about it. I'll block the door of the courtyard tomorrow. In the future, your family is your family, and my family is my family. We'll mind our own business." Tang Xuelu was speechless. Wenrugi was speechless. The couple looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. It was said that having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. They had 3 elders in the family, and they quarreled every day. It was very lively. In the end, Tong Xuelu made the final decision. She let old Mr. Wen teach the twins calligraphy, and let Commander Xiao teach the twins martial arts to strengthen their bodies. Old Mr. Wen's calligraphy was very smooth, and he was very proficient in calligraphy. It was very valuable to collect. He was the most suitable person to teach the twins calligraphy. Commander Xiao felt that it was a waste to only teach martial arts. After some consideration, he began to teach the twins how to play the flute. Tong Xuelu did not restrict the twins from doing what they liked. In her opinion, they were still young and could play and enjoy their childhood as much as possible. They could find their own interests and talents while playing and focus on one in the future. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Jiang Baihui's belly was 5 months pregnant. It was already bulging. One day, she and her neighbor went to the market to buy groceries. She was sweating profusely. As soon as she got home, she turned on the fan, washed her face, and took out the watermelon from the fridge to eat. Although Liang Tianyi was just an ordinary researcher, his salary was not low and he had many benefits. In addition, she had worked in Germany for 4 years. The two of them lived very comfortably. However, as soon as she returned to China, she bought a television, a fridge, a fan, and various other electrical appliances for the house. For the sake of her reputation, she also bought some for her family. Hence, she did not have any savings at home. She cut a piece of watermelon and sat on the sofa. She turned on the television and changed 2 channels. One channel was showing the scene of the State Council and the Central Military Commission giving out awards to talents who had made outstanding contributions to the country. Just as she was about to change the channel, her neighbor, Sister Wang, walked in. "Hey, Xiaojiang, don't change the channel. This is good. Let's see which talents have been rewarded by the country." Jiang Baihui rolled her eyes in her heart. She smiled and said, "There's still watermelon in the fridge. I'll cut a piece for you." Although Sister Wang said that it was not necessary, she did not look like she really wanted to decline. Jiang Baihui held her waist and went to cut 2 pieces of watermelon. She heard Sister Wang point at the television and say, "Xiaojiang, look. Some of the people here are scientists. Isn't that the same job as your man?" Jiang Baihui puffed out her chest. "That's right. They are scientists like Tianyi. These are all Tianyi's elders. Some of them are even leaders." Sister Wang took the watermelon she handed over. As she chewed on it, she said, "Then in the future, won't your man also have the opportunity to be rewarded by the country and receive these medals?" Jiang Baihui looked proud. "Of course. My Tianyi went abroad because of the country's money and effort. As soon as he came back, the country arranged a job for him. The leaders all think highly of him. It's only a matter of time before he receives an award. He lost because of his age. He's too young. You look at the people receiving awards who are older." Before she could finish speaking, a sonorous and powerful voice came from the television. "For more than 10 years, he has made great contributions to the country's missile and aerospace industry. The country has decided to award him the honorary title of National Contact Contribution Scientist and the First-Class Model Hero Medal. Let us welcome Comrade Wenrugi." As the voice fell, Wenrugi walked onto the stage in a black Chinese tunic suit. His posture was straight, his legs were long, and his face was handsome. Among the group of elders, he stood out. And was very eye-catching. Sister Wang pointed at the television and shouted, "That's not right. Xiaojiang, look at how young this man is. He looks like he's not even 30 years old. He's been awarded the First-Class Model Hero Medal. Also, he's a scientist like your man. Didn't you just say that one has to be older to receive an award? How did this man get an award at such a young age? Xiaojiang, are you listening to me?" Jiang Baihui stared at the television with her eyes wide open. Her eyes almost popped out. Wenrugi was only in his early 30s. How could he be awarded such a high honor and medal? Previously, when Liang Tianyi was arranged to be an ordinary researcher, she was very upset. Later, When she thought about how Wenrugi was still an ordinary researcher after working at the base for more than 10 years, she felt a little better. Liang Tianyi was still young. This was his biggest advantage. As long as he focused on research, with his ability, he would definitely be promoted in the future. His achievements would definitely surpass Wenrugi. But now, reality slapped her hard in the face again. It made her see stars and her face burn with pain. Only talents who had made great contributions could be awarded such an honor and medal. Now that Wenrugi had reached such heights, could Liang Tianyi still catch up to him? Sister Wang called out a few times. Seeing that Jiang Baihui did not respond, she stood up and pinched her arm. Jiang Baihui cried out in pain and came back to her senses. Sister Wang, Xiao Jiang, are you okay? I called you a few times, but you didn't respond. Also, why did you suddenly look so pale? Jiang Baihui's mouth twitched stiffly. I'm not feeling well. I want to go back to my room and lie down. I can't entertain you. Sister Wang hurriedly waved her hand. It's okay, it's okay. If you're not feeling well, go lie down quickly. After Sister Wang left, Jiang Baihui closed the door and walked to the phone. She picked up the phone and dialed a number that she knew by heart. The call went through after a few beeps. A clear voice came from the other end. Hello, I'm Tong Xuelu. Where can I reach you? Jiang Baihui's hand that was holding the phone line tightened. Zolv, it's me, Baihui. Tong Xuelu was stunned. Baihui, it's you. Long time no see. How have you been? Jiang Baihui, pretty good. I had a lot of morning sickness before, so I didn't look for you guys. Tong Xuelu could tell that she was complaining, but she pretended not to understand. It's always like this when you're pregnant. In the first few months, you'll have morning sickness, and then you'll gradually get better. I've been so busy these past few months. Not only did I have to go to court, but I also had to take care of the children and the elderly at home. I've lost a few pounds. Jiang Baihui paused for a moment. Actually, your family is so rich, and your company has made so much money. You don't have to work so hard. Tong Xuelu lied through her teeth. How am I making money? I just have enough to eat and wear. Jiang Baihui's mouth twitched. Oh right, I saw on TV that Professor Wen was awarded an honorary title and a medal by the country. Congratulations. Thank you. Professor Wen, you've achieved so much at such a young age. I'm so envious. Oh right, how are you going to celebrate? Tong Xuelu paused for a moment. We'll celebrate at a restaurant tomorrow, but we don't plan to make it big. It's just for family and friends. Originally, she didn't plan to invite Jiang Baihui to a banquet. After all, Jiang Baihui liked to compare herself to others. Previously, she heard from Wenrugi about Liang Tianyi. She was worried that Jiang Baihui would feel uncomfortable if she came over. But now that she took the initiative to call, she couldn't hide it anymore. Jiang Baihui felt uncomfortable. She pretended to feel wronged and said, if I didn't call you, you wouldn't have invited me, right? Tong Xuelu laughed and said, of course not. I originally planned to ask Juanli to pick you up from your house tomorrow. I didn't expect you to call me so urgently. Jiang Baihui rolled her eyes again. She didn't believe her at all. However, no one said anything. Tong Xuelu told her the time of the banquet, and Jiang Baihui said that she would go there herself. The next day, the VIP room of the restaurant was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very lively inside. When Jiang Baihui entered, she saw two men hugging Wenrugi's shoulders and congratulating him with smiles. Rugue, I'm so envious of you. I dream of being awarded such an honor by the country. I hope that I can reach half of your status by the time I'm 50. Rugue's life is so perfect. I've never envied others, but today, I'm envious of Rugue. Wenrugi's expression was indifferent. His thin lips were slightly curved. The ceiling light shone on him, making his facial features look even more handsome. Jiang Baihui always knew that he was good-looking, but she had never been tempted because he was Tong Xuelu's man from the beginning. But now, she couldn't help but compare him with Liang Tianyi. Liang Tianyi couldn't compare to him in terms of family background, appearance, and gentleness. Liang Tianyi was completely crushed in the mud. This made her heart feel like it was being bitten by ants. It was so uncomfortable that her stomach started to hurt. Tang Xuelu walked in from outside and happened to see Jiang Baihui staring straight at Wenrugi. She raised her eyebrows and patted her shoulder lightly. "You're here, Baihui?" Jiang Baihui was shocked and her whole body trembled. "Zolv, so you're outside. I just came and was about to look for you." Tang Xuelu glanced at her and didn't mention the scene just now. "Yes, I just went to take care of something." "You're pregnant, so don't stand. Sit down." Jiang Baihui anxiously observed her expression. Seeing that she didn't notice anything wrong with her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, everyone arrived. After taking their seats, everyone raised their glasses to congratulate Wenrugi. "Comrade Wen, congratulations." "Not Comrade Wen, it's Vice President Wen." Fang Jingyuan smiled and corrected everyone. Jiang Baihui was stunned when she heard this. "Vice President, what's going on?" Fang Jingyuan explained to her, "Comrade Wen was promoted half a month ago. He's now the Vice President of the First Research Institute. He's really young and promising." "People like Comrade Wen are young and promising." Jiang Baihui was speechless. Wenrugi humbly apologized to everyone. There was no arrogance or flaunting on his face. He was as gentlemanly as ever. Jiang Baihui looked at Wenrugi and felt more complicated. Her hands under the table clenched into fists and her nails dug into the flesh of her palms. She suddenly smiled and said, "A woman's greatest achievement is to marry a good man. In my opinion, the most enviable person is Zolv. He captured Professor Wen's heart long ago. Now, he just needs to sit back and enjoy it." When she said this, the room was silent for a few seconds. Tang Shuilv's brows furrowed as she thought to herself, what kind of nonsense is this? The Qing dynasty had been destroyed for so many years. As a woman in a new society who had studied in a university, she actually said something like this. She really had a whole new level of respect for her. Fang Jingyuan and Tang Xuelu looked at each other and broke the awkwardness. "I don't agree with what you said. Our Zolv is so outstanding. Not only did she marry Comrade Wen, but she also founded her own company. Her cooking is top-notch. I think that marrying Zolv is Comrade Wen's greatest blessing." When Rugi looked at Tang Zolv, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. "Yes, being able to marry Zolv is my greatest fortune." Everyone started cheering when they heard this. They wanted Wenrugi to kiss Tang Xuelu. Wenrugi's ears turned red. He held Tang Xuelu's hand and kissed the back of her hand gently. His action was gentle and gentlemanly. Everyone cheered even louder. Zhou Yan even whistled. He looked like a hothead and didn't look like a father at all. Jiang Baihui sat opposite them. From her angle, she could see the two of them looking at each other affectionately. She should have been the center of attention. She should have been the wife of the vice president. She should have been the one being complimented by everyone. But now, it was Tang Xuelu's. No one mentioned Liang Tianyi because he was just an ordinary researcher. Jiang Baihui felt like ants were gnawing on her heart. She felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to smash something. Everyone was worried that Jiang Baihui would continue to behave like this. Fortunately, she didn't say anything inappropriate. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she was pregnant. If she said something like that, no one could hit or scold her. Jiang Danhong saw that she was pregnant and took the initiative to take care of her. That night, everyone had a lot of fun. After dinner, everyone played games again. Zhou Yan and Piao Jianyi even asked them to drink cross-cupped wine. In the end, many people were drunk, including Tang Xuelu. After 2 cups of wine, her eyes became blurry. Her cheeks were pink as if she had put on rouge. Suddenly, she frowned and pursed her lips. When Rugi caught her expression and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" When she was forced to drink, he wanted to drink on her behalf. But at that time, he was caught by Huang Qimin and couldn't go over at all. These guys said that they didn't make trouble for them at the wedding. Today, they wanted to make trouble twice as much. Tang Xuelu shook her head. "I'm fine. I'm going to the bathroom." As he spoke, he stood up and his body swayed a little. Wenrugi held her slender waist. Do you want me to go with you? Tong Xuelu shook his head again. The more he shook his head, the more he felt that the things in front of him were shaking. No need, no need. I can go alone. If the two of them disappeared together, those guys would definitely kick up a fuss. Just then, little Xianxia came over with his short legs and complained, Daddy, little sister is being naughty. She secretly drank a lot of drinks. Wenrugi frowned. Your great-grandfather didn't stop her? Little Xianxia pouted. Great-grandpa has no principles. Once little sister acted coquettishly, great-grandpa let her drink it. He wanted to drink too, but he had made a promise with his mother not to eat too many snacks and drinks. He was a good boy, so he only drank a little today. Tong Xuelu nudged him. Hurry up and go with Xianxia. Don't let Ran drink too much. Otherwise, she will definitely wet the bed tonight. Moreover, it was not good for children to drink too much. Wenrugi glanced at her, then took little Xianxia's hand and walked away. Wearing high heels, Tong Xuelu wobbled towards the washroom outside. It was not a long walk, but it felt very long today. She took twice as long as usual to walk to the washroom. When she reached the washroom door, she almost bumped into Zhou Yan, who was coming out of the washroom. Zhou Yan was even more drunk than her. His eyes were almost squinted, and his face was as red as Guan Yu. It was really difficult for him to walk to the washroom alone without falling into the pit. Zhou Yan leaned over and looked at her face for a while before he recognized her. Comrade Tong, it's you. Why are you here? Tong Xuelu saw his head and body shaking and felt even dizzier. I need to go to the washroom. Zhou Yan burped and suddenly laughed. You're in the wrong place. The female washroom is opposite. Tong Xuelu was stunned. She turned around to look at the sign in front of the washroom door. Suddenly, her high heels twisted. She fell to the ground and felt that the world was spinning in front of her. Zhou Yan saw that she had fallen, but not only did he not help her, he even laughed. Comrade Tong, you're not a child. You can't pee on the spot. Tong Xuelu's mouth twitched. She supported herself on the ground and got up. Then, she walked towards the washroom opposite with stars in her eyes. Zhou Yan had not left yet. He nagged, that's right. If you want to pee, you should go to the washroom. Fortunately, you met me. Otherwise, you would have gone to the wrong washroom. Tong Xuelu ignored him and hurriedly ran in. The green tea restaurant's washroom was not the best in the country, but it was famous in Beijing. It was even more famous than other restaurants. The floor of the washroom was also paved with marble. It was so clean and bright that it could almost be used as a mirror. When she walked in, she did not smell a single odor. Instead, she smelled sandalwood from a small box at the side. There was no one in the washroom. Tong Xuelu pushed open the first door and quickly went in to relieve herself. After a while, just as she stood up and was about to go out, she suddenly heard two men's voices outside. The green tea restaurant's washroom really lives up to its reputation. There's no stench at all. That's right. I'm willing to come no matter how expensive this washroom is. Tong Xuelu, who was in the cubicle, was confused. This was the female washroom. Why were there two men's voices? She thought that she might be hallucinating. She shook her head. The next moment, she heard the sound of a man peeing outside. The sound was very clear. It reminded Tong Xuelu that she was not hallucinating. Did she go to the wrong washroom? Zhou Yan, that bastard, she originally wanted to go to the opposite washroom. It was that guy who told her that she went to the wrong washroom. That's why she came here. He went to the female washroom himself, but he still wanted to trick her. She really wanted to beat him up. Finally, the two men left. Tong Xuelu heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to stealthily push open the door and go out. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. From the sound of it, there were quite a few people. Tong Xuelu, sure enough, a group of men walked into the washroom with their arms around each other's shoulders. One or two of them were drunk and kept knocking on Tong Xuelu's cubicle. Comrade, are you done? You've been in there for a long time. Are you constipated? Ha ha ha, I think you fell into a sh*t pit. Tong Shuelu, dog. By Zhou Yan. Ever since she transmigrated, Tong Shuelu had never been so embarrassed. This was all thanks to Zhou Yan. The worst was yet to come. Although the washroom was well equipped, with so many people coming in, the smell suddenly became very touching. Tong Shuelu pinched her nose and almost cried. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. The man who knocked on the door seemed to be constipated. He had been squatting in the cubicle for a long time. Not only did he produce a strange smell, but he also made strange sounds from time to time. It was very frustrating. Tong Shuelu really wanted to rush out without a care. However, as the owner of the green tea restaurant, if she really rushed out like this, her reputation would be linked to the toilet in the future. When Rugi convinced his daughter and promised to tell her a bedtime story when she went back tonight. Only then did little Ranran give up on drinking. After dealing with his daughter, he turned back and scanned the room. However, he did not find Tong Shuelu. He was about to go out and look for her when he almost bumped into Jiang Baihui, who was standing behind him for some reason. He frowned. Comrade Jiang, are you okay? Jiang Baihui smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. Professor Wen, are you looking for Zulf? I saw that she went to the washroom for a long time and hasn't come back yet. I'm very worried about her and am about to go out and look for her. Professor Wen, are you also going out to look for her? Why? Don't we go together? When Rugi's gaze swept past her smile. No need. I can go alone. You're a guest and a pregnant woman. You can rest here. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Jiang Baihui's reply and walked out of the room. Jiang Baihui looked at his tall and straight back and instinctively bit her lower lip. This scene happened to fall into Fang Jingyuan's eyes, and she frowned. Xiao Qingping hugged his sleeping daughter and looked in her direction. He asked in confusion, "What are you looking at?" Fang Jingyuan shook her head. Nothing. Little Tang Tang is asleep. When Zulf comes back, we'll let her know and go back. Xiao Qingping nodded and picked up the shoe that his daughter had dropped and put it in his pocket. His movements were very natural. It was obvious that he had done this often. When Rugi went straight to the washroom. However, before he reached the washroom, he saw Zhou Yan sitting in the corridor. His face was red and his eyes were closed. He did not know if he was asleep or unconscious. When Rugi was shocked, he walked over and pushed him. Zhou Yan, are you okay? Zhou Yan only woke up after being pushed a few times. When he saw Wen Rugi, he immediately said aggrievedly, Ru Gui, why are women so fierce nowadays? I wanted to go to the washroom, but she didn't let me in. She even slapped me and called me a hooligan. When Rugi guessed that he must have gone to the wrong washroom. However, he was only concerned about his wife's whereabouts. Have you seen Zulf? Zhou Yan scratched his nose and pointed in the direction of the men's washroom. Comrade Tong went inside. She was going to use the men's washroom. Fortunately, I reminded her. When Rugi was speechless, he called a waiter and asked him to help Zhou Yan back to the private room. Then, he went back to the washroom. Just as he was about to enter the bathroom, a drunken man staggered out from inside. Seeing that when Rugi was about to go in, he kindly reminded him. Comrade, don't knock on the first door. The comrade inside is constipated. She hasn't come out after half an hour. She's in a worse state than me. When Rugi was speechless. Tong Shuelu, whose legs were numb from squatting, was speechless. Tong Shuelu decided not to tolerate it anymore. If she was embarrassed, then so be it. When she rushed out later, she would cover her face. It should be able to protect her face. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Tong Shuelu's delicate body trembled. Comrade, I already told you that she's constipated. Why are you still knocking on the door? Tong Shuelu decided not to say anything. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then, a gentle and deep voice came from outside. It's me. When she heard this voice, Tong Shuelu was so excited that she almost burst into tears. Rugue, is that you? When Rugi, it's me. Come out quickly. There's no one outside now. Tang Xuelu hurriedly opened the door and limped out. When Rugi's gaze fell on her high heels, he frowned and asked, "Did you sprain your ankle?" Tang Xuelu blushed and shook her head. "No, I squatted for too long. My legs are numb." When Rugi was speechless. In the next moment, before Tang Xuelu could speak again, he reached out and carried her in his arms. Tang Xuelu was shocked. She let out a soft cry and instinctively hugged his neck. Then, she buried her face in his chest. She was too ashamed to face anyone. Perhaps when Rugi had asked people to clear the area in advance, or perhaps they were lucky. They didn't meet anyone on the way out of the restroom. When Rugi didn't carry her to the private room. Instead, he went directly to her office in the restaurant. After entering the office, he put her down on the sofa. Then, he reached out and pinched her leg. "Is it still numb?" Tang Xuelu cried out softly. "It's so numb. Don't pinch it." However, when Rugi didn't listen to her, his slender fingers rubbed and pinched her leg. From time to time, he even patted it a few times. Being pinched and pinched like this was an indescribable feeling. Fortunately, after a while, her leg finally stopped feeling numb. After releasing her, when Rugi pinched her rouged face. "Why did you go to the men's restroom?" At the mention of this, Tang Xuelu became angry. "It's all that bastard Zhou Yan's fault." As she spoke, she rolled her eyes and leaned over to kiss his thin lips. She whispered, "Only you and I know this. What do you think, husband?" Her scent wafted to the tip of his nose. It was fragrant and charming. When Rugi lowered his head to look at her, his eyes were deep and bottomless. "Madam, are you trying to bribe your husband?" Tang Xuelu blinked at him and threw a flirtatious look. Then, "Husband, do you accept bribes?" "Yes, but I think the bribe is a little light." "What do you think, madam?" When he said this, his expression was serious. He didn't look like a professor who wanted to take a mile after taking an inch. If other people heard this, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. Tang Xuelu's gaze swept over his slightly red ears. Her red lips curled up, and she leaned over to whisper a few words in his ear. Then, she saw when Rugi's ears turn even redder. She couldn't help burying her head into his neck and laughing softly. When Rugi wrapped his arms around her slender waist and said in a low and hoarse voice, "It's a promise. I promise to keep it a secret for you." Looking at him like this, Tang Xuelu couldn't help but laugh again. Because there were still a lot of people waiting for them in the private room, they didn't dare to stay in the office for too long. Tang Xuelu washed her face and felt a lot more awake. Then, the two of them returned to the private room together. As soon as the door opened, Tang Xuelu subconsciously looked at the seat where Jiang Baihui was sitting. Then, their eyes met in the air. Fang Jingyuan turned around. When he saw that it was her, he immediately said, "You're finally back. If you didn't come back, I would have called the police. It's getting late. We have to go back." Tang Xuelu looked away and said guiltily, "I sprained my ankle. You should go back quickly. Children should be asleep at this time." Fang Jingyuan didn't say anything else. He and Xiao Qingping carried their daughter back. After Fang Jingyuan left, the others also said their goodbyes one after another. Only the Wen and Xiao families and Jiang Baihui were left behind. Tang Xuelu walked in front of her. "It's getting late. We'll be worried if you go back alone." "Wait a moment. I'll ask Manager Jiang to send you back." Jiang Baihui glanced at Wenrugi from the corner of her eye. "Is my cousin very busy? If he is, I can go back alone." Her house was in the same direction as Tang Xuelu's. In fact, they could have sent her back or asked Wenrugi to send her back. Why did they need to ask Jiang Juanli to go? Tang Xuelu's red lips curved. "No matter how busy he is, he's not as important as you. We can only rest assured if Manager Jiang sends you back." As she spoke, she turned around and asked Wenrugi to call Jiang Juanli over. Although Jiang Baihui felt a little uncomfortable, she had no reason to refuse. In the end, Jiang Juanli sent her back. After everyone had left, Tang Xuelu and his family went back. Little Ranran had made a pinky promise with her father and wanted him to tell her a bedtime story. However, before they reached home, she was already snoring in her sleep. Her little face was red from sleeping. Her long and dense eyelashes drooped down like two small fans, and she snored like a little kitten. Her appearance was so adorable that it made one's heart tremble. Little Xianxia had fallen asleep as well. He must have dreamt of something delicious. His red lips were sucking, and Tong Zolf couldn't help but pinch his little nose when she saw this. The little boy was disturbed from his beautiful dream. He frowned but didn't wake up. He snuggled against her and soon fell asleep again. Old Master Wen was overjoyed today and drank half a glass of wine. Once they reached home, Uncle Zong helped him back to his room to sleep. Sister-in-law Chen took care of the twins until they were 3 years old. Later, her son came to Shangjing to rent an apartment and she didn't continue to live with the Wen family. During the day, she would come over to clean the house and wash the clothes. Therefore, the twins had been sleeping with the couple since this year. Their room was very big. 2 small beds were placed in the small room next to it for the siblings to sleep in. Tong Xuelu came in after taking a shower. When Rugi was leaning against the bed and reading a book. Seeing her come in, he closed the book and placed it on the bedside table. "Madam, there's no time like the present. I think it's better to fulfill your promise now." When they were in the office, Tong Xuelu wanted to bribe him not to say anything. She said that she wanted to try out the erotic images today. She didn't expect Professor Wen to be so impatient. It made her want to laugh. Seeing that she didn't say anything, when Rugi got down from the bed and carried her up. "Madam, are you trying to deny it?" Tong Xuelu looked up and bit his chin. "Professor Wen, you've changed." Since they got married, she would occasionally role-play. Under her guidance, although Professor Wen was still shy, he was no longer the same as before. When Rugi was tickled by her bite, his heart was also tickled. He carried her to the bed and put her down. He leaned down. At this moment, a cry suddenly came from the small room. Tong Xuelu shuddered and pushed him away. She ran over and saw little Xianxia sitting on her bed. His face was red from crying. Her heart ached. "Xianxia, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Little Xianxia saw his mother coming over and buried his head in the blanket, revealing his chubby little butt. Tong Xuelu took a closer look and saw a large wet patch on his butt. She looked down and saw a map drawn on the bedsheet. Good Lord, did she wet the bed and then cry because she felt too ashamed to face anyone? Tong Xuelu walked over and patted her son's chubby butt. "Xianxia, tell mommy, did you secretly drink the drink?" The twins didn't need diapers at night since they were 2 years old. They rarely woke up at night unless they drank too much water before going to bed. Little Xianxia buried his face in the blanket. His small body trembled and his muffled voice came from under the blanket. "Mommy, Xianxia was wrong. Xianxia shouldn't have drunk the drink." It turned out that after little Xianxia went to complain, little Ranran was convinced by her father and no one drank the rest of the drink. Little Xianxia felt that it was a pity, so he drank half of the drink when the adults weren't paying attention. Therefore, he got a lot of water when he was sleeping. Tong Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She asked Wenrugi to bring over a clean pair of pants and a blanket. After changing the little guy, she promised him that she wouldn't tell anyone about it. However, as a punishment, Tong Xuelu deducted his snacks for the next half a month. Little Xianxia's heart ached so much that his lips pouted. He looked as if he had been wronged. When little Xianxia fell asleep again, the two of them were sweating from the heat. Tong Xuelu missed the days when there was air conditioning. She went to take a shower again. When she came back, it was already late at night and she was no longer as excited as before. After turning off the lights, Wenrugi hugged her slender waist and thought to himself that he must separate the two of them later. A 3-year-old child was already a big child and could sleep alone. It is so happily decided **** Wenrugi had always wanted to use his research results to earn a car for his family. However, in this era, many scientists in the country paid more attention to the development of practical and military weapons. Therefore, although the country's development in military weapons was very fast, it was very difficult to gain recognition from abroad. It was even more difficult to win the Nobel Prize. Wenrugi's dream of earning a car through winning the Nobel Prize in physics was destined to fail. However, the country recognized his efforts and achievements. After he was promoted to the deputy director, the base arranged a private car for him. It made it more convenient for him to go in and out. Unfortunately, there was still a difference between a private car and a private car. However, Tang Xuelu was very proud of him to have such achievements at such a young age. After Wenrugi returned to the base, she threw herself into work again. During the autumn fair, she personally brought her staff to Guangdong province to participate in the fair and received many orders at the fair. The scale of the medicinal wine business grew as a result. During this period, Jiang Baihui looked for her a few times, but she said that she was busy. Jiang Baihui's personality had changed. Although they used to have a good relationship, it was no longer suitable for them to be friends. She planned to treat him coldly and gradually distance herself from him. After all, there was not much conflict between them. Wenrugi and Liang Tianyi were still colleagues, so there was no need for her to fall out with him. Jiang Baihui was rejected a few times, but he seemed to have realized her coldness and did not take the initiative to approach her again. The orders from the autumn fair and the orders from Hong Kong's boss Zhang made Tang Xuelu a lot of money. When it snowed for the first time in Beijing, Tang Xuelu decided to buy a house. With the reform and opening up, house prices were increasing day by day. The increase was not much now, but after the 1990s, the real estate industry would develop rapidly. By then, there would be all kinds of demolition compensation. By the year 2000, houses would be even more expensive. In short, buying a house when one had money was more useful than any investment. Because when Wenrugi did not have time to come back, Tang Xuelu invited Fang Jingyuan to go with her to look at houses. Starting from this year, commercial houses appeared in Beijing and Shenzhen. Many people were curious about commercial houses. Most people chose to wait and see. Of course, some people could not afford them. Tang Xuelu planned to buy 2 commercial houses this time. She could not afford the courtyard house. Few people were willing to sell other houses, so she planned to buy the commercial houses first. After 2 years, when everyone accepted the commercial houses, she would sell them and buy houses that would be demolished in the future. Fang Jingyuan walked around with her and felt a little tempted. The design of the commercial houses was different from the bungalows. Every room was bright, and the houses were orderly. More importantly, there were security guards outside. It would be much safer for children to play in the neighborhood. However, she also had concerns. Zolv, are you sure you want to buy 2? You are not going to live there. Why buy so many? The 2 of them walked in the neighborhood. The walkways were cleaned and paved with cement. Even if it rained, they would not step on the mud. Tang Xuelu said, "This is called investment. You should have noticed that house prices have been rising for the past 2 years, right? As the people have more money, house prices will become more expensive in the future. If you don't want to live in it now, you can sell it in the future. You can make a lot of money." Fang Jingyuan was tempted. But what if the house prices don't rise? It is very safe for us to live in the military compound now. If I say that I want to buy a commercial house, my mother-in-law will definitely have a lot of reasons. Tang Xuelu said, "The money is in your hands. If you want to buy it, then buy it. Why do you need your mother-in-law's permission? If you don't want to buy a commercial house, you can buy a shop. You won't lose money anyway." In addition to selling 2 commercial houses, Tang Xuelu also bought 2 shops and prepared to rent them out. Fang Jingyuan was shocked and moved by her spending money like dirt. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy a shop. The staff in the sales office rarely met such generous customers. They were so happy that their mouths almost reached their ears. They served the 2 of them as if they were gods. It was already noon when they came out of the sales office. Tang Xuelu was about to find a place to sit down and eat when she saw Fang Jingyuan looking straight ahead. She followed his gaze and saw Jiang Baihui getting out of a red Santana car. Her belly was as big as a watermelon. It looked like she was about to give birth. As she got out of the car, a young woman also got out of the car. The woman was wearing a brown long coat and black boots. Her hair was wavy and looked very fashionable. When she turned around, Tang Xuelu raised his eyebrows slightly. It was Qian Caixin. Fang Jingyuan also recognized that the person was Qian Caixin. He frowned. Why is Bai Hui with that woman? As Tong Xuelu's best friend, Fang Jingyuan naturally knew what Qian Caixin had done to her. Therefore, she didn't like Qian Caixin very much. Tong Xuelu didn't say anything. His eyes fell on Jiang Baihui again. She hadn't seen Jiang Baihui for several months since the last time. This time, other than her belly being much bigger, Jiang Baihui's dressing seemed to be different from before. When she first returned to China, Jiang Baihui's dressing was very fashionable. However, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. She didn't wear clothes that exposed her navel anymore. Later, when her belly got bigger, her dressing became more casual. At this time, Jiang Baihui was dressed very elegantly. She was wearing a mink coat, a wool scarf around her neck, mink gloves on her hands, and low-heeled leather boots on her feet. This outfit cost at least a few hundred yuan, if not 1,000 yuan. Although the salary of a researcher wasn't low, with this kind of consumption, it wouldn't last long. Just as they looked over, Jiang Baihui also looked over. She was stunned for a moment. Then, a bright smile appeared on her face. Zolv, Jingyuan, why are you here? Tong Xuelu smiled and said, we came here to shop for clothes. It's just that we didn't find anything suitable. Moreover, Jiang Baihui didn't do anything to hurt her, other than saying a few words of jealousy. However, she didn't plan to tell them that she bought a house and a shop. Don't show off your wealth. This was applicable in any era. Fang Jingyuan glanced at Tong Xuelu and nodded. Yes, it's almost Chinese New Year. We came here to buy new clothes. Jiang Baihui walked over while holding her belly. With your figures and appearances, even a piece of cloth would look good on you. Wow, the way Jiang Baihui praised everyone reminded Tong Xuelu of her university days. Qian Caixin walked over with Jiang Baihui. Qian Caixin walked in front of them and looked at Tong Xuelu. Tong Xuelu, long time no see. You're still very beautiful. Tong Xuelu said calmly, thank you. You're also very eye-catching. Tong Xuelu, I've always wanted to apologize to you. I was too narrow-minded when I was in university. I was jealous of you because you were so outstanding. I couldn't help but do some things that I'm too ashamed to say. Regardless of whether you forgive me or not, I want to sincerely apologize to you. After she finished speaking, she took a step back and bowed deeply to Tong Xuelu. She had lived long enough to see this. Tong Xuelu never expected that Qian Caixin would take the initiative to apologize to her one day. Moreover, it was in public. In the past, Qian Caixin was very prideful. She wouldn't even admit her mistakes, let alone apologize to her in public. However, Tong Xuelu still felt an indescribable sense of discomfort. She smiled faintly. I accept your apology. But whether or not he forgave her was another matter. Qian Caixin wasn't stupid. She immediately understood what Tong Xuelu meant. Thank you. I've been wanting to apologize to you for a long time, but I never had the chance. If it was the previous Qian Caixin, she would definitely be angry. However, there wasn't a trace of anger on her face. It wasn't until last month that I decided to apologize to you. When I heard Bai Hui mention you, that I decided to apologize to you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. I hope that your relationship with Bai Hui won't be affected because of me. Tong Xuelu didn't comment. Qian Caixin looked down at her watch and said, it's getting late. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked back to the Santana. She bent down and got into the car. Then, she waved at them and drove off. After the car was far away, Jiang Baihui rubbed her stomach and said, it's noon now. I'll treat you guys. Speaking of which, I haven't treated you guys to a meal since I came back from Germany. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Tong Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan nodded in agreement. The three of them found a restaurant and walked in. As the host, Jiang Baihui respected Tong Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan very much. She let them order first. After they finished ordering, she added 2 meat dishes and a vegetable dish. Fang Jingyuan said, you don't have to order so much. How can the 3 of us finish it? Jiang Baihui smiled, revealing her white teeth. It's okay. If we can't finish it, we can take it back. The main thing is that we haven't had a gathering in a long time. Don't save money for me. Seeing Jiang Baihui being so easygoing, Fang Jingyuan couldn't help but think of the time they used to spend together. In fact, she also felt that Jiang Baihui's personality had changed a little after she returned to China. Last time, she was jealous of Tang Xuelu in front of everyone, which made her very confused. Later, Xiao Qingping said that there was something she couldn't figure out. A person's personality would change with the environment. Even if they met each other every day, their personality could become very scary, let alone Jiang Baihui, who had been abroad for 4 years. Life in a foreign country was the most difficult. Moreover, Jiang Baihui had to face such a big competition when she went there. No one knew what she had experienced, so it was very normal for her personality to change. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't understand. She just didn't want to accept that friendship had changed. At that time, she found that Jiang Baihui stared at Wenrugi several times during the banquet, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, Jiang Baihui didn't do anything inappropriate after that. Tang Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. However, Jiang Baihui didn't seem to notice the awkwardness and continued, "Zolv, actually, Xinxin isn't the only one who owes you an apology. I also owe you an apology. I was very unhappy abroad for 4 years. I didn't get along with my colleagues at the diplomatic embassy. I used to think that I was very capable, but after I went to the diplomatic embassy, I realized that my capabilities were not worth mentioning. There were so many people who were smarter and more capable than me. I went to Germany to accompany Tianyi, but when I got there, I realized that I couldn't even see Tianyi once a month. At that time, I was very miserable and lost. I wrote a letter to tell you about it, but I only received your reply half a year later. I was very angry at that time, and I even resented you. Now that I think about it, I was really selfish. Professor Wen was sick at that time, and you were pregnant with twins. You must have been in a terrible state. Plus, it was inconvenient to communicate with other countries, but I didn't think about you at all. After returning to China, I saw that you had a happy family and a successful career. You were beautiful and rich. Compared to myself, I had nothing, so I became a villain. I couldn't help but be jealous of you. I'm really sorry." After speaking, she slowly stood up with her hands on her waist and bowed to Tang Xuelu. After hearing her explanation, Fang Jingyuan finally understood why she had become like that. He couldn't help but forgive her on behalf of Tang Xuelu. Seeing her doing this with her big belly, he was afraid that something would happen to her. He quickly went forward and helped her sit down. "You're about to give birth. Take it easy." Jiang Baihui smiled at her gratefully. "I'm fine. I've been holding these words in my heart for a long time. I haven't seen you in the past few months. Firstly, I'm too ashamed to see you. Secondly, I'm reflecting on myself. The more useless a person is, the easier it is for them to be jealous of others. I didn't expect that one day I would become so detestable. Zolv, can you forgive me?" Tang Xuelu looked at Jiang Baihui and wondered if today was the day of an apology. Not only did Qian Caixin apologize to her, but Jiang Baihui also apologized to her. But then again, she could choose not to forgive Qian Caixin because what she had done was unforgivable. However, she had no reason to embarrass Jiang Baihui. Was she going to cut off all contact with her just because Jiang Baihui had said a few words of jealousy before? Of course, she wouldn't immediately restore their previous relationship just because Jiang Baihui had said a few good words. "Forgive me? You didn't do anything wrong to me. By the way, why are you doing business with Qian Caixin?" Jiang Baihui's smile stiffened when she saw that Tang Xuelu didn't take the bait. However, she quickly pulled herself together. "Last month, I met Qian Caixin at the mall. She took the initiative to greet me and told me that she wanted to apologize to you. I felt that she wasn't as annoying as she was when she was still in school. At that time, I didn't have the face to see you. Tianyi was at the base every day, so there was no one around me to talk to. Coincidentally, I met Qian Caixin and wanted to talk to her casually. I didn't expect that after chatting with her, I realized that she had changed a lot. After she graduated, she went abroad to study at her own expense. She said that after seeing the outside world, she realized how narrow-minded and ridiculous she was in the past. She also said that the person she had let down the most was you. Later, she talked to me about starting a business. Do you still remember? I mentioned to you before that I wanted to start a business with beauty products. After chatting with you, I realized that we had the same idea. Later, she asked me if I wanted to start a business with her. I really wanted to have my own business like you, so I agreed. I worked with Xianxia without asking for your permission first. Zolv, I'm sorry. It's here. That strange feeling came again. Jiang Baihui apologized to her and dissected his own psychological journey with her. She was happy to see it happen. She wasn't surprised that he worked with Xianxia. The world was bustling, and everyone came for profits. The world was bustling, and everyone went for profits. Everyone was an adult, so it was normal for them to value profits more after entering society. However, what made her feel strange was that Jiang Baihui had carefully apologized to her for working with Xianxia. It was too much. Jiang Baihui had lowered himself too much. It was as if he was trying to please her. This kind of deliberate action was too strange. However, Tong Xuelu didn't show it. What are you sorry about? It's a good thing to start a business, but you have to be careful when you work with others. Even if brothers work together to do business, there can be conflicts. When Jiang Baihui heard her say this, the expression on his face became more vivid. I understand. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. I'll be careful. I'm so touched. Zolv, you still care about me. Tong Xuelu, the overall atmosphere of this meeting was very good, except for the sense of strangeness. Jiang Baihui seemed to have returned to his university self. He was cheerful and witty, and a few casual words made Fang Jingyuan laugh. After that, the relationship between the three of them seemed to have returned to how it was before. However, Tong Xuelu was very busy with work, and Jiang Baihui was about to give birth, so the three of them didn't meet much. After a few snowfalls in Beijing, it was the Spring Festival of 1985. Xiao Jiaming had said that he wouldn't come back for the Spring Festival, and Commander Xiao had been nagging him for a few days. However, on the night of the Spring Festival, he suddenly appeared at the door. Mooncake and Quicksand Bun saw their young master, whom they hadn't seen for half a year, and were so happy that they kept throwing themselves at him. However, the big orange cat, Green Turtle, was very calm. It only opened its eyes to look at him, then closed its eyes and went back to sleep. Green Turtle could eat and sleep, and it was now more than 5 kilograms. The big orange was heavy. This saying was never just a saying. When Commander Xiao saw that his grandson was back, he was as happy as Mooncake and Quicksand Bun. He kept patting his grandson on the shoulder and said, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." He asked him a series of questions about whether he had eaten, whether it was cold outside, and whether he wanted to take a shower. He had completely become a naggy and cute little old man. Xiao Jiaming was still the same as before. He didn't have a trace of impatience. "Grandpa, don't worry. I've eaten. I'll go and tell my sister, and then I'll come back to take a shower." Commander Xiao nodded. "Of course. Go." Xiao Jiaming carried the specialties he had bought from Shin City, as well as clothes, toys, and books for the twins, and walked next door. Tong Xuelu had just heard the noise from next door, but she didn't expect Xiao Jiaming to come back. "Didn't you say that you didn't have time to come back?" They hadn't seen each other for half a year. Xiao Jiaming seemed to have grown a little taller and thinner, but he was in good spirits. "Sister, I didn't have time to come back, but before the Spring Festival, we mastered the technology of Chinese pagers, so I came back." He couldn't help but want to share the good news with his family. Chinese pagers hadn't been launched yet, but they had received a lot of orders, and all of them were big orders. Tong Xuelu was stunned, and then her red lips curled up. "That's great. I thought you would need more time to develop it." He was indeed a business genius. In such a short time, he had found a way and talents to develop Chinese pagers, and he had even received orders. Xiao Jiaming was encouraged by his sister, and his eyes were filled with joy. "Sister, because the pagers haven't been produced yet, we won't be able to give you the bonus for a while." Tong Xuelu's smile deepened. Okay, then I'll wait to receive the money. Xiao Jiaming saw that his sister didn't stand on ceremony with him, and he was even happier. He took out the things he had brought back. In addition to the specialties, there were 5 Chinese pagers, which he had given to his sister and brother-in-law to use first. Tong Xuelu naturally wouldn't refuse. After taking out the things, he glanced around and asked, "Sister, where are Ran Ran and Yan Yan?" "Tong Xuelu, the 2 little guys are staying up late in the study." As they spoke, the 2 siblings walked towards the study. In the study, little Ran Ran couldn't help but fall asleep. The little girl's face was flushed, and her sleeping posture was very touching. Her little boat was in the air, and her head was resting on the bed as she fell asleep. Seeing his niece's cute sleeping posture, Xiao Jiaming hid a smile in his eyes and walked over to her to adjust her body. Little Ran Ran's long and dense eyelashes fluttered a few times before she woke up. When she saw the person in front of her, she didn't seem to react immediately. "Mom, Ran Ran saw second uncle in a dream." Tong Xuelu pinched his daughter's chubby little face. "It wasn't a dream. Your second uncle is back." Little Ran Ran rubbed her eyes with her chubby hands a few times, but the person in front of her didn't disappear. She immediately rushed over. "Second uncle, you're finally back. Ran Ran missed you so much." Xiao Jiaming only felt his heart soften as he hugged the soft and mian chubby little girl in his arms. "Second uncle missed you guys too." When Rugi came in from outside. When he saw his daughter lying obediently in Xiao Jiaming's arms, he immediately ate a mouthful of lemon. On the other side of the Kong bed, little Yan Yan was sleeping soundly in the same touching posture. Tong Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this, so he quickly adjusted his body. Unlike little Ran Ran, little Yan Yan didn't wake up even after she called him several times. The little guy seemed to be dreaming of eating delicious food again. His little lips smacked a few times, then he nibbled on his little fist and said in a childish voice, "Pig trotters are delicious, so delicious." Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this. During this spring festival, little Ran Ran and little Yan Yan received red packets from their great-grandfather, parents, and other elders. They also received a big red packet from their second uncle. When Tong Jiasen saw his second brother giving red packets, he was afraid that the twins would be won over, so he hurriedly gave them 2 red packets as well. Since both her brothers gave red packets, little Mian Mian definitely wouldn't be outdone. Although she was young, she didn't lack money. The money she earned from filming and releasing albums was enough for her to lie down and eat for the rest of her life. Therefore, she also gave the twins 2 big red packets. Each red packet contained a total of 100 yuan. In short, little Yan Yan and little Ran Ran received so many red packets that their hands went limp. The 2 little guys were extremely happy. However, this happiness only lasted for a few days before Tong Xuelu took them away with the excuse of "Mommy will help you keep it safe." Could they still get back the red packets that their parents took away? The answer was, of course, impossible. After the Spring Festival, Jiang Baihui gave birth to a chubby little boy on the day of the Lantern Festival. Tong Xuelu, Fang Jingyuan, and Jiang Danhong went to buy fruits and tonics to visit her and the child. Jiang Baihui's mother-in-law was overjoyed. She even thanked Tong Xuelu repeatedly for giving them the twins' diapers. When Tong Xuelu and the rest went to the hospital, they didn't see Liang Tianyi. He seemed to be very busy. They didn't see him until they left the hospital. After the Spring Festival, everyone went back to work. Just as Tong Xuelu was preparing for the Spring Festival fair, something happened. The parameters of the country's latest missile, the DF-5, were leaked. There might be spies hiding in the military industry. The missile DF-5 was an intercontinental ballistic missile. It was mainly used to attack important strategic nuclear forces on enemy territory. So far, only the United States and Soviet Union had mastered this technology. China was the 3rd country to announce that it had mastered ICBM technology. The official range of the DF-5 was 12,000 kilometers. This distance was enough to pose a strong strategic threat to the United States. The country originally planned to display the DF-5 at the National Day Parade. However, before it was displayed, overseas news was published. The news said that some Eastern countries were bluffing and falsifying the data. They ridiculed those countries and said that this kind of behavior was ridiculous. Although the news did not specify which country it was, nor did it mention the name of the DF-5, from the recent international military plans and various trends, this article was targeted at China. After the news came out, the embassy immediately translated the news into Chinese and sent it back to China. After the Ministry of National Security read the document, they immediately became suspicious. The actual range of the DF-5 was indeed not 12,000 kilometers and could not pose a strategic threat to the United States. However, due to the military tension in this era, the United States and Soviet Union were fighting for world supremacy, and the United States was on guard against and suppressing China. The country exaggerated the actual range data out of various considerations. In fact, every country had done something like this before. However, before they knew the actual data of the other party, no country would openly ridicule them like this. Normally, when the United States discovered that China had developed a missile that threatened their security, their first reaction would be worry or shock. Even if they raised doubts, they would beat around the bush. However, now that they were openly ridiculing them, there was only one possibility: the missile's data was leaked. There was a spy in the military system. The country's leaders immediately issued orders to quickly find the spy and the person involved in the leak. They must eliminate all resistance. When something like this happened, there would naturally be no uproar. There would also be no investigation with great fanfare. This was to avoid alerting the enemy and allowing the spy to prepare in advance to escape. Everything was done in secret. Tang Xuelu actually did not know about the leak, nor did she know that there was a spy. However, her qualification to attend the spring trade fair was suddenly revoked. The reason was that the quality of the medicinal wine was not up to standard. Her first reaction was that it was impossible. She immediately went to the factory to check. When the person in charge of the factory heard that there was a problem with the product, he was very worried, but he promised that everything was done according to the procedures. The person in charge of the factory was Su Yueshan's friend. After working with him for a while, Tang Xuelu found him to be an honest, cautious, and reliable person. Tang Xuelu didn't want to guess that he would tamper with the medicinal wine. However, everything depended on the facts. Since they said that there was a problem with the medicinal wine, they would investigate it thoroughly. She personally checked every step of the process, from the purchase of the medicinal wine and the materials to the final product. In the end, she didn't find any problems. She even drank some medicinal wine herself, so she didn't feel any discomfort. Moreover, although the Administration for Industry and Commerce said that there was a problem with her medicinal wine, they did not close down her company. Her medicinal wine could still be sold and operated. This was a little strange. Tang Xuelu stayed in the factory for 2 days. After confirming that there was no problem with the product, he felt that something was amiss. Hence, he took the car back home and told his 2 grandfathers about it. Old Mr. Wen and Commander Xiao were experienced and knowledgeable. Hence, they immediately sensed that something was wrong. Old Mr. Wen frowned and said, "I'm afraid that some people don't know how to be human. They're doing things that harm the country and the people. Don't bother about this and don't ask about it. Just cooperate with the higher-ups." It was rare for Commander Xiao to agree with old Mr. Wen. He nodded and said, "The stubborn old man is right this time. Just pretend that you don't know anything and do what you have to do. However, if anyone asks about you, you have to be careful. Don't be careless." Seeing how serious his 2 grandfathers were, Tang Xuelu immediately guessed that they were spies. If that was the case, things were indeed serious. However, it was indeed not something she could get involved in. Just like what his 2 grandfathers said, she could only pretend that she didn't know anything and act carefully. However, the Spring Festival Fair had been cancelled and the employees in the company were all speculating. As soon as Tang Xuelu returned to the office, the employees surrounded him and started asking him questions. "Chairman Tang, is our medicinal wine going to be closed down? Will our company still be able to continue operating? Is someone deliberately targeting our company? Could it be that the factory that filed the lawsuit is maliciously taking revenge?" Tang Xuelu glanced at everyone present and said calmly, "Everyone, please calm down. I've already submitted the disqualification for the Spring Festival Fair according to the procedures. There are no problems with our products, so the company definitely won't be closed down. Everyone, please have confidence in that." As for whether or not someone is taking revenge, we don't have to guess. What we have to do now is to improve the quality and service of our products so that no one can find fault with us. Since we can't attend the Spring Festival Fair, I'd like to use this period of time to organize some international trade-related training for everyone. Those who would like to sign up, please do so at Deputy Manager Lin's place. Although not attending the Spring Festival Fair would result in a loss of income, it was not a big problem for Tang Xuelu. What she had to do now was to cooperate with the country's arrangements and appease the people so as not to cause trouble for the country. Indeed, after hearing Tang Xuelu's words, everyone felt much more relieved and their attention was immediately diverted. I want to sign up. I've always wanted to learn about international trade, but I didn't know where to start. There are very few books on this subject. Me too. I asked my relatives for books on this subject, but I can't understand them. It's like reading a book from heaven. Thank you, Chairman Tong. We will train and learn well. Thank you, Chairman Tong. Everyone was extremely excited and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Tang Xuelu. At the same time, they felt a stronger sense of belonging to the company. Ever since the company started to expand into foreign markets, the salaries of the employees in charge of foreign trade had increased. Especially after the Autumn Festival Fair, some people's commission had exceeded the total annual salary of the state-owned enterprises. This made others envious. However, not everyone could do foreign trade work. First, they had to know English and the relevant knowledge. Now that the company was willing to train them, at least they had pointed out a path for them. They would know how to work hard in the future. Seeing that everyone's attention was diverted, Tang Xuelu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he called Deng Hong into his office. Manager Deng, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the company. If anyone comes to ask about it, you have to report to me immediately. Deng Hong was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked carefully, Chairman Tong, is there a problem? Tang Xuelu looked at him and said, you just have to do as I say. Don't ask about it or panic. Just do everything as usual. Deng Hong was not a hothead who had just entered society, especially after 10 years. He understood on the spot. I understand. I will manage the company well. Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Tang Xuelu nodded. Deng Hong turned around and left the office, closing the door behind him. Tang Xuelu was very satisfied with Deng Hong as a manager. Deng Hong was also very satisfied with the company. Since last year, Tang Xuelu had given him a 3% share dividend. Now, his income had exceeded many of the people around him. The people who used to laugh at him for working for a woman now turned around and envied him. 2 days later, the people from the Administration for Industry and Commerce came to investigate the company's accounts. However, because Tang Xuelu had previously informed them and made a promise, the employees did not panic this time. Although some people were still feeling uneasy, they gradually relaxed after seeing that the company was operating as usual 2 days later. Coincidentally, Jiang Baihui and Qian Caixin's companies were also investigated. The two of them suddenly panicked. However, after the investigation, the Administration for Industry and Commerce did not impose any punishment or restrictions on them. However, Qian Caixin thought about it and still felt uneasy. Why don't you go to Tang Xuelu's side and ask if she has been investigated? Jiang Baihui's face turned pale. Could it be that we were discovered? I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. Qian Caixin glanced at her. Calm down. If we were discovered, would you and I still be standing here? If I go to Tang Xuelu's company, wouldn't I be alerting the enemy? Jiang Baihui's hand, which was holding the enamel jar, trembled. Then what should we do now? I can't help but feel uneasy. If we're really discovered, will we be shot? Qian Caixin pulled her hard and scolded in a low voice, do you want to die? Why don't you take a look at where we are? If someone heard this, you and I would be dead. Jiang Baihui was pulled by her and bumped into the cabinet next to her. She gasped in pain. I'm scared too. Caixin, I quit. From today onwards, we won't provide any information. Qian Caixin glanced outside. When she saw that no one was around, she turned around and glanced at Jiang Baihui. Up to you. If you're willing to give up such a good opportunity to make money, I won't force you. But don't regret it later. As she spoke, she took out something wrapped in newspaper from the drawer and opened it. This is your reward for this time. Inside the newspaper were 10 small yellow croakers. Jiang Baihui stared at the golden yellow croakers with her eyes wide open. One small yellow croaker was about 31 grams. 10 of them were about 300 yuan. The current gold price was 68 yuan per gram. Based on this calculation, the price of these 10 small yellow croakers was more than 20,000 yuan. However, these small yellow croakers had collectible value. If they could find a suitable buyer, they might be able to sell them for several times more. Jiang Baihui's heart raced. She stared straight at the small yellow croakers and swallowed her saliva. These are all mine? Xianxia stuffed the small yellow croakers into her arms. Of course. I've told you before that the reward won't be less than 5 figures. The information you provided this time was very good. My friend is very happy, so the extra money is your reward. Jiang Baihui hugged the small yellow croakers in her arms. Her heart was beating so fast that it almost couldn't handle it. But gold isn't easy to find. It won't be good if someone finds out, right? Xianxia said, gold is easy to find. If I give you 20,000 yuan, how are you going to bring it back? If you can't find someone to exchange it with, I'll introduce you to someone else. Jiang Baihui nodded. She thought that using paper money would attract too much attention. Right now, the biggest banknote was 10 yuan. 20,000 yuan was a huge pile of banknotes. Xianxia's lips curled. Are you still going to quit? Jiang Baihui hugged the small yellow croakers in her arms and didn't say anything. Money came too easily. She just had to move her mouth and she could earn money that others couldn't earn in their lifetime. No one could resist such a temptation. But, are you sure they won't trace it back to us? Xianxia said, that's why I asked you to ask Tong Xuelu. I'll also ask around at other companies. If there's a problem, we'll be able to make corresponding countermeasures. Jiang Baihui looked at her, then looked down at the small yellow croakers in her arms. After a while, she nodded as if she had made a big decision. Okay, I'll ask Zulf tomorrow. Xianxia reminded her, be careful when you speak. Don't let the cat out of the bag. I know. That night, Jiang Baihui brought the small yellow croakers home and found a place to hide them. The next day, she carried the child to Tong Xuelu's company to look for her. Seeing Jiang Baihui bring the child over, Tong Xuelu was stunned. Why are you here? Don't you have to go to work today? Jiang Baihui frowned and said, Aigua has a rash. My mother-in-law isn't feeling well today, so I brought him to the hospital alone. I also came over to ask you for advice. Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi's son was called Liang Aigua. Every time Tong Xuelu heard this name, she was speechless. In the 50s and 60s, many people named their children Aigua, 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 etc. These were the characteristics of that era. But now, very few people named their children that way. Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi named their son to thank the country for sending Liang Tianyi to study abroad. It was a good idea, but the name wasn't very fashionable. Although she complained, Tong Xuelu still shared her parenting experience with her. The baby's sweat glands aren't developed. Don't wear too thick clothes. It's easy to get a rash. Also, pay attention to the cleanliness of your skin. If you pee or poop, quickly change and wipe it clean. Also, try to choose soft cotton fabrics. Jiang Baihui wrote down all these and smiled brightly. It's all thanks to you. It's my first time being a mother. I don't know anything, and I'm so busy with the company. It's really hard. Tong Xuelu, it's all like this. That's why I say that mothers are great. Jiang Baihui felt the same way. Then, she changed the topic to the company. Recently, the company's affairs have really tired us out. I don't know what happened, but the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau suddenly came and said that there was a problem with our products. We had to give them all kinds of certificates. We were so busy that we didn't even have time to eat. Tong Xuelu glanced at her and said calmly, the Industry and Commerce Bureau also recently came to investigate our company's medicinal wine. They even checked the accounts. Jiang Baihui showed a very shocked expression. What's going on? I thought they only investigated our company. Why did they also want to investigate your company? Don't they know that your grandfather is a commander? Tang Xuelu frowned slightly. The company was opened under my name. It has nothing to do with my grandfather or Ru Gui's grandfather. It's normal for the Industry and Commerce Bureau to investigate. The country started cracking down 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, the economy has developed very quickly. However, many people set up shell companies and then speculated or made some inferior products. If the economy wants to develop well, the country will definitely crack down on these criminal activities. We are all legitimate companies. We just need to cooperate with the investigation. Jiang Baihui didn't notice the displeasure in her tone. She widened her eyes and continued to ask, so the Industry and Commerce Bureau is cracking down on speculations? Other companies have also been checked, right? Tang Xuelu nodded. That's right. As far as I know, many of the companies I know have already been investigated. Everyone is fine. Jiang Baihui breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. That's good. Our company is fine too. I thought that someone was targeting our company. Now it seems that we were overthinking. Tang Xuelu smiled and didn't say anything. Jiang Baihui sat for a while and then went back with her son. Tang Xuelu sent her to the door. Looking at her back, he frowned. Before this, she didn't suspect Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi because the crime of being a spy was too serious. As long as they were involved, they might even lose their lives. Therefore, without any evidence, she would never suspect the people around her, especially her friends. However, this time, national secrets were leaked. She had to re-evaluate Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi. After witnessing the prosperity of foreign countries, very few people could still maintain their original hearts. The two of them gave up the generous remuneration of foreign companies and returned to China to start from scratch. Would they feel unreconciled? Tang Xuelu thought of Jiang Baihui's jealous expression and how she suddenly became nice to him. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. If there was something wrong with the couple, would there be something wrong with Xianxia too? Chairman Tang, what are you looking at? The receptionist saw him standing at the door for a long time and couldn't help but walk over and ask curiously. Tang Xuelu came back to his senses. He shook his head and smiled faintly. Nothing. I just feel that the economy is getting better and better. The people's lives are getting better and better. This is all due to the country and the party. The receptionist didn't understand why the boss suddenly said such a thing, but he was right. Yes. I remember when I was young, I couldn't even afford to eat candy. Now, I can eat candy every day. Everyone's lives are indeed getting better and better. Tang Xuelu smiled and turned to walk back to the office. She didn't plan to do anything. This kind of thing wasn't something a commoner like her could interfere with. If there was something wrong with Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi, the National Security Agency would find out sooner or later. They were much more professional than her. However, from the bottom of her heart, she hoped that it wasn't the couple. Jiang Baihui came out of Tang Xuelu's office. He didn't go home immediately. Instead, he went back to his company. How is it? Is there any clue from Tang Xuelu's side? Xianxia saw Jiang Baihui and immediately closed the office door and asked in a low voice. Jiang Baihui put his son on the sofa and stretched his sore hands. There's no problem. Her side has also been investigated and checked. She can't even go to the Canton Trade Fair. Xianxia paused and widened his eyes. Really? Tang Xuelu really can't go to the Canton Trade Fair? Jiang Baihui smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. When I went to the bathroom, I asked her staff about it. She didn't lie to me. She also said that many companies she knew were also investigated. Therefore, it should be a routine inspection and not a suspicion on us. Xianxia's heart finally relaxed. Then I'm relieved. In fact, when the Bureau of Industry and Commerce came, she was ready to escape. Everything at home was packed. Once there was any sign of trouble, she would immediately leave the company and Jiang Baihui and fly abroad. Now that she knew that everything was fine, she could continue to stay. In fact, she wasn't willing to give up such a good opportunity to make money. Jiang Baihui got 10 small yellow croakers this time, but she got 20 small yellow croakers. In addition, she had provided a lot of information to foreign countries and Wanwan. Now, her account abroad had almost 300,000 yuan, 300,000 yuan was a lot in China. It wouldn't be a problem for her to lie down for the rest of her life. However, it was still a little less abroad. Therefore, she wanted to make more money. Just as Jiang Baihui and Qian Caixin relaxed their vigilance, Jiang Baihui's mother-in-law, Mother Liang, was cleaning the house. Suddenly, the cat next door ran into the house with a piece of dried salted fish in its mouth. Mother Liang was shocked. She came back to her senses and immediately picked up a broom to chase the cat away. The cat circled around the room and then hid under the bed, making Mother Liang very angry. Mother Liang went outside and took a bamboo pole. She poked the bottom of the bed. The cat screamed a few times and ran away, leaving the dried salted fish under the bed. The smell of dried salted fish was unpleasant. It was similar to a dead rat. Mother Liang used a bamboo pole to poke inside, trying to get the dried salted fish out. However, she accidentally poked the wall and the wall made a dong-dong sound. Mother Liang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did the wall seem to be empty? If it was empty, would it have been eaten up by termites? If that was the case, it wouldn't be safe. Mother Liang didn't care about the dried salted fish. She got up and used all her strength to move the bed. In order to move the bed, she almost broke her old waist. However, for the safety of her son and grandson, she ignored the pain in her waist and walked over to knock on the wall. It really was empty. She turned around and found a hammer. She hammered a hole in the wall. There was a metal box inside. Her heart suddenly thundered. She stood up and closed the door. Then, she turned around and took out the metal box. There was a small lock on the metal box. However, this wasn't a problem for Mother Liang. Her father used to be a locksmith and taught her to open all kinds of locks. She went to the kitchen and took a piece of wire. She fiddled with the lock a few times. The lock opened with a caw-caw sound. Inside, there was a piece of flannel wrapped in a pile of things. Mother Liang carefully unwrapped the flannel. Then, her eyes widened. What did she see? She saw 10 small yellow croakers. Mother Liang's heart raced. She was so happy that her mouth almost reached her ears. This was a gift from God. She didn't expect there to be so much gold hidden in the wall. The previous owner must have been afraid of being investigated, so they hid it in the wall. No, Mother Liang's movements suddenly stopped. She took out the flannel and looked around. Then, her face darkened. This piece of cloth belonged to her daughter-in-law. It was cut from the clothes Jiang Baihui bought overseas. The cement on the wall was also newly built. It hadn't dried yet. In order to confirm her guess, she stood up and ran to the wardrobe to look for Jiang Baihui's clothes. Sure enough, she found the clothes that had been picked up. Mother Liang's face darkened even more. It was so cold that it could drip water. So, this gold was hidden by Jiang Baihui. But where did she get so many small yellow croakers? Could it be that her company made money and she was afraid that her son and mother would find out, so she secretly hid it? Thinking about it, that must be the case. Mother Liang cursed the little b** tch in her heart. Then, she stuffed the small yellow croakers into her pocket, locked the metal box, and put it back in. Then, she watered the cement and took out the dried salted fish. After cleaning, she pushed the bed back. After doing all this, Mother Liang was so tired that her waist almost broke. However, she was very happy and proud. Jiang Baihui dared to hide the small yellow croakers without permission. Then, she would secretly take them away and not leave a single one for her. Let's see how she will cry when she finds out. These small yellow croakers now belong to her and her son. Her daughter-in-law had a different surname. She was unreliable. When Jiang Baihui returned home, it was already late. She came back and looked at the position of the bed. However, she didn't think much of it. She wouldn't move the bed easily even when she was cleaning. She was confident that no one would find out that she hid the small yellow croakers on the wall beside the bed. She found the hole in the wall earlier. Even Liang Tianyi didn't know about it. She didn't want to hide it from Liang Tianyi. She wanted to hide it from her mother-in-law. Ever since she returned to China, her mother-in-law had been telling her what to do with their lives. She thought of herself as Empress Dowager Cixi, which made her very annoyed. Therefore, she didn't plan to let her mother-in-law know about the money. When they had enough money, they would go abroad as a family of 3 without this old woman. *** 3 days later. On the way home from the company, Jiang Baihui passed by an alley. Suddenly, a few men ran out from the alley and covered her mouth. Jiang Baihui was scared out of her wits. She struggled with all her might, but the men held her down tightly. Soon, a car drove over. They stuffed Jiang Baihui into the car and drove away. All of this happened within a minute. Plus, it was very late. No one noticed that something was wrong. Jiang Baihui was so scared that her face turned pale. She wanted to ask who these people were, but they taped her mouth. She couldn't make a sound. After driving for half an hour, the car stopped at a large gate. She looked out of the car window. The next moment, the color on her face seemed to have been sucked away. She was as white as a sheet of paper. The National Security Agency. She had thought that gangsters or criminal organizations wanted to kidnap her and extort money from her because of her good business with Xianxia. She didn't expect them to be from the National Security Agency. She was dead. What they did must have been discovered. How was being a spy punished? It seemed like she would be shot to death. Jiang Baihui's strength seemed to have been sucked out of her body. She was dragged out of the car and brought to the interrogation room. There were several tall men in the interrogation room. There were also many people guarding outside. There was no way for a weak woman like her to break through the layers of checkpoints. Jiang Baihui sat on the chair like a dead fish. Her teeth were chattering. One of the middle-aged men in black shouted coldly, "Jiang Baihui, you leaked state secrets. Do you know that you will be shot to death?" Jiang Baihui was so scared that her heart trembled. She almost peed her pants. However, she didn't know where the courage came from. She suddenly sat up straight and shook her head. "I know, but I didn't do it." "Don't accuse a good person." "Accuse a good person?" Deputy Director Zheng looked at her coldly. "Then explain, where did you get these small yellow croakers?" Deputy Director Zheng pushed the box containing the small yellow croakers in front of her. When Jiang Baihui saw the small yellow croakers, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, she still refused to admit it. "I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I didn't do anything to betray the country. Your mother-in-law took this from the wall next to your big bed. The flannelette wrapped on it was cut from the clothes you bought overseas. Do you still want to quibble?" Physical evidence was presented one by one, but Jiang Baihui refused to admit it. At the same time, Liang Tianyi was also detained at the base. Like Jiang Baihui, he refused to admit that he had done anything to betray the country. However, unlike Jiang Baihui, he was very calm. "I'm just an ordinary researcher. The DF5 was a project that started 10 years ago. After returning to China, I didn't participate in this project. How could I have leaked the secret? Then how do you explain why your mother suddenly had 10 small yellow croakers? According to your mother, these small yellow croakers were hidden by your wife, Jiang Baihui?" "I don't know. I spend most of my time at the base. I don't know what happened at home." Liang Tianyi's mind was meticulous. His logic was logical, and there were no flaws at all. Moreover, as he said, he wasn't the core developer of the DF5 missile. He didn't have top-secret information. This meant that either he didn't leak it, or there was someone above him. The investigation team of the National Security Agency unanimously believed that it was the latter. However, Liang Tianyi and Jiang Baihui refused to admit it. They didn't have any other evidence, so there was no way to convict them. More importantly, if the stalemate continued, the spies who were in contact with them would find out that they were missing. They would definitely run away. The investigation team had already investigated Jiang Baihui's account. Jiang Baihui's account had more than 5,000 yuan, which was more than the average citizen. However, the amount of money in this account was consistent with her company's income. Jiang Baihui and Xianxia's company was a wholesale beauty product. They also created their own brand, White Lotus Vanishing Cream. The formula for the White Lotus Vanishing Cream was said to be bought from a French company. It was packaged in yellow glass bottles, and the product labels and instructions were all in French. It looked very Western and was very popular in China. Previously, the Bureau of Industry and Commerce had checked their company's accounts. They also privately checked their accounts, but they didn't find any problems. This time, if Mother Liang hadn't taken out 2 small yellow croakers to exchange for cash, they wouldn't have been able to find anything. However, now that the couple refused to plead guilty, the case was in a deadlock. Tang Xuelu didn't know that Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi had been arrested. This morning, after she woke up to make breakfast for the twins, she reminded them not to tire their great-grandfathers out. Little Yan hugged his mother's leg and looked up at her. "Mommy, great-grandfathers said that we are their precious treasures. It's okay even if we are tired." Little Ran hugged her chubby arms and nodded coldly. "This is called a sweet burden." Tang Xuelu was about to laugh to death at the 2 little guys' expressions. She reached out and pinched their cheeks. "Even if it's a sweet burden, it's still a burden. Great-grandfathers are old, so you have to take care of them. Mommy knows that you are good children. You can do it, right?" Little Yan nodded and said in a baby voice, "Yes, we can do it. Mommy, don't worry and go to work. You can earn more money to buy snacks for Yan." Tang Xuelu was speechless. Little Ran said, "Mommy, don't worry. I will look after Big Brother and not let him steal snacks." Little Yan was speechless. Tang Xuelu's heart trembled at her son and daughter's cuteness. She promised them that she would come back early today and then went to work. Not long after she left the house, she was stopped by 2 men. "Hello, Comrade Tang. We are from the National Security Agency. We need your cooperation." The 2 men took out their work certificates and showed them to her. It was rare to make fake certificates these days. Even if there was a fake certificate, no one dared to impersonate a government official. Tang Xuelu nodded and followed them to the National Security Agency. When she arrived at the National Security Agency, Tang Xuelu found out that Jiang Baihui had been arrested. She had mixed feelings. "Comrade Tang, we suspect that the person who contacted the spy is Xianxia. However, we don't have any evidence at the moment. We are also worried that we will alert the enemy. We asked you to come here because we want you to describe Jiang Baihui's usual tone of voice. We need to keep Xianxia in check." The National Security Agency Task Force had already found some clues. Xianxia would send beauty products to the post office every once in a while. They suspected that this was her way of contacting the spy. They followed the address that she had sent the products to previously, but the other party had already moved. The enemy was very cunning. If they wanted to get evidence, they had to wait for Xianxia to cooperate with the other party again. However, now that Jiang Baihui had been arrested, Xianxia would definitely realize that something was wrong if she didn't go to work today. She might run away then. They could arrest Xianxia, but they wouldn't have any evidence. Furthermore, the spy would escape in the end. They didn't want to let any spy escape, therefore, they thought of Tang Xuelu. As Jiang Baihui's classmate and good friend, they wanted to get some information about Jiang Baihui's lifestyle from Tang Xuelu and see if they could fool Xianxia. After hearing this, Tang Xuelu paused for a moment and said, "Actually, I have a skill." Deputy Director Zheng raised his eyebrows. "What skill?" "I can imitate other people's voices." After saying this, Tang Xuelu said something in Jiang Baihui's voice. Everyone present. Tang Xuelu's voice just now couldn't be said to be completely unrelated to Jiang Baihui's voice. It could only be said that it was exactly the same. Deputy Director Zheng was excited. "Comrade Tang, I didn't expect you to have such a skill." Tang Xuelu smiled faintly and said, "I usually learn to play when I have nothing to do." Everyone, actually, she had learned this skill in her previous life. In her previous life, she had been very interested in dubbing for a period of time and had spent a lot of money to learn professional dubbing from a professional teacher. In addition, Jiang Baihui's voice wasn't special, so it was easier to imitate. Therefore, everyone was shocked. The people from the National Security Agency had originally wanted to find a female comrade who had a voice similar to Jiang Baihui's to appease Xianxia through the phone. Now that they had a trump card like Tang Xuelu, things were much easier. When Qian Caixin arrived at the office, she realized that Jiang Baihui hadn't come to the company yet. Although the two of them were in a cooperative relationship, in terms of shares, she was the big boss. This was because her investment was twice that of Jiang Baihui's. Therefore, Jiang Baihui usually came to the company first to manage the employees and handle the documents. Qian Caixin usually slept until 10 o'clock and then slowly came to work. However, Jiang Baihui didn't come today. This was a little strange. Qian Caixin walked over to the front desk and asked, "Manager Jiang didn't come to work today?" The front desk shook her head. "No, it's really strange. Manager Jiang usually comes to work early in the morning. I don't know why she didn't come today. Did she ask someone to take the day off?" "No." Hearing the front desk's words, Qian Caixin's heart trembled. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. As spies, they were usually the most sensitive. Once there was any change, they would immediately think of something bad. Qian Caixin was just about to ask the front desk to go to Jiang Baihui's house to take a look when the phone rang. The front desk picked up the phone. The next moment, her face lit up. "Manager Jiang, it's you. Chairman Qian just mentioned you." "Okay, I'll pass the phone to Chairman Qian." When Qian Caixin heard that it was Jiang Baihui, the suspicion in her heart dissipated a little. She took the phone and said, "Hello." Then, she heard Jiang Baihui say on the other end, "Caixin, my Tanny has been promoted to deputy director. The base has put him in charge of a new project. I received a call yesterday and planned to go to the base to celebrate with him today." Qian Caixin raised her eyebrows. "Really? Comrade Liang has really been promoted to deputy director?" "Of course it's true," Jiang Baihui said proudly. "Actually, when we returned to China, the leaders said that they wanted to promote Tianyi to deputy director. At that time, they said that they wanted to test Tianyi, so they let him be a basic researcher. So that's how it is. I'll stay at the base for 2 days before going back. Is it okay for you to manage the company by yourself?" Qian Caixin said generously, "Of course not. Congratulate Comrade Liang for me. It's such a joyous occasion. You can stay for a few more days." The longer she stayed, the more information she would get, and the more valuable it would be when the time came. Jiang Baihui laughed. "Okay. Then I'll hang up. Let's talk when I come back." Qian Caixin nodded as if they had a tacit understanding. "Okay, let's talk later." The phone call was recorded. They never talked about important things over the phone. After hanging up the phone, the people from the National Security Agency all gave Tong Xuelu a thumbs up. "Comrade Tong, your ability to imitate other people's voices is amazing." Not only was the voice similar, but even the tone was very similar. The other party didn't have a trace of doubt. Tong Xuelu said modestly, "It's my honor to serve the country." But when she thought about how Jiang Baihui and Liang Tianyi were spies, she couldn't help but feel sad. "Comrade Tong, you have a very high awareness. If everyone was like you, it would save us a lot of trouble." Unlike Liang Tianyi and his wife, who were simply ungrateful villains, especially Liang Tianyi, who was supported by the country to study abroad. Was this how he served the country? Cruel and unscrupulous, Qian Caixin hung up the phone happily. Liang Tianyi was promoted to deputy director and was in charge of a new project. This meant that she could make a lot of money again. Thinking of this, she went to the warehouse to take a set of beauty products and personally packaged them. Then she went out to the post office. But the moment she walked into the post office, she was restrained. Qian Caixin screamed. When she saw the person in front of her, her legs went soft. "It's her. Over. Egg. Over." Qian Caixin was arrested, and the National Security Agency's Special Task Force followed the clues and found the product she sent. Because the spy was cunning and cautious, in order not to alert the enemy, they asked the investigator to disguise himself as a postman to deliver the product. Then, the moment the spy opened the door, they immediately pounced on him. The spy was a man in his 30s. He was average-looking, neither ugly nor good-looking. He was the type that could be lost in a crowd. After investigation, it was discovered that before the college entrance examination, the man was an educated youth in the countryside. He stayed in the countryside for 15 years. After the college entrance examination resumed, he took the college entrance examination, but did not pass. 3 years ago, he went abroad to work. After returning last year, he considered himself a photographer. He took pictures everywhere with his camera and did not have a fixed residence. Xianxia gave him the collected information, and then the man contacted the foreign spy. The special task force found a lot of evidence in the man's home and arrested him. After that, the case went smoothly. Xianxia refused to admit it at first, but with all the evidence, she finally couldn't take it anymore and confessed everything. Xianxia's biggest goal since she was a child was to be a diplomat like her father. Therefore, she did not hesitate to choose the foreign languages department during the college entrance examination. However, this dream was shattered by Tang Xuelu. At that time, in order to target Tang Xuelu, she deliberately asked her distant relative, Qian Rongrong, to seduce Wenrugi. In the end, she was framed and slandered, and her internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was cancelled. Later, no matter how hard she tried, no matter how much her family used their connections, she was never able to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Because of her poor moral character, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had very strict requirements in this area. She had no choice but to study abroad at her own expense. While studying abroad, she came into contact with foreign spies. Later, she could not resist the temptation of money and became a spy. In order to be a spy with peace of mind, she persuaded her retired parents to emigrate so that she would not have any worries. In total, she sold more than 50 pieces of information to the other party. Among them, DF5 was the biggest. She got this information from Jiang Baihui. Jiang Baihui got the information from her husband, Liang Tianyi. As for who Liang Tianyi got the information from, she had no idea. With Xianxia's confession, it was useless even if Jiang Baihui didn't want to admit it. All the evidence was there, and she couldn't defend herself. What people didn't expect was that when the task force asked who provided the missile parameters to Liang Tianyi, she said a surprising name, Wenrugi. When Tang Xuelu was informed of this, her remaining friendship with Jiang Baihui was completely destroyed. Deputy Director Zheng, I can swear and guarantee that my husband, Wenrugi, has never done anything wrong to the country. Deputy Director Zheng looked at her. Comrade Tang, please calm down. We've seen a lot of spies biting people. We won't let a spy go easily, nor will we wrongly accuse a good person. Before this, they had investigated Wenrugi and other researchers, but they didn't find any suspicious signs. Now that Jiang Baihui had provided the name Wenrugi, they naturally wouldn't believe it easily. However, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. I understand. I also believe that you won't wrongly accuse a good person. She didn't expect Jiang Baihui to hate her so much that she still wanted to drag them into the water at this time. Tang Xuelu's heart was burning with anger when she returned home. As soon as she entered the door, the twins pounced on her. Mom, Yan Yan learned another 50 words today. What will you reward Yan Yan with? Little Yan Yan hugged her mother's thigh and looked up with her tender white face. The words Mom, praise me. I want to eat fried chicken drumsticks and Rujiamo were written all over her face. Little Ranran took out their homework for the day and pointed to the results on it. Mom, Ranran studied with great-grandpa today. I got 100 marks in Chinese and 100 marks in mathematics. I got 1 more mark than brother. Little Ranran was wearing a pink dress today, which made her look even more delicate and cute. She had 2 small ponytails on her head and was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. Little Yan Yan didn't expect his sister to take out their results. He frowned and said angrily, Ranran, you're so naughty. Didn't you promise brother not to tell Mom? He knew all the questions on the exam paper, but he was usually very careless when doing the questions, so 1 mark was deducted. In order to not let Mom know, he bribed his sister with 10 yuan. He didn't expect her to take his secret stash of money and tell on him. She was so mean, little Ranran rolled her grape-like eyes and revealed her pearly white teeth. Brother, all is fair in war. Little Yan Yan, Huiq Tang Xuelu was originally filled with anger and was thinking about how to teach Jiang Baihui a lesson. But at this moment, all her anger evaporated like dewdrops under the sun. Jiang Baihui was already at the end of his rope. There was no way out and no tomorrow. Why should she waste her time on such a person? She should spend her time on her family and children. Thinking of this, she smiled. Yan, you're careless again. What did you promise Mom before? Little Yan twisted his chubby body. Mom, Yan missed Mom a lot when I was doing the questions. Then, I accidentally got distracted. Tong Xuelu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy was so crafty at such a young age. She rubbed her son's head. Although you missed Mom, this is your fault. So, Mom will deduct one of your fried chicken drumsticks today. Do you have any objections? Little Yan pursed his lips but still nodded obediently. Yan has no objections. Tong Xuelu nodded in satisfaction and turned to kiss her daughter's face. Ran, you did great today. You can ask Mom for a favor. Little Ran's chubby face blushed slightly. She suddenly became a considerate little girl and rubbed her face against her mother's face. Mom, Ran wants to sleep. With you tonight. Tong Xuelu's heart trembled at her daughter's cuteness. Okay, Ran will sleep with Mom tonight. Little Yan was anxious and tiptoed to increase his presence. Mom, Yan wants to sleep with you too. Before Tong Xuelu could answer, little Ran rejected. No, brother, you're a boy. You can't sleep with Mom. Little Yan didn't agree and argued. Boys and girls shouldn't sleep together when they're 7 years old. I'm only 4 years old. I can sleep with Mom. Little Ran said, Dad said you can't. Dad is the head of the family. You have to listen to Dad. Tong Xuelu held each child's hand. Okay, let's stop arguing. Let's go in quickly. Who wants to help Mom cook? Mom, Yan knows how to wash vegetables. Mom, Ran knows how to peel garlic. You guys are awesome. The setting sun shone on them and a gentle breeze blew. Tong Xuelu's mood was completely calm. When Liang Tianyi was informed that Qian Caixin had been arrested and that his wife, Jiang Baihui, had pleaded guilty, he was only shocked for a moment but didn't say anything. He didn't plead guilty and was even more unwilling to reveal the name of the researcher who had leaked the information to him. He used silence as a silent resistance. After the joint investigation by the Special Task Force and the base, they had already locked onto a target. The other party was also secretly watched, but without Liang Tianyi's confession, they couldn't convict him. The leaders of the base tried to persuade Liang Tianyi, but he was unmoved. In the end, Wenrugi volunteered to persuade Liang Tianyi. When he arrived at the detention room, Wenrugi saw Liang Tianyi, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. It had only been 4 or 5 days, but he looked extremely haggard. Although his hair was combed neatly and his clothes were neatly arranged without a single wrinkle, his eyes were bloodshot and there were deep dark circles under his eyes. What was even more shocking was that he had grown a lot of white hair. Wenrugi walked in with a tall and straight posture and sat down on the stool opposite him. When Liang Tianyi saw him enter, his eyes blinked, but he quickly looked down at the ground and didn't say anything. Wenrugi's low voice rang out in the detention room. I remember the first time I met you was during my lecture class. The other students didn't understand the physics questions I was talking about. Only you understood. At that time, I thought that as long as I nurtured you well, you would definitely be a talent who would contribute to the country in the future. You really didn't disappoint the teachers and the school leaders. You obtained the right to study at the public expense with your excellent grades and returned after completing your studies. Do you know how happy the dean was when he found out that you were willing to return to China? He said that the country needs more students like you who know how to repay kindness. The country supported many people to study abroad or further their studies, but a small number of people who went abroad were fascinated by the outside world. They couldn't resist the rich rewards from abroad and didn't return to China in the end. However, Liang Tianyi had returned. The leaders of the base and the school were very happy, and he was also very happy. Liang Tianyi looked at the ground and pursed his lips, still not saying anything. There are things that a gentleman should do and things that he shouldn't do. Why did you choose this path? Do you know that this is a path of no return? Even if you choose not to return to China, it's better than choosing to be a spy and betraying the country's secrets. The DF5 project was studied for 10 years, but it was ruined because of you. Are you worthy of the researchers who put in so much effort? Are you worthy of the country? Tianyi, you've really disappointed me. Liang Tianyi suddenly raised his head and smiled bitterly. Do you think I want to do this? I don't want to, but I don't have a choice. I went abroad to study for 4 years. I rejected the rich rewards offered by foreign companies. I wanted to come back and serve the country, but the country poured a bucket of cold water on me. The base let him start as an ordinary researcher. However, when they returned to China, Jiang Baihui and his mother told everyone that he would be valued by the leaders and would be specially trained by the base. The reality slapped him in the face and made him too ashamed to face anyone. Not only that, but Jiang Baihui also scolded him from time to time because he didn't achieve the expected goal. He also constantly compared him with Wenrugi. His dignity as a man was trampled on time and time again. Wenrugi's face was as cold as ice. No excuse is a reason for you to betray the country. The country doesn't owe you anything. Instead, you owe the country. Do you know why you weren't assigned to an important project? It's because you're too impetuous. In our line of work, the biggest taboo is to not be down to earth. The director intended to sharpen your mind and test you at the same time. If you could pass the test, the base would have trained you as a top talent. But what did you do? You betrayed the country because you were dissatisfied. Liang Tianyi was a good seedling, but the base couldn't immediately put someone who had just returned from abroad in charge of an important project, no matter who it was. Liang Tianyi closed his eyes. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. His hands were clenched into fists. His veins were exposed because he was clenching them too hard. He made a mistake. In fact, he regretted it when he handed over the data. But it was too late. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Wenrugi. Professor Wen, I want to know. If I tell you everything, can you protect the lives of my son and mother? Wenrugi, I can't. But if your son and mother don't know, the country won't do anything to innocent people. Liang Tianyi's eyes were red. His throat moved twice. Okay, ask them to come in. I'll confess, Wenrugi looked at him one last time and turned to leave. When he stepped out of the door, a low voice came from inside. I'm sorry. Wenrugi didn't stop. He went out and told the task force. When the task force heard that Liang Tianyi was willing to confess, their eyes lit up and they immediately rushed into the detention room. Liang Tianyi confessed everything. The reason why he and Jiang Baihui came back late was that they bumped into a spy on the way to the airport. The spy took the opportunity to persuade them to become spies. At the same time, he offered them a very generous reward and promised to help their family immigrate and get a green card. At that time, Jiang Baihui was very tempted, but he refused. He wanted to come back and serve his country. But when he came back, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Everything didn't go well. The spy saw that Jiang Baihui was tempted and felt that they were people who could be persuaded. Therefore, after they encountered a setback, the domestic spies found them. This time, he didn't keep his original intention. Although he was only an ordinary researcher, he was talented. So he used his good reputation to contact the bomb technology experts at the base and asked them for advice on some technical problems from time to time. In the process of contact, he quickly distinguished who couldn't be persuaded and who had weaknesses that could be persuaded. Wang Yongda was finally persuaded by him. Wang Yongda was one of the bomb technology experts. He was a core researcher, but he hadn't been promoted for many years. Although the salary of a researcher wasn't low, it wasn't enough to support his daughter to study abroad. Yes, Wang Yongda's daughter wanted to study abroad at her own expense, but the Wang family didn't have the money for her to go abroad. Wang Yongda loved his daughter very much and couldn't eat or drink for this matter. Therefore, when Liang Tianyi proposed to cooperate with him, he only thought about it and agreed. In order not to attract other people's attention, they usually didn't contact or see each other at the base. They didn't even talk. Wang Yongda wrote the parameters for him in the car. Because it was done so secretly, the task force didn't suspect them at first. The spy case was solved. The 5 people involved were all sentenced to death. Although Liang Tianyi's mother stole the small yellow croaker, she didn't know anything about the leak. She also didn't participate in any betrayal of the country, so she was finally released. But when her son was about to be shot, Liang Tianyi's mother cried until her eyes were about to go blind. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had to raise her grandson, she definitely would have followed her son. Before the shooting, Jiang Baihui and Qian Caixin both asked to see Tang Xuelu. Tang Xuelu thought about it and finally chose to see Qian Caixin because she wanted to know what kind of hatred Qian Caixin had for her. Before, Qian Caixin was glamorous, wearing the most fashionable clothes, high heels, and driving a red Santana. But now, Qian Caixin was wearing a gray prison uniform. She looked haggard and was no longer as high-spirited as before. When she saw Tang Xuelu walking in with high heels, her eyes suddenly became lively. "I didn't expect you to be willing to see me." Tang Xuelu sat down on the stool opposite her. "Didn't you want to see me?" "Tang Xuelu, do you know what I hate about you the most?" She didn't wait for Tang Xuelu to answer and said, "It's your high and mighty attitude." Tang Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "That's it? You've always been against me because of this?" Qian Caixin bit her lip. "No." "Then why?" Qian Caixin looked at her and suddenly revealed a strange smile. "You've always been curious, right? I wanted to tell you, but I changed my mind now. I don't want to tell you. I want you to never know the truth and never understand it for the rest of your life." Ha 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 ha. Tang Xuelu's mouth twitched. She felt that she was really sick. She was indeed curious, but if Qian Caixin didn't want to tell her, would she have to suffer for the rest of her life? She thought too highly of herself, didn't she? Seeing that Qian Caixin didn't want to tell her, she pushed her chair away and stood up. She wanted to leave. Qian Caixin didn't expect her to not care at all. She didn't get angry, nor did she feel conflicted. She also didn't continue to ask. She couldn't help but be stunned. "Tang Xuelu, don't you want to know?" Tang Xuelu smiled coldly. "If you don't want to know, you can take your secret to hell." Qian Caixin wanted to use this to anger Tang Xuelu, but she didn't expect her to be the one who made her so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. "Tang Xuelu, do you think your life is perfect? No, you're actually the biggest failure. From the beginning, Jiang Baihui came into contact with you to make use of you. She never treated you as a friend. She said that the person she hates the most is you, but you still treat her as a friend. Don't you think you're a fool?" "Tang Xuelu, stop right there." Tang Xuelu left without looking back. She didn't look back at Qian Caixin again. Qian Caixin was so angry that she wanted to curse. A month later, Liang Tianyi, Jiang Baihui, and the other two were shot one after another. Traitors would go down in infamy, no matter who it was. The country wouldn't tolerate this kind of thing. After Mother Liang collected Liang Tianyi's body, she left Beijing with her grandson and went to another province to seek refuge with her nephew. Qian Caixin's parents had already emigrated, but her brother, sister, and other relatives were all in China. Because of Jiang Baihui, their lives and work were greatly affected. Those who worked in private companies were still fine, but those who worked in important units and held important positions were all transferred or dismissed. They hated Qian Caixin to the core. Qian Caixin's brother didn't even want to collect her body, let alone bury Qian Caixin's ashes in the Jiang family cemetery. When Mother Qian found out that her daughter had been shot for treason, she was so angry that she had a stroke on the spot. In the end, she couldn't be resuscitated. Qian Caixin's father had tears streaming down his face. He had people bring back the money that Qian Caixin had spent abroad and donated it to build a school in the poor mountainous areas as atonement. After such a leak, the base carried out a deep review and reorganization. The control of the base was even stricter. For a long time, the base's atmosphere was very heavy. However, there were ungrateful traitors who betrayed their country, and there were also researchers who devoted themselves to the cause of scientific research and would not give up until their deaths. Those who made mistakes should be punished, but those who made contributions should also be rewarded. A month later, when Rugi was selected as an academician of the Academy of Sciences, becoming the base's youngest academician. Academician was the highest academic title, and it was a lifelong honor. When Rugi received this title because of his achievements and contributions in the field of scientific research and technology. Secondly, it was because of his loyalty and patriotism. After old Mr. Wen heard about it, he was so emotional that his eyes turned red. The twins were very proud of their father. Tong Xuelu rewarded Wenrugi with an unforgettable wedding night. The weather was getting warmer day by day. Tong Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan sat on a bench in the garden. The twins and little Tang Tang were playing games at the side. Fang Jingyuan sighed faintly. Although it has been 3 months, I still find it unbelievable. Why did Bai Hui take things so hard? Tong Xuelu's lips curled. Only she knows about this. Jiang Bai Hui had chosen the wrong path. No one could save her now that she had chosen the wrong path. Fang Jingyuan turned to look at her. Aren't you angry that she used our relationship like this? It was only when Jiang Bai Hui was arrested that she realized that Jiang Bai Hui had approached them because of their family background. She had treated her as a good friend for so many years in vain. Tong Xuelu raised his eyebrows. Why should I be angry? Don't you think it's silly to be angry because of someone else's mistake? Jiang Bai Hui liked to socialize since university. Usually, she rarely stayed in the dormitory. If she was not on the way to socialize, she was in the midst of socializing. Moreover, she had discovered a long time ago that the people Jiang Bai Hui knew were either people with good family backgrounds or people with personal ability. However, she felt that there was nothing wrong with this. It was not a sin to be vain as long as she did not have the intention to harm others. Moreover, before she transmigrated, she had many vain friends around her, as well as countless fake sisters and best friends. Therefore, when she found out that Jiang Bai Hui had this problem, she still accepted her as her friend. Jiang Bai Hui had dug her own grave by coming to this situation. Fang Jingyuan thought about it and nodded. You're right, but I didn't expect Bai Hui to be such a person. I also didn't expect her to be jealous of you for so many years. Isn't she hiding it too deeply? You can't judge a book by its cover. You've been working for so many years. Haven't you seen through it yet? I've seen through it, but I still feel uncomfortable. After all, I really treat her as a friend. Tong Xuelu did not comfort her anymore. The world was unpredictable. She had to learn to digest these negative emotions on her own. On the other side, 2 boys ran out of nowhere and suddenly knocked down Xiao Tang Tang, who was going to pick up the ball. Xiao Ranran quickly ran over to help her sister up. She pointed at the 2 boys and said, "Apologize to my sister." When the 2 boys heard this, they made faces at her. We don't want to apologize. She was the one who knocked into us. After saying that, one of the boys even flicked the stone in his hand. The stone bounced on Xiao Tang Tang's forehead, and Xiao Tang Tang burst into tears. Xiao Yanyan was angry. He rushed forward and kicked the boy, then the 2 of them rolled into a ball. Although Xiao Yanyan was 2 or 3 years younger than the boy, and although he was chubby, he was a real chubby boy. The boy was pinned under his body and suddenly felt that his breathing was not as smooth. He tried to push him away, but he could not. Xiao Yanyan started learning martial arts from his great-grandfather when he was 3 years old. He even practiced the horse dance every day. This was not a joke. He punched the little boy again and again, making him cry. The other boy saw that his companion was being beaten up and rushed forward to hit Xiao Yanyan. Xiao Ranran saw that her brother was in danger and immediately pounced on the boy, biting his hand. The boy did not expect Xiao Ranran, who looked so cute, to be so scary when she was angry. His hand started to bleed, and he immediately started to cry loudly. When they heard the crying, Tong Xuelu and Fang Jingyuan quickly ran over and pulled the children away. Soon, the parents of the 2 boys also came over. Fortunately, they were not unreasonable people. After they found out that their children were the ones who hit them first, they immediately apologized. Tong Zulv and Fang Jingyuan saw that the other party was reasonable and did not pursue the other party's responsibility. After all, one of the 2 boys had been punched several times, and the other's wrist was bitten and bleeding. Their injuries were more severe. After they left, Tong Xuelu checked on his son and daughter. He was relieved when he found that they were not injured. Xiao Yanyan blinked his big eyes. Mommy, we fought with someone. Will you deduct our snacks? Tong Xuelu rubbed his head. No, you did a great job. You know how to protect your sister. However, if you encounter such things in the future, you should come to the adults. You can't act rashly like this again, understand? Seeing that his mother did not scold them, Xiao Yanyan smiled happily. I know, Mommy. Yan Yan loves you. Little Ran Ran hugged her mother and said sweetly, Ran Ran loves mommy too. I love you more than brother. Xiao Yan Yan made a face at his sister and did not argue. Tong Xuelu kissed both of them. Mommy loves you too. The two siblings hugged their mother and rubbed their faces against her like two little kittens. They were so cute. Fang Jingyuan hugged his crying daughter and comforted her. Alright, little Tang Tang, don't cry. Look at how much your brother and sister love you. They even fought with someone to protect you. Little Tang Tang burped and said in a childish voice, Mommy, Tang Tang wants to thank brother Yan Yan and sister Ran Ran. Fang Jingyuan put his daughter down. Little Tang Tang walked towards her brother and sister with unsteady steps. Sister Ran Ran, thank you for protecting Tang Tang. Tang Tang will treat you to candy next time. Little Ran Ran touched her sister's face. You're welcome. Don't cry, little Tang Tang. Little Tang Tang smiled cutely at her sister and then walked towards her brother. Brother Yan Yan, thank you for protecting Tang Tang. Tang Tang will marry you when she grows up. Xiao Yan Yan was speechless. Xiao Yan Yan was expecting his sister to treat him to candy, but he did not expect her to say that she wanted to marry him. He looked at little Tong Tong's big head and her eyes that were even smaller because of her crying. His mouth pouted and he burst into tears. I don't want to. I don't want to marry little Tang Tang. Little Tang Tang did not know why her brother was crying so sadly, but she also wanted to cry when she saw her brother crying. Thus, she burst into tears again. Suddenly, the sound of crying filled the air. Tong Xuelu was speechless. Fang Jingyuan was speechless. At this moment, the love trio of the base was sitting in the courtyard to enjoy the cool air. Suddenly, a gust of summer wind blew and Zhou Yan's hair. Huang Qimin looked over and almost laughed to death. Zhou Yan, you're bald so early? Zhou Yan quickly fixed his hair. Go to hell with your jinx. My hair is very lush. Don't curse me. Huang Qimin laughed like a dog. There's obviously a bald spot on your forehead. Rugue, you saw it just now, right? Wenrugi smiled but did not answer. Zhou Yan fixed his hair and suddenly sighed. Ever since Rugue proposed with a ring, flowers, and a watch, my wife has been as cold to me as possible. When Huang Qimin heard this, he suddenly could not laugh. My wife doesn't know about this. She thinks that everyone proposes with 2 kilograms of pork, but she has also become much colder to me. So love would disappear, right QAQ? The two of them looked at each other and then turned to look at Wenrugi. Rugue, tell us, how did you manage to keep your marriage fresh? In the past, Wenrugi was the last to date and the last to get married among the three of them. He was also the one with the least experience. However, life was full of ups and downs. Now, Wenrugi and his wife were the most loving couple. Although the two of them were very busy with work and had 2 children, they were still as loving and sweet as ever. Whenever Wenrugi had a holiday, he would not go anywhere and would go home to accompany his wife and son. Tong Xuelu would come to the base to visit Wenrugi when he had time. If he was not free, he would send over the delicious food he made. In short, he was the envy of others. Wenrugi said, as a qualified husband, besides being considerate to his wife, he should also give all his salary to his wife. Zhou Yan and Huang Qimin said, we've already done that. Wenrugi said, I'm not done yet. Other than that, you have to maintain your image. Look at you, one of you is bald, and the other has a protruding belly. How can your wife fall in love with you when she sees you like this? Zhou Baldi Yan, big-bellied Qimin, Wenrugi thought of the wedding night last time and his ears turned slightly red. Men should maintain themselves as a feast for the eyes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. In the past 4 years, the green tea restaurant under Tong Xuelu's name had developed to 10 chain stores. 3 of them were in Beijing, and the rest were in other places. Lanting Company had also opened a branch in Shan City. Now, the company had more than 200 employees, and its medicinal wine and other products were very popular in Hong Kong and abroad. In particular, the wine that developed later became a well-known wine brand in China and abroad. The profit of wine was far greater than that of other medicinal wines, and Tong Xuelu made a lot of money. After making money, Tong Xuelu used the money to buy houses and shops. Now, even if she closed the company, she could live very comfortably just by collecting rent. Tang Xuelu decided to attend the autumn fair and then travel to Hong Kong from Guangdong province. In fact, she had wanted to go a few years ago, but it was not convenient to get the documents. In addition, the twins were still young, so it was delayed until now. The twins knew that their mother was going to Hong Kong, so the siblings discussed and decided to rely on their mother to go with them. When Tang Yanyan saw that his mother had returned, he immediately went forward. "Mom, you've worked hard. I'll give you a massage." When Rugi decided to change his son's surname to Tong 2 years ago, Tang Xuelu did not care about the child's surname, but she cared about the thought. Hence, Wen Yanyan became Tang Yanyan. When Jean Rand followed closely behind and brought out the old hen ginseng soup that she had been cooking for the entire afternoon. "Mom, this is the chicken soup I made for you. Try it and see if it's good." Tang Xuelu glanced at the siblings and quietly lowered her head to scoop a spoonful of soup. "It tastes okay, but it's still a little lacking." When Jean Ran hugged her mother's arm and rubbed against it affectionately. "Mom, you're a first-class chef. Of course, I can't compare to you, but my thought is very important. Mom, look at my fingers. They're red from the scalding." Tang Xuelu glanced at her daughter's slender fingers. Her index finger was a little red. "You don't have to be so solicitous for no reason. Tell me, what's your motive? Did you do something wrong again?" Tang Yanyan put on an aggrieved look and said, "Mom, are we that useless in your eyes? Can't we truly be filial to you?" The child was good-looking, with handsome eyebrows and bright eyes. When he put on an aggrieved look, it was easy to move people's hearts. He knew this himself, so he often used this trick to deceive people. When Jean Ran's expression wasn't as lively as his brother's. "Mom, we're your babies. What bad intentions can we have? Come on." Tang Xuelu resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "If that's the case, then I'll take it that you really don't have any desires. Alright, I'm going to take a bath and rest." As she spoke, she stood up and was about to leave. The siblings immediately became anxious. Tang Yanyan hurriedly stopped his mother. "Mom, it's true that we're filial, but we also have something to discuss with you." When Jean Ran continued, "We heard that Mom is going to Xianxia to play. Xianxia is known as the Pearl of the East, a food paradise, and a shopping paradise. We have been yearning for it for a long time, so we really want to go with Mom to see it." Tang Yanyan came forward and hugged his mother's other arm, shaking it. "Besides, Mom is as beautiful as a flower. We really can't rest assured that you'll go to Xianxia alone. Dad will definitely be even more worried. But it'll be different with us joining. We can protect Mom as your bodyguards." When Jean Ran nodded, turned around, and did a beautiful backspin kick. She even hooked her finger at her brother. "Come, brother, let's have a match. Let's do it." Tang Yanyan's heart was already itching, and he immediately went up to them. The siblings exchanged punches and kicks, and they were busy fighting. Both of them had learned martial arts from their great-grandfathers since they were young. Compared to ordinary children, the two of them were agile. Old Mr. Wen came in with his walking stick. When he saw the siblings fighting, he hurriedly said, "Stop fighting, stop fighting. Great-grandpa, brother, and I are just sparring. We're not fighting." As she spoke, when Jean Ran gave her brother a beautiful backspin kick on his butt, causing Tang Yanyan to grimace in pain. However, Tang Yanyan had the demeanor of an elder brother. He only used 50% of his strength in every move and gave in to his sister. Tang Xuelu walked over and helped old Mr. Wen sit down. "Grandpa, don't worry about them. Are you feeling better today?" Old Mr. Wen was 83 years old this year. Although he did not have Alzheimer's disease like in his previous life, his memory had deteriorated greatly since last year. Old Mr. Wen waved his hand. "I'm very healthy. Don't worry. Hurry and make the two children stop. It won't be good if they get hurt." When the siblings heard their great-grandpa's words, they stopped without waiting for their mother to speak. "Great-grandpa, we want to go to Xianxia with Mom. Can you help us plead for mercy?" Tang Yanyan began to act coquettishly again, like a sturdy and active husky. How could old Mr. Wen resist his great-grandson's coquettishness? He agreed repeatedly and helped to plead for mercy. On account of your great-grandpa, I'll agree. However, you have to promise that you'll listen to my arrangements when you go out. You can't make your own decisions. Can you do that? Tang Xuelu was actually a little tempted just now. She hoped that the two children could see the outside world while they were still young. The two siblings answered in unison, yes. Tang Yanyan even kissed old Mr. Wen's face. Indeed, there's nothing that great-grandpa can't handle. Great-grandpa is really our family's big baby. Wen Jinran nodded. Isn't that so? Great-grandpa is the head of our family. Your words are definitely the most important. Ha ha ha, old Mr. Wen was praised so much that he revealed a mouthful of fake teeth. The wrinkles on his face were like brilliant chrysanthemums. When one was old, they were most afraid of being useless and being neglected by the younger generation. Tang Xuelu had taught the two children since they were young to take care of their great-grandpa's emotions. In this aspect, they had always done well. Hence, the matter of going to Xianxia was settled. However, when Wenrugi found out, he was jealous. His wife and children were going to Xianxia, but he couldn't go because of his identity and career. He could only nag non-stop. I heard that it's very chaotic there. You have to find someone you know to bring you there. Try not to go out at night. The two children are not young anymore. They can take care of themselves. Don't tire yourself out. And that boss Zhang. Although we've worked together for many years, we still have to be wary of him. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Xuelu stuffed a candy into his mouth. When Wenrugi looked at her with his ink-black eyes. Her figure was reflected in his eyes. As usual, they were filled with gentleness and deep love. Tang Xuelu hugged his face and leaned over to kiss him. The children and I will come back early. You don't have to worry. In fact, how could she not know that he had always cared about Boss Zhang? Boss Zhang had never concealed his admiration and praise for her. In this era where people were still relatively reserved, his behavior was indeed eye-catching. However, although he was jealous, he had never restricted her from doing business with him. He had also never said anything sarcastic. This was why she loved him so much. Love was trust. Loving someone to the extreme was not to break their wings and let them stay by your side, but to let them be free. The candy that she stuffed into her mouth was sweet. The sweetness filled her mouth and spread from her mouth to her heart. When Wenrugi hugged her slender waist and stared into her misty eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Then I'll go to Shenzhen to pick you up. Okay. Tang Xuelu licked her red lips. I suddenly want to eat candy. When Wenrugi stared at her lips and said in a low voice, I'll get it for you. No, I want to eat the one in your mouth. As her voice fell, when Wenrugi's eyes darkened and he kissed her. His movements were gentle and fierce. The tip of his tongue pushed her teeth open and the candy with the fragrance of oranges entered her mouth. It was so sweet that it made her teeth fall out. The temperature in the room kept rising. His kiss seemed to be magical, causing her to tremble. Although they had been married for almost 10 years, their passion for each other had not faded with time. Every time they were intimate, it was like the first time. It made her heart palpitate. However, compared to the first time, when Wenrugi's movements were very skillful. He was no longer the shy love rookie. The air was filled with something that made her heart flutter. Suddenly, there were 2 knocks on the door, startling the 2 people inside. When Wenrugi stopped and said in a low and hoarse voice, Who is it? Tang Yanyan's fearless voice came from outside the door. Dad, great-grandpa asked you to take it easy. Don't give me a younger sister or brother. Tang Xuelu, Wenrugi, old Mr. Wen was old and had a lot of memories. He must have forgotten that Wenrugi had already undergone a vasectomy. Wenrugi's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, Get lost. Tang Yanyan trembled at the door. Okay, I'll get lost now. Actually, I don't mind having a younger brother or sister. It's a pity that you can't give birth anymore. Tang Xuelu, Wenrugi's face turned even uglier. After dinner, Tang Yanyan was dragged to the study by his father, who threw physics questions at him one after another. Tang Yanyan stayed up late that night and even lost half of his secret stash. Regarding this, Tong Xuelu did not pity his son at all. Who asked him to repeatedly jump on the edge of death. After preparing, Tong Xuelu brought the twins to Guangdong province. She first followed the team to Guang City and brought the twins to experience the atmosphere of the autumn fair. They have a good vocabulary in English and are also very good at speaking and listening. The two of them acted as translators and salespeople at the exhibition, which shocked the foreigners so much that their eyes almost fell out. Oh my God, is English so common in China? Even a child can speak English so well. Tong Yanyan straightened his back and said confidently, yes, sir. China values education very much. In the near future, you will see China soar like a dragon and look down on the world. The foreign businessman, yes, China is indeed amazing. In just a few years, the economy has developed so quickly. But you should be underage. Why are you working here? Do we allow child labor in China? Wen Jin ran, of course not. Lanting Company was founded by my mother. The two of us are here to experience the atmosphere. The foreign businessman, I see. Tell your mother that the wine made by your company is very delicious. It doesn't lose to brands like Raphael at all. Wen Jin ran, thank you, great minds think alike. I also think that the wine under my mother's name is very good. Tong Xuelu stood at the side and watched her son and daughter flatter her. She couldn't help but smile. The two children were proud of her, and she was also proud of them. After staying in Guang City for a few days, Tong Zulf took the twins to Qianlu to experience the ancient Lingnan customs. She also took them to Shiguan Old Street for morning tea and let them taste the authentic quicksand buns and phoenix claws. Since they were in Guang City, they naturally had to try the local boat porridge. The authentic boat porridge was made with fresh fish. After the porridge was cooked, she placed the 70 to 80% cooked barbecued pork slices, sashimi, squid, shredded egg, and scum at the bottom of the bowl. After the porridge was boiled, the fragrance immediately spread and attacked the souls of every customer. Finally, she sprinkled a handful of crispy peanuts and chopped green onions, and a few pieces of fried dough sticks. A bowl of authentic boat porridge was ready. The twins had also eaten the boat porridge made by their mother at home, but this time, when they tasted the authentic food, they still tasted different. The fish was fresh and tender, and it melted in the mouth. The porridge was soft and mushy, and the porridge juice was mixed with the essence of other fillings. It was rich and delicious. It was just a bowl of porridge, but it was irresistible. Tong Yanyan said, Mom, although I love the boat porridge you make, there's still a difference between the authentic ones. Wen Jinran nodded. I can't tell what's different, but it seems to be more delicious. But Mom, we still love you the most. Tong Xuelu couldn't help but laugh. Of course. What is authentic food? The freshness of this kind of local food will change according to the ingredients and culture. Although Mom's cooking is not bad, there's always someone better. It's very normal for you to think that their food is delicious. The twins nodded and asked for another bowl after they finished eating. Then, they bought some specialties from Guang City and went to Shan City. Some of them were sent back to Beijing, and some were gifts for the Su family. When the Su family saw them, they were very welcoming and happy. Sister Zulf, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming over? I could have picked you up. The 17-year-old little Jiao was tall and slender, with handsome eyebrows and bright eyes. He vividly portrayed the words elegant young man. When he was young, little Jiao was shy and cute, but the young man in front of her had lost his shyness. His eyes flickered with confidence, and he was polite and gave people a very comfortable feeling. Tong Xuelu saw the young CEO in the novel in him. She smiled. There's no need to trouble you. I've been to Guangdong province a few times, so I'm very familiar with it. As she spoke, a graceful figure walked out of the house quickly. When she saw Tong Xuelu, she shouted excitedly, Comrade Tong. In the past 2 years, it had not been popular to call someone comrade. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw a woman in her 30s standing at the door. Her facial features were exquisite, and her eyes were gentle. If it weren't for her pale skin, she would be like a classical beauty who had walked out of a painting. Tong Xuelu's eyes lit up. Comrade Gu, you're out? The person in front of her was little Jiao's mother, Gu Ilan. However, she didn't know that Guilan had already come out. Guilan walked over and excitedly held her hand. Yes, I just came out the day before yesterday. I didn't have time to inform you. Her life on the farm had been difficult these years, but it had also made her deeply aware of how naive and lucky she had been in the past. She had almost caused her son to be abducted and almost caused the Su family to be confiscated. Su Yueshan's political career had been ruined in her hands. If it had been any other man, they would have divorced her long ago, or wanted her to die. However, Su Yueshan had not given up on her. He had constantly found people to mediate between them so that she would not be bullied or wronged on the farm. It was also he who had donated a large sum of money to get her out of the farm and let her regain her freedom. How lucky she was to have met such a man. Similarly, how lucky she was to have met Tong Xuelu. If it hadn't been for her, they would have been separated from each other. If it hadn't been for her, she would have ended her life back then. Therefore, apart from her husband, Tong Xuelu was the person she was most grateful to. It's good that you're out. Tong Xuelu sized her up. The words "a beauty that hasn't been defeated by time" flashed through his mind. Although Guilan had been on the farm all these years, she was still an out-and-out beauty. Guilan's eyes were filled with tears. It's been so many years, but I still owe you a word of thanks. Thank you, Comrade Tong. After saying that, she gave Tong Xuelu a 90-degree bow. Tong Xuelu hurriedly helped her up. There's no need to be so polite between our families. In the beginning, she had helped the Su family. However, over the years, the Su family had done everything possible to repay her kindness. It had long been unclear between the two families who owed each other. Guilan nodded heavily. Come in and sit down. The sun is shining outside. After so many years, the otherworldly beauty had finally learned the ways of the world. Tong Xuelu curled his lips and followed her into the Su family's house. Su Yueshan's business had been very big in the past few years. In addition to opening an electrical appliance factory with Tong Xuelu, he had also started to do real estate. In the 1990s, electrical appliances and real estate were one of the most profitable industries. People couldn't help but admire his vision. The Su family's house was a villa built by themselves. The style imitated foreign architectural styles and was very fashionable. The Su family's servants brought out fruits and snacks. Everyone chatted for a while. Tong Xuelu asked, Xiaojiao, are you going to take the college entrance examination this year? Have you decided which school you want to go to? Xiaojiao nodded. I plan to apply for Qing University. Tong Yanyan smiled. I knew Uncle Xiaojiao would choose Qing University. Xiaojiao smiled but didn't say anything. A delicate face appeared in his mind, and his eyes instantly softened. There were people he cared about in Beijing, so he didn't want to go anywhere. He just wanted to go there. In the next few days in Shen City, the Su family warmly entertained them. They ate, drank, and played with them. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiaming went abroad on a business trip, and Tong Xuelu couldn't see him. After playing in Shen City for a few days, Tong Xuelu took the twins to Xianxia. Su Yueshan was very familiar with Xianxia. Although Tong Xuelu said that Boss Zhang would help her arrange it, he still asked a capable assistant to accompany them to Xianxia. Boss Zhang arranged for Tong Xuelu and the twins to stay in the most luxurious hotel in Xianxia, which cost a few hundred yuan a night. A few hundred yuan in 1989. Although the twins were used to seeing good things, they still couldn't help but be speechless. However, when they saw their mother's calm face, they also learned to be calm. Boss Zhang sincerely appreciated a beauty like Tong Xuelu, but he only appreciated her. Before he met her husband, Wenrugi, he still had some thoughts. However, after meeting him, that little bit of confidence in his heart was ruthlessly crushed to the ground. The husband and wife were a perfect match. Both of them had perfect appearances. If they were in the entertainment industry, they would definitely be at the level of kings and queens. Boss Zhang arranged for a car to take them to various scenic spots and also arranged for delicious food. Xiangyang was indeed a food paradise. Just a bowl of wonton noodles and rice noodles was enough to make people unable to stop eating. They sat in a restaurant next to Victoria Harbor and had a seafood feast. The two lobsters were shaped like two dragons playing with a pearl. The lobster shells could be opened easily, and the lobster meat was so fresh and tender that it almost made people swallow their tongues. The shrimp dumplings made from sea shrimp were chewy and delicious. Abalone and shark's fin were also indispensable. The twins, who had never tasted sushi before, had their first taste. The foodie Tang Yanyan quickly accepted it and ate until his eyes narrowed. However, when Jinran couldn't accept such half-cooked food. He only tried one piece and complained to his mother that it was too fishy. Tang Xuelu sighed in her heart that her daughter didn't have the luck to eat such delicious sushi. The family of three tasted the delicious food while admiring the beautiful scenery of Victoria Harbor. It made people sigh that this kind of life was even more leisurely than that of the gods. After having a seafood feast, they naturally couldn't miss out on the local snacks in Xianxia. They had to have a cup of Hong Kong-style milk tea, curry fish eggs, and bowls of chicken wings, crispy duck, and Hong Kong-style barbecued pork. Within a few days, Tang Xuelu found that there was more meat on her waist. In addition to eating, Tang Xuelu also took the twins to Hung Hom Stadium to listen to Zhang Guorong's farewell concert. Her brother, Zhang Guorong, suddenly announced his farewell to the music industry when his career was at its peak in 1989. He held 33 consecutive concerts at Hung Hom Stadium. Tang Xuelu had always regretted not being able to listen to her brother's concert before she transmigrated. She didn't expect that this dream would come true in this life. She turned into a star-chasing girl, shouting, screaming, and crying together with the Xianjiang fans. The twins were dumbfounded by what they saw. Shock. JPG. They didn't know that their mother had such an emotional and wild side. In this era, there wasn't an atmosphere of star-chasing in China yet. Everyone was relatively reserved when it came to chasing after celebrities. They would write letters to actors, give gifts, or blush when they saw their favorite celebrities. However, it was rare to see someone so wild. After the concert ended, Tang Xuelu's voice was hoarse and her eyes were swollen from crying. After returning to the hotel, Tang Yanyan secretly called his father and told him, "Dad, something bad has happened." When Rugi said, "Speak," Tang Yanyan said, "Dad, you've met your love rival." Mom cried until her eyes were swollen like walnuts because of a man. She shouted his name excitedly for 2 hours and now she can't even speak. When Rugi was speechless. "Dad, did you hear that?" Seeing that there was no response from the other end of the phone, Tang Yanyan shouted twice. "Dad, that man is very handsome. He can sing and dance. I don't mind." Changing fathers. Before he could finish speaking, he was knocked on the head. He turned around and saw his sister standing behind him. When Jinran took the phone and comforted his old father. "Dad, don't listen to brother's nonsense. That man is a superstar. Mom brought us to his concert." When Rugi asked, "Is your mother crying?" When Jinran said, "Yes, Mom is a little emotional because that superstar is going to retire from the music industry. But Dad, you don't have to worry. He's just a superstar. Also, I think you're more handsome than him." When Rugi was not comforted at all. His wife actually cried for another man and even shouted his name for more than 2 hours. He was so jealous. Because Tang Xuelu was already asleep, when Rugi couldn't bear to wake her up. After hanging up the phone, he silently tasted the sour lemons alone. Then, he returned to the dormitory and found the dust-covered Suona. Who isn't a handsome man who can sing and dance, ****. In addition to eating, drinking, and having fun, Tang Xuelu also signed 2 big contracts with Mr. Zhang. She really could have fun and make money at the same time. Just as she was about to return to the mainland, she met someone. That day, she came out of the shopping mall. Just as she was about to get into the car, she was stopped by a woman. "Zulf? Tang Xuelu, is that you?" Tang Xuelu turned around and saw a woman dressed very modernly standing in front of her. She was wearing a red spaghetti strap dress that revealed her slender and straight legs. She wore a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. She couldn't recognize her for a moment. "May I ask who you are?" This person looked strangely familiar. It was strange to meet someone who spoke Mandarin in Hong Kong and knew her name. The woman took off her sunglasses and her red lips curled. "It's me." Choi Ruru. Tang Xuelu was a little surprised. Ever since she graduated, Choi Ruru went to her wedding and there was no news about her. She had cut off contact with everyone, as if she had disappeared into thin air. The head teacher and other students also didn't have any news about her. There was even a rumor that she was dead. She didn't expect to see her here. Why are you in Hong Kong? Choi Ruru smiled very charmingly. I'm settling down in Hong Kong. What about you? Why are you here? Tong Shuelu, I brought my son and daughter here to have fun. Choi Ruru looked behind her and there was a flash of envy in her eyes. I didn't expect your children to be so big. After saying that, she reached into her bag and dug around. Aya, I didn't know I would meet you. I didn't bring any red packets or other things with me. Take this and buy some food. She took out a roll of Hong Kong dollars and wanted to give it to them, but Tong Shuelu rejected it. No need, no need. They're not children anymore. You don't have to be polite. Tong Yanyan smiled. Auntie, my mother is right. You don't have to give us red packets. Auntie, you're so beautiful. I didn't know my mother had such a beautiful friend. Choi Ruru was amused. She looked at Tong Shuelu and said, your son is really good at talking. Are you free now? I'd like to treat you to a cup of coffee. Tong Shuelu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. The group of them went to the cafe next door. The twins couldn't sit still and ran to the side to play games. Choi Ruru picked up the coffee and took a sip elegantly. Are you surprised that I'm settling down in Hong Kong? Tong Shuelu nodded. Yes, there's been no news about you all these years. The students are all curious about where you've been. Choi Ruru put down the coffee and smiled gently. I've always been in Beijing, and I've even seen you before. Tong Shuelu was speechless. Choi Ruru didn't keep him in suspense. After I graduated, I worked in the National Security Agency. However, I'm not working openly. I'm undercover. Undercover? Tong Shuelu was really shocked. Choi Ruru was very charming. When she walked, her waist swayed like a water snake. However, the students didn't like her very much, especially the female students. This was because her appearance was indeed a little disadvantageous in this era. She looked a little like a vixen, and her actions weren't very serious. However, Tong Shuelu wasn't familiar with her. He felt that she was very scheming. However, as long as the other party didn't have the intention to harm others, he wouldn't be bothered. However, he didn't expect that Choi Ruru would actually go undercover. It was really unexpected. Choi Ruru smiled. You've always been very calm. It's really rare to see such an expression on your face. After I graduated, I was recruited by the National Security Agency. After that, I moved around in different industries and played different roles to find the spies hidden among the people. That's why I didn't contact anyone. Tong Shuelu, then when did you see me? Choi Ruru, 4 years ago, when Jiang Baihui and Qian Saixin were arrested. During that time, I also participated in the investigation. However, my identity couldn't be exposed. Then, you're now in Xianxia. Are you no longer undercover? Choi Ruru nodded. Yes, I'm free. Actually, there are 2 things that I don't quite understand. Go ahead. First, Professor Wen has that kind of illness. Do you really mind? Sorry, if you mind this question, you don't have to answer. Tong Shuelu shook his head. I don't mind. Loving someone doesn't mean that he'll be good forever. Even if one day he's not good, I'll still love him as before. Choi Ruru thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. No wonder you're so happy. It's because not everyone can do this. She couldn't do it. Second, why didn't you go to see Jiang Baihui at that time? She asked to see you several times, but you refused. She was so angry that she almost went crazy. Tong Shuelu blinked. I didn't go to see her on purpose. Jiang Baihui wanted to drag her down in the end. Why should she fulfill her dying wish? She wanted her to go to hell with unwillingness and regret. Besides, so what if she went to see her? She would still hear her complain about her. Why should she make herself unhappy? Was it because the food wasn't good enough, or was it because the money wasn't good enough? Choi Ruru looked at her with appreciation. As expected of you. Your move is really ruthless. Jiang Baihui was calling your name until she died. Pfft, Tong Xuelu almost burst out laughing. Then she asked a question. By the way, do you know why Qian Caixin targeted me? Choi Ruo looked at her strangely. Didn't you go to see Qian Caixin? Didn't you ask her? Tong Xuelu shrugged. I did. She didn't want to tell me. I told her to forget about it and let her go to hell with the secret. Pfft, this time, it was Choi Ruo's turn to burst out laughing. You're so mean. No wonder Qian Caixin was so angry until she died. Do you still remember Qian Caixin's brother? Tong Xuelu looked confused. Qian Caixin's brother? Should I know him? Choi Ruo looked at her and sighed. No wonder Qian Caixin hated you so much. You don't even remember her brother. Qian Caixin's brother was born with a disability and had depression. He was your classmate in the class next door to your junior high school. According to Qian Caixin, her brother liked you very much. After he confessed to you, you rejected him. Then, less than a year later, her brother committed suicide. Tong Xuelu was shocked again. I really don't have any recollection of this. Suddenly, a blurry image flashed through her mind. In the image, a pale boy with delicate features handed a love letter to the original owner, but was rejected by the original owner. The original owner even scolded him for being a cripple and a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. Thinking of this, Tong Xuelu couldn't help but hold her forehead. So it was the original owner's sin. There was a new life between them. No wonder Qian Caixin always went against her and couldn't wait for her to die. However, the original owner and the person involved were no longer here. Qian Caixin was also dead. There was no point in explaining this. Choi Ruo laughed. It's because you don't remember that she hates you even more. She said you killed her brother, but you're living a carefree life. Tong Xuelu was speechless. But there's something strange. If her brother died because of me, why didn't Qian Caixin's mother recognize me when she saw me? Choi Ruo, Qian Caixin's parents and relatives didn't know about this. Qian Caixin only learned about this from her brother's diary. Because of this, she hated you and targeted you. She wanted to fight for justice for her brother. Tong Xuelu, the original owner, was wrong, but it wasn't the main reason Qian Caixin's brother committed suicide. And she took the place of the original owner to suffer this undeserved disaster. After parting with Choi Ruo, Tong Xuelu didn't let Qian Caixin's matter affect her mood. It was useless to dwell on the past. On the third day, she took the twins back to the mainland. Su Yueshan's assistant arranged for the things to be sent back to Beijing. His wife and son left Beijing for half a month. Wenrugi felt like every day was like a year. Especially when he heard his son mention that Tong Xuelu cried for another man. Wenrugi wished he could grow wings and fly to Hong Kong. It wasn't easy to endure until they were about to return to Beijing. He took a car ahead of time to Shin City to pick them up. Wenrugi arrived at the customs hall an hour early to wait. There weren't many people going through customs. He thought that Tong Xuelu and the twins would pass quickly. But half an hour had passed and he still hadn't seen them. As time passed, Wenrugi couldn't help but frown. Seeing that his brother-in-law was like an ant on a hot pan, Xiao Jiaming couldn't help but comfort him. Brother-in-law, don't worry. They might be delayed by something. There aren't many people going through today. They should be out soon. Wenrugi absent-mindedly nodded. His eyes were looking in the direction of the customs exit. His heart was tormented. After another half an hour, he still didn't see anyone coming out. Even Xiao Jiaming began to feel a little uneasy. Should I call Uncle Sen and see if he can contact his assistant? Although there were mobile phones and pagers now, the communication between the mainland and Hong Kong was different. The pagers and mobile phones couldn't be used in Hong Kong, so there was no way to contact them. Wenrugi was about to agree when he heard the voice of a person going through customs talking to his family. Why were you half an hour late at customs today? There was a car accident. A private car was hit by a large truck in front of us. A family of 3 died on the spot. Oh my God, isn't that too scary? Yeah, I heard that it was a young mother with twins. The children were badly mutilated. I was scared to death. A family of 3, young mother, twins, badly mutilated, Wenwugi's heart skipped a beat. His vision turned black, and he almost vomited blood. He ran up and asked crazily, "Are the twins a boy or a girl? Or is it a boy and a girl? Is the child's mother still alive?" The two people who were talking were shocked by him. They wanted to scold him, but seeing that he was so handsome and anxious, they swallowed their words. "You're not their relative, are you?" "I was some distance away. I only saw a girl wearing a white dress. Her hair reached her waist. I heard that her mother died on the spot." Wenwugi's face was pale. It was as if all the blood had been sucked out of his body in an instant. They had talked on the phone before they left the room in the morning. His daughter told him that she was wearing a white dress today. His hands began to tremble. "It can't be. It can't be them." Xiao Jiaming's face was also pale. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll call Uncle Shen now." He took out his mobile phone and dialed. Su Yueshan quickly picked up the phone. But things were not good. Su Yueshan couldn't contact his assistant. In order to make it easier to contact him, he had specially bought his assistant a mobile phone that cost more than 10,000 yuan. He should be able to contact him as soon as he passed, but he couldn't get through. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jiaming's face paled even more. His eyes were red. Uncle Sun said, he can't contact him. Wenwugi looked at him quietly. His eyes were frightening. He didn't make a sound. Xiao Jiaming suppressed his sadness and worry. "Brother-in-law, things haven't been confirmed yet. My sister and the twins are good people. Don't scare yourself." Dr. Chen had reminded him that as long as he didn't agitate the patient, schizophrenia wouldn't recur for the rest of his life. But now, Xiao Jiaming felt that if something really happened to his sister and the twins, his brother-in-law would be done for. Wenwugi was stunned for a while. Then, he suddenly walked towards the customs. Xiao Jiaming quickly followed him. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" "Zol will be fine. She promised me that she would never leave me behind. I'm going to look for her." Wenwugi's eyes were bottomless. There was only one thought in his mind. He was going to look for Tong Xuelu. She might be suffering now, and he must be by her side. Xiao Jiaming's heart skipped a beat when he saw his brother-in-law only talking about his sister and not the twins. "Brother-in-law, calm down. You don't have any documents. You can't pass. You will be arrested if you rush in like this." As researchers, they couldn't leave China at will without permission. Therefore, Wenwugi didn't have any travel documents to Hong Kong. Wenwugi couldn't hear Xiao Jiaming's words. He couldn't hear anything else. All he could think about was Tong Xuelu. He had to look for her. Xiao Jiaming was worried that his brother-in-law would be arrested, so he quickly grabbed his arm. However, Wenwugi had always been very strong, especially when he lost his mind. He only swung his arm lightly, and Xiao Jiaming was almost pushed down by him. Wenwugi walked straight towards the customs like a demon from hell. Xiao Jiaming rushed over to stop him again. The customs staff saw this and stared at Wenwugi vigilantly. They looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. Just as the staff was about to rush over and grab Wenwugi, a voice came from the opposite customs. "Rugue, where are you going?" Xiao Jiaming's heart trembled. He turned his head and saw his sister and the twins standing at the customs looking at them. His nose twitched, and he almost burst into tears. "Brother-in-law, it's my sister." Wenwugi had already turned around when he heard the voice. He pushed Xiao Jiaming aside and ran towards Tong Xuelu. Xiao Jiaming, who was pushed back 3 steps, was speechless. Wenwugi ran over and hugged her tightly. He was so strong that it was as if he wanted to embed her into his body. Although Tong Xuelu didn't know what was going on, she could feel Wenwugi's fear and trembling. He hugged her tightly. His body and arms were trembling. His arms were as cold as water. Tong Xuelu threw away her bag and hugged him back. "I'm here." These 4 simple words were like a reassuring pill that calmed Wenwugi's trembling body down. She was fine. She didn't leave him alone. Wenwugi felt his heart beating again. His blood was flowing again, and his body temperature was gradually returning. "Don't leave me again." Wenwugi buried his face in her neck. Tong Xuelu felt a moist sensation on her neck. Her heart trembled. Okay, I won't leave you again. Wenrugi reached out and carried her. He then turned around and walked out of the customs. Xiao Jiaming, ? Tong Yan? Wen Jinran? Brother-in-law, Dad, we're still here. Wenrugi couldn't see anyone else. He forgot about his daughter and son, whom he usually doted on. He carried Tong Xuelu into the car and went straight back to the hotel. Once they arrived at the hotel, Wenrugi kissed her fiercely. He took her with a ferocity that had never been seen before. There was no air conditioning in the room. They were sweating profusely from the heat. When they arrived at the great harmony of life, Wenrugi hugged her tightly. Without you, I wouldn't be Wenrugi. When he was seriously ill, she was the one who pulled him back from the abyss. From then on, his life belonged to her. Tong Xuelu could feel his body trembling. She kissed his Adam's apple deeply. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. She would always be by his side until their hair turned white. When they were old, they would sit by the fire and read books together. They would chase the past together. She would always be by his side until the end of their lives. Always, always. After this incident, the twins felt the depth of their parents' love. They loved each other deeply. And they seemed to be born just to make up the numbers. Xiao Jiaming, no, you're a gift for the pager. Many years later, when Jean Ran became the first female scientist in China to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. She stood on the podium. She didn't talk about the excitement of winning the prize, nor did she talk about the hardships she had gone through. Instead, she talked about her parents. She said this, in my life, the people who influenced me the most were my parents. I was touched by their feelings for each other and they gave me endless courage and hope. They used their lives to interpret the most beautiful poem in the Book of Songs, Life and Death Contract, with you. Holding your hand, we'll grow old together. My father loved me and my brother very much. There was a time when I thought that I was my father's favorite baby. Later, I realized that compared to my mother, I was just a single dog eating dog food. Her witty words made the people below the podium burst into laughter. In a villa in faraway China. Wenrugi walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of bird's nest. Drink it while it's hot. Tong Xuelu looked at the television. I'll drink it after watching Ranran's live broadcast. Wenrugi sat down beside her and scooped up a spoonful of bird's nest. His voice was low and gentle. Let me feed you. Okay. Old Ji, you are the treasure in my palm. Time will pass, but my love for you will never fade. Xiao Mianmian had been very cute and beautiful since she was a child. Her big eyes and long eyelashes were like two fans. When she looked at people, her eyelashes would flicker, making people's hearts tremble. She was like a delicate porcelain doll. When she was 8 years old, she became popular all over the country because of the TV series and became the most popular national girl. Now that she was 16 years old, she was no longer a child. Like a willow branch, she suddenly grew taller. Her figure was tall, her legs were straight and slender, and when she pursed her lips, 2 small dimples appeared. It made people want to give their lives to her. However, she was different from Tong Xuelu's confidence and intelligence. Although she entered the entertainment industry at a young age, because her family protected her well and she was the youngest in the family, she still retained her naivety. 2 men in the Xiao family were very distressed about this. One was Commander Xiao, and the other was Tong Jessen. His granddaughter was too beautiful, and pigs outside covetously wanted to steal cabbage. It was really a fool's dream. However, no matter who it was, he would beat them one by one. If a pair came, he would beat them both. All the ambitious wolves deserved to die. At dinner that night, Tong Jessen said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, I think we should keep an eye on Mianmian. We can't let her be stolen by a stinky man too early." When his sister got married, he was still young and ignorant. Now he understood why his grandfather's face was dark when his sister got married. Commander Xiao picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and nodded with a sullen face. "Of course," Tong Jessen said, "but I rarely go home." "Grandpa, you don't have the energy to look after my sister." This is a problem. In addition to his lack of energy, his grandfather's mind was mainly focused on the twins. He had to exercise every day and play chess with Grandpa when next door. In short, he was very busy. Commander Xiao nodded. It is indeed a problem. The grandfather and grandson discussed this problem for a long time, but they couldn't think of a good solution. After dinner, there was a phone call from home. It was Little Nine calling from Shin City. Xiaojiao said that he had been admitted to Qing University. Although school hadn't started yet, he wanted to return to Beijing in advance. When Tong Jessen heard the news, he immediately congratulated him and invited him to live at home. Xiaojiao, that's not very good. My family also has a house in Beijing. Tong Jessen, no one has lived in your house for many years, and you still have to clean it when you go back. You don't have to be polite with me. What's the relationship between our families? Xiaojiao didn't respond. He seemed to be in a dilemma. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just worried that Grandpa Xiao will be unhappy. Also, the Mian Mian has grown up. It doesn't seem very convenient for a boy like me to live there. Tong Jessen sighed, if only all the guys outside were as honest as you. If those greedy fellows outside could live in the Xiao family, they would even be willing to change their surnames, unlike little Jiao, who was too honest. Xiaojiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Brother Jessen, are you troubled by something? Tong Jessen immediately complained, of course I'm troubled. There are many people outside who want to pursue the Mian Mian. Those guys are simply not human. How old is the Mian Mian? I'm going to the army to participate in training this summer. I'm worried that those guys will take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xiaojiao, isn't Grandpa Xiao still at home? Tong Jessen, Grandpa doesn't have enough energy, and he's taking the twins on a trip this summer. The Mian Mian will be alone at home. I'm so worried. Although his sister was next door, she was so busy with work every day. He was afraid that she wouldn't be able to guard against those guys. Xiaojiao pondered for a moment and said, this is indeed very troublesome. If Brother Jessen trusts me, how about I keep an eye on those guys for you? Tong Jessen's eyes suddenly brightened. He patted his head and said, oh, why didn't I think of this good idea? That's great. Xiaojiao, hurry up and come to Beijing. I can only go to the army with peace of mind when you come over. Xiaojiao's lips curled up. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Tong Jessen felt that he had solved a big problem. His mood was as good as clearing the clouds. He was very happy. Xiaojiao was smart and was one of them. If he kept an eye on the Mian Mian, those guys with wild ambitions wouldn't be able to get close to the Mian Mian. However, he couldn't let the Mian Mian know about this. Although the Mian Mian had a good temper, if she knew that he asked Xiaojiao to keep an eye on her, she would definitely explode. Therefore, Tong Jessen didn't tell anyone. He only said that Xiaojiao was coming to Beijing to attend university and wanted to live at home. The Xiao family and the Su family had always had a good relationship. Commander Xiao naturally didn't object when he heard this. He even asked Tong Jessen to tidy up the room at home. However, Xiao Mianmian's reaction was a little strange. Tong Jessen stared at his sister's face. He leaned over and asked curiously, Mian Mian, are you feeling hot? Why is your face suddenly so red? Xiao Mianmian raised her hand and pushed him away. Why are you so close to me? It's summer now. Of course, I feel hot. Don't you feel hot? Then she turned and ran away. Tong Jessen looked up at the new air conditioner at home. 26 degrees Celsius. It wasn't hot. A week later, Xiaojiao took a bus from Shin City to Beijing. Tong Jessen drove to the station to pick him up. Before he left, he asked again, Mian Mian, are you really not going to the station with me? Xiao Mianmian stared at the TV and didn't turn her head. No. It's so hot. I don't want to move. Tong Jessen picked up his keys. As he walked out, he muttered, TSK, TSK. You were so close when you were young. You called each other little brother Jiao. I didn't expect you to be so cold when you grew up. Poor little Jiao. Xiao Mianmian glared at her brother and pouted. Why aren't you going? You talk too much. Tong Jessen made a face and strode away. Xiao Mianmian heard the door close. She immediately threw down the pillow in her hand and rushed into the room. She opened the closet and took out all her clothes and placed them on the bed. The pink dress complemented her skin the best. Her sister said that girls were pink and cute, but she had gained 2 pounds after the holidays. Wearing this dress made her waist look thicker. Forget it, she didn't want this dress. The white dress was very stylish, but it felt too grand. No, she had to change it. The black dress made her look slimmer. It was also designed to fit her waist. It looked small. It was very good. But the black dress looked too heavy. Would it make her look old? Xiao Mianmian hugged her little face. She was so conflicted that she looked like a Shar-Pei. Tong Jiasun arrived at the station. He recognized little Jiao as soon as he got off the train. It wasn't because he had good eyesight, but because little Jiao was too eye-catching. He was only 17 years old, but he was already 183 meters tall. His legs were long and straight, and his posture was straight. He stood out among the crowd. There were many girls who were blushing and stealing glances at him. However, little Jiao didn't look sideways. He didn't care about the gazes around him. Tong Jiasun strode over and patted his shoulder. Little Jiao, you've grown taller. If you continue to grow, you'll be taller than me. Little Jiao didn't reply. He glanced behind him and said calmly, it's such a hot day, but I still have to trouble brother Jiasun to come and pick me up. I feel really bad. Tong Jiasun reached out to help him carry his suitcase, but little Jiao avoided him. You're welcome. But the weather is really hot. Once summer comes, Mianmian can't wait to stay under the air conditioner 24/7. I just asked her to come and pick you up, but she didn't want to come. Little Jiao thought about the girl's blushing face. A doting smile appeared on his indifferent face. It's okay. The weather is so hot. I can't bear to ask Mianmian to come and pick me up. Tong Jiasun clicked his tongue. Let me tell you, Mianmian is very delicate now. If you live with us, you can't spoil her. I'm worried that one day, she'll be spoiled to the point of being out of control. Little Jiao's lips curled up. It's normal for a girl to be spoiled. Tong Jiasun shook his head and sighed. He felt that it was hopeless to rely on little Jiao to control the Mianmian. When they got home, Xiao Mianmian was still watching TV in the same posture as before. When she heard them come in, she still didn't turn her head. Mianmian, little Jiao is here. Oh. What do you mean oh? Although little Jiao isn't a guest, you should be polite. Xiao Mianmian turned her head. Her eyes quickly swept over little Jiao. Little brother Jiao, you're here? Little Jiao's inky black eyes fell on her body. Yes, I'm here. My brother has cleaned the room. You can do whatever you want. After speaking, she turned back and stared at the TV as if she was fascinated by it. Tong Jiasun felt that his sister was too outrageous. She was already so old, but she still called little brother Jiao. Even he couldn't stand it. Little Jiao, don't lower yourself to her level. I'll tell sister later. Xiao Mianmian heard that her third brother was going to complain to her sister. She couldn't help but say, third brother, are you that free? Tong Jiasun was about to retort when he suddenly made a sound of surprise. He stared at his sister and said, I remember that you weren't wearing these clothes when I went out. Why did you suddenly change clothes? Are you going out? Xiao Mianmian blushed and said fiercely, the water poured on me. What's wrong with changing clothes? Tong Jiasun felt that his sister was unreasonable. What's with your temper? Was she going to do that with a woman? Xiao Mianmian was about to retort when she suddenly noticed that little Jiao was looking at her with a faint smile. It was as if little Jiao had seen through her lies. Boom. Her ears were completely red. She threw the pillow on the sofa and ran into the bedroom. Third brother, you're the most annoying. Tong Jiasun? All he did was ask her why she was changing clothes. How did she become annoying? Tong Jiasun was puzzled. He turned around and complained to little Jiao. You saw it. I just said that Mianmian is getting more and more unreasonable. Even as her older brother, I have to give in to her. Little Jiao watched as the girl ran away. The wind lifted her skirt and she looked like a skylark in a sea of flowers. She was agile and beautiful. When he heard Tong Jessen's words, he looked away. Isn't it normal for an older brother to give in to his younger sister? Tong Jessen, ? Give. Younger. Sister. Haven't you heard of Kong Rong? Tong Jessen felt that little Jiao was hopeless. How could he not stand on the same side as him? Xiao Mianmian ran back to the room, closed the door, and threw herself on the bed. She even buried her head in the blanket. It's over. It's over. Damn it. It's over. Did little Jiao think that she changed clothes because of him? Actually, that wasn't the case. She just felt that the clothes she wore before were dirty and made her complexion look bad. If she had known, she would have worn this outfit from the beginning. But she felt that this outfit was too formal. It was so annoying. Little Jiao must have misunderstood when he looked at her like that. Should she explain it to him later? Xiao Mianmian rolled around on the bed like a panda rolling around. In the end, her skirt was wrinkled. Tong Jessen was about to take the 3 dogs out for a walk when he saw his sister come out of the room. He couldn't help but be surprised. Why did you change another dog? Changed. Another dog. Again. Xiao Mianmian blushed and said fiercely, it's none of your business. Third brother, you're too talkative. Sister Zhuzhu doesn't like you. Tong Jessen? Mianmian, stop right there. Since when did I have a talkative mouth? Tong Jessen came back to his senses. A gush of anger rushed to his heart, but Xiao Mianmian had already run away. Mooncake, Quicksand Bun, and Quicksand Bun's daughter, Strawberry, all wanted to go out. Tong Jessen had no choice but to take the dogs out for a walk first. He would deal with her later. On the other side, Xiao Mianmian carried Green Turtle to the pavilion. She pinched Green Turtle's face in her hand, but her eyes kept drifting to a window. The Green Turtle was very impatient from being pinched, and it looked at her with a look of disdain. Xiao Mianmian happened to see the look in Green Turtle's eyes. She couldn't help but feel depressed. Turtle, what's with that look? I bought all your dried fish. Can you at least give me a smile? Green Turtle was a very arrogant cat. It usually acted coquettishly with its brother-in-law and sister, but it was very cold to everyone else. Green Turtle struggled for a moment, then jumped down from Xiao Mianmian's body and left. Before it left, it looked at her with disdain again. It seemed to be saying, a servant should act like a servant. A servant wants to be loved by its master. What a joke. Xiao Mianmian was very depressed by Green Turtle's disdainful look. Just then, a deep and pleasant voice came from behind her. Little Mianmian. Little, Mian. What kind of name was that? Xiao Mianmian turned around and pouted. Little brother Jiao, what did you call me just now? The sunlight shone through the osmanthus flowers and fell on little Jiao's body. It made his eyes look even more deep and clear, as if he had walked out of a painting. Xiao Mianmian's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She suddenly didn't dare to look at him directly. The pronunciation of Xiao and little are very similar. You are as cute as a small animal, so I called you Little Mianmian just now. Little Jiao walked towards her with his long legs. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on Xiao Mianmian's heart. She felt that her heart was beating so fast that it was about to lose its load. Little Jiao walked in front of her and leaned slightly towards her. Why aren't you talking? The two of them were very close, so close that Xiao Mianmian could smell the shower gel on his body. He seemed to have just taken a shower. He was wearing a white casual suit, and his hair was not completely dry yet. Xiao Mianmian only felt that it was inexplicably difficult to breathe. She subconsciously took a step back. Hot, it's so hot. Why are you so close? You're even transmitting your heat to me. Little Jiao stood back and glanced at her red cheeks. He apologized seriously. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so close. Your face is red from the heat. Xiao Mianmian, there was silence for a few seconds. Xiao Mianmian glared at him fiercely. And don't call me Little Mianmian in the future. I'm not a child anymore. Little Jiao restrained the smile on his lips. Okay, Big Mianmian. Xiao Mianmian, she never knew that Little Jiao had the ability to anger people to death. Little Jiao was still cute when he was young. He would blush no matter what she said. Little Joe saw that she was really angry and changed the topic. Okay, it's my fault. I brought you a lot of gifts. Do you want to go in and take a look? Xiao Mianmian was a little moved, but she didn't want to forgive him so quickly. What gifts? I don't necessarily want them. Little Joe, there's perfume from Paris, scarves from Milan, and Barbie dolls from America. There's a lot. If you don't want them, I'll have to throw them away. Xiao Mianmian was anxious. Who said I don't want them? Hurry up and take me to see them. Little Joe's eyes flashed with a smile. Okay. Xiao Mianmian quickly followed him. The two of them went to Little Joe's room, completely forgetting that she was going to explain how she had changed her clothes. Although Little Joe's mouth had become bad, he had great taste. Every gift he bought was right in front of her heart. Every one of them, she really liked them. She had only wanted to take one or two, but she couldn't bear to part with any of them. In the end, Little Joe helped her carry all the gifts into her room. That day, Tong Jessen came back from the military. He smelled barbecue as soon as he entered the house. His eyes lit up and he strode in. He saw Little Joe sitting in the yard, sweating and barbecuing meat. Xiao Mianmian was lying on the sofa in the room. The air conditioner was blowing and she was reaching for a skewer of meat. She looked more relaxed than the Empress Dowager. Tong Jessen felt that Little Joe was miserable. Little Joe, I told you before. You can't spoil Mianmian like this. Little Joe wiped the sweat off his forehead and pursed his lips. It's okay. Tong Jessen shook his head. You're too obedient. That's why the Mianmian bullies you like this. Little Joe picked up a piece of corn and started barbecuing it. I think it's good. I like being bullied. Tong Jessen? He looked at Little Joe with an indescribable expression. Little Joe was crazy. He liked being bullied. Was he a masochist? Little Joe ignored Tong Jessen's look. After he was done barbecuing the corn, he brought it to Xiao Mianmian. It was summer, so his face was red from the heat and his clothes were wet. Xiao Mianmian was embarrassed. You don't have to barbecue for me. I don't want to eat anymore. Little Joe saw that she hadn't finished the barbecued meat on the table. You don't want to eat anymore? Xiao Mianmian nodded. The next moment, she saw Little Joe sit down and pick up the barbecued meat on the table to eat. She didn't know if Little Joe took the wrong skewer or if he didn't notice, but the skewer he took was the one she hadn't finished. Although it was clean, it didn't feel good. Little Joe saw her looking at him and raised his eyebrows. Why do you keep looking at me? Xiao Mianmian shook her head and pointed at the barbecued meat skewer in his hand. The skewer you're eating. I've eaten it. Little Joe looked down and then looked up at her. You've licked it? Xiao Mianmian, what kind of person was this? She wasn't a puppy. She didn't need to lick her food. Little Joe saw her pout and his lips twitched. You've only eaten the barbecued meat on the top. You haven't eaten the bottom. It's a waste to throw it away. I won't despise you. Xiao Mianmian, she wanted to say that she despised him, but when she saw his half-smile, she couldn't say a word. Tong Jessen walked in with sweat all over his forehead. When he saw Xiao Mianmian's face, he said, Mianmian, is your body okay? Why is your face red like a monkey's butt? Xiao Mianmian, you're the monkey's butt. Third brother, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Third brother is the most annoying. Xiao Mianmian kicked him, turned around, and ran off again. Mianmian, stop right there. Tong Jessen hugged his calf and yelled. Just as he was about to chase after her, Little Joe blocked his way. Tong Jessen? Little Joe, Sister Zulf said that the one who flirts first is cheap. Mianmian is a cute girl. Jessen, you shouldn't describe her as a monkey's butt. First. Flirting. Then. Cheap. Tong Jessen was so angry that his face was as red as a monkey's butt. So you're saying that I deserve to be kicked? Little Joe looked at him and didn't say anything. But the expression on her face said it all. Tong Jessen, Little Joe's butt was crooked all the way to the northwest. He deserved to be bullied and enslaved by the Mianmian. Fine, I won't bother with him in the future. The next day, Xiao Mianmian had a pimple on her face. She looked at herself in the mirror and felt that the sky was about to collapse. Woo-woo, it must be because she ate too much barbecue yesterday. This pimple didn't grow anywhere but on her nose. Woo-woo, it was so ugly. There was a knock on the window outside. Mian Mian, you've been hiding in the room since this morning. Are you okay? Xiao Mian Mian's heart trembled when she heard little Jiu's voice. She quickly hid under the sheets. I'm fine. Little Jiu heard her muffled voice. If you're fine, why didn't you eat breakfast? Grandpa Xiao is very worried about you. If you don't come out, he will call Sister Zolve. Xiao Mian Mian listened to her sister the most and was afraid of her sister the most. She quickly said, No, little Jiu, don't let Grandpa call Sister. I'm really fine. Then tell me, what's wrong with you? Xiao Mian Mian's voice was muffled. I have a pimple on my nose. There was silence outside for a few seconds. Are you heaty? I'll go buy some herbal tea for you to boil. Xiao Mian Mian was moved to tears. Little brother Jiu, you're so good to me. Little Jiu's mouth twitched and he turned to leave. Soon, he came back with some herbal medicine and boiled it himself. He put it on the window with breakfast. Xiao Mian Mian ate breakfast, pinched her nose and took a sip of the herbal tea. Then, she was stunned. It wasn't bitter at all. Little brother Jiu, why isn't this herbal tea bitter? Little Jiu scratched Strawberry's head. I put dates and honey in it. Xiao Mian Mian was even more moved, but she still didn't want to come out. At night, Wei Zhuzhu found out about this and specially came to see her. When he saw Wei Zhuzhu coming over, Tong Jessen immediately went back to his room to change into a new set of clothes. He combed his hair and walked a few rounds in front of Wei Zhuzhu. Unfortunately, Wei Zhuzhu didn't notice and even felt that he was very annoying. Jessen, can you sit down? Do you have a sore on your butt? Tong Jessen's mouth twitched. Wei Zhuzhu looked at him in disdain and turned to ask little Jiu, Mian Mian still doesn't want to see anyone? Do you want me to go and see her? Little Jiu's gaze swept across her face and he shook his head. No, Sister Zhuzhu, your skin is too good. Mian Mian will be sad if she sees you. Then, his gaze fell on Tong Jessen's face. Third brother, why don't you go in? Tong Jessen wanted to show his image as a good brother in front of Wei Zhuzhu, so he immediately nodded. Okay, I'll go and see her now. After speaking, he looked at Wei Zhuzhu, but the latter didn't look at him. There was a line of words written on his face, Idiot, don't disturb, Tong Jessen. He walked out of the living room with a puzzled expression. He felt that something was wrong. Zhuzhu's skin was very good, so she couldn't provoke the Mian Mian. Would he be fine if he went in? Tong Jessen suddenly touched the 3 pimples on his face. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. Little Jiu was an expert at stabbing people, and he was the kind of person who could kill without spilling blood. But for the sake of his image as a good brother, he swallowed this mouthful of blood. Ever since little Jiu moved in, Xiao Mian Mian felt that her life was more comfortable than that of a princess. She opened her mouth to eat, stretched out her hands to wear clothes, and even had someone to help her diss third brother. It was too good. But soon, she couldn't smile anymore, because Grandpa asked little Jiu to tutor her. There were 4 siblings in the Xiao family. Tong Xuelu and Xiao Jiaming were very good at their studies. They were both top scorers in the college entrance examination and famous people in the university. Abbreviation, other people's children. But the 2 little ones seemed to be in a competition, and their results were worse than the other. Tong Jessen's mind was not on his studies. It was as if he had ADHD, and it was harder to make him listen obediently in class than to kill him. Xiao Mian Mian was very obedient and loved to study. When she was young, she learned very quickly. She could easily memorize from 1 to 100. But as she grew older, and the classes became more difficult, her results dropped like a waterfall. When she reached high school, she was hanging on the edge of passing every subject. Xiao Mian Mian planned to enroll in an art school, so she didn't have high cultural scores. But she was very famous, and her every move was exposed to the media. If the results of the college entrance examination were too bad, the media would definitely gossip about it. So after thinking about it, Commander Xiao took the initiative to find little Jiu and asked him to tutor Xiao Mian Mian. Little Jiao refused for a while, and finally agreed reluctantly. At this moment, Xiao pouted and looked at Little Jiao with a bitter face. Little Jiao's eyes flashed with a doting smile. As long as you get 80 marks in every subject, I will accompany you abroad after the college entrance examination. Xiao eyes lit up. Really? You're not lying to me? Little Jiao nodded. I'm not lying to you. Xiao was very tempted. Then can you promise to persuade Grandpa, my sister, and my 2 brothers? Little Jiao nodded again. Yes. Xiao showed the aura of a hero and nodded fiercely. Okay, then let's do it. The smile in Little Jiao's eyes deepened. He pursed his lips and started the class. Xiao talent in acting and singing was almost unparalleled, but this talent was not related to learning. However, Little Jiao was very patient. If he didn't understand once, he would repeat it twice or thrice. Xiao was most afraid of others looking at her with "Your sister and brother are so smart, why are your grades so bad?" However, Little Jiao didn't look at her like that from beginning to end. Little Jiao was so nice. Sob, she was so touched. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her back. Although she could reach it, it wasn't satisfying enough. So she looked up and asked Little Jiao for help. Little brother Little Jiao, come over and help me scratch it. It's so itchy. Little Jiao saw that she was scratching randomly and was afraid that she would scratch her skin, so he quickly walked over. But when he stood behind her and his gaze fell on her white and delicate neck, his Adam's apple bobbed. He said in a low voice, "Should I go to the living room and get a tool to scratch the itch?" Xiao twisted her body. It's too late. It's so itchy. Hurry up. Little Jiao hesitated for a moment and stretched his hand. Is it here? A little higher, a little to the right. Yes, it's there. It's so comfortable. Xiao made a voice that could be easily misunderstood. She didn't notice that Little Jiao's ears were red behind her. From Little Jiao's angle, he could see her white neck. It was so white that it was dazzling. Little Jiao didn't dare to look any more and shifted his gaze. Who knew that he would see a bulge in front of her chest? Little Jiao's body trembled and he suddenly retracted his hand. Xiao was feeling comfortable from the scratching. Little Jiao, continue. Little Jiao's throat rolled and he said in a hoarse voice, I'll get you a tool to scratch the itch. Xiao didn't understand. She turned around and saw his red face. She couldn't help but feel strange. She reached out to touch his face. Little brother Little Jiao, why is your face so red? Are you uncomfortable? Little Jiao dodged in fright and retreated. This retreat happened to hit the edge of the bed behind him. He lost his balance and fell back on the bed. Xiao was angry. Little Jiao, what did you mean just now? What are you doing? Xiao wanted to ask him why he avoided her hand like the plague. Who knew that before she could finish speaking, a cockroach flew out of nowhere and pounced on her face. She screamed in fright and subconsciously pounced on Little Jiao for help. Bang, a loud sound was heard. In a panic, she tripped over her right foot and pounced on Little Jiao's body. She bumped into his strong chest muscles. So hard. So soft. Xiao Little Jiao, the air was quiet for a few seconds. The two of them looked at each other and neither of them spoke. Thump. Thump. It was unknown whose heartbeat it was, but it was so loud that it almost reached their ears. The air was suddenly filled with an ambiguous factor. Both of their faces flushed red in unison. Just as Little Jiao was about to ask her to get up, a clear voice suddenly came from the door. Mian, are you inside? Can sister come in? Hearing her sister's voice, Xiao Mian's eyes widened as if she had been struck by lightning. She wanted to ask for a moment, but before she could say anything, the half-closed door was pushed open by the old mooncake's nose. Pushed open with his nose. Pushed open. Open. Tong Xuelu looked in and raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me that you're playing a real-life game of building blocks? Xiao Mian, Little Jiao. Xiao Mian was like a frightened animal. She jumped up and her face was so red that it looked like it was going to bleed. Sister, it's not what you see. We didn't do anything. Xiaojiao stood up as well. Her ears were red. Sister Zolve, we accidentally fell down. Before this, we were following the rules in class. Xiao Mianmian nodded her head like a chicken. Her head was about to fall off. Tong Xuelu wanted to laugh when he saw his sister's reaction. However, he remained expressionless. Really? Yes, really? Xiao Mianmian nodded her head again. Xiao Jiao also nodded her head seriously. Tong Xuelu glanced at the two of them. Then, he looked at Xiao Jiao and said, Xiao Jiao, go to the pavilion and wait for me. Xiao Jiao frowned slightly. She looked at Xiao Mianmian and nodded. Okay. Seeing that Xiao Jiao was about to leave, Xiao Mianmian opened her mouth and wanted to call out to him. However, when she saw her sister's expressionless face, she turned into a quail again. Tong Xuelu walked in and closed the door. Then, he sat down on a chair. Mooncake walked over slowly and lay beside her feet. He looked like a loyal soldier protecting his queen. Xiao Mianmian walked over to her sister. The corner of her shirt was rubbed like pickled vegetables. Sister, I swear, we really didn't do anything. Tong Xuelu looked up at the girl in front of her. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her eyes were watery. She had a tall and graceful figure. Her expression was innocent and romantic. It was hard not to be tempted by a girl like her. In her previous life, she was too beautiful. However, there wasn't enough power behind her to protect her. Although she was successful in her career, her life was still very miserable. In the end, she committed suicide. The moment she saw Xiao Mianmian, she wanted to protect her and let her live a happy and worry-free life. Xiao Mianmian saw that her sister was staring at her silently. Her heart was like a bucket in a well. She called out like a kitten. Sister Tong Xuelu opened his mouth and went straight to the point. You like little Jiao? Boom. All the blood in Xiao Mianmian's body seemed to rush to her face. She was so nervous and shy that she was about to cry. Sister, I didn't. Tong Xuelu sighed and held her hand. I don't want to scold you. You're young and have your first awakening of love. Relationships at this age are very beautiful, but at the same time, they are immature. You still have a long way to go in the future. You don't have to rush to taste the beauty of love at this time. Puppy love wasn't a terrible thing. It was just that at this age, people would often be impulsive and even make mistakes due to their lack of life experience. Not to mention, this era was relatively conservative, and Xiao Mianmian's identity. If people found out that she was in a relationship at such a young age, she would have to face great pressure. Xiao Mianmian squatted down and rested her head on her sister's lap. She rubbed her head affectionately. Sister, you're so good to me. She already couldn't remember what her mother looked like. She remembered her childhood, and it was filled with her sister. Her sister bought her sweets to eat. Her sister accompanied her to sleep. When she was sick, her sister was always by her side. 2. Her sister was her family, her best friend, and the person she trusted the most in this world. Just now, she was so afraid that her sister would be disappointed in her. She was even more afraid that she would hear harsh words from her sister. However, her sister didn't. She was still that beautiful and unique sister. She could understand if others didn't agree with or understand something. She really loved her sister too much. Tong Xuelu rubbed her sister's smooth black hair. Silly girl, if sister isn't good to you, who would I be good to? When the mooncake heard this, it raised its head and looked at its owner with hidden bitterness. Tong Xuelu quickly comforted it. Xiao Mianmian bit her lip. After a long silence, she mustered up her courage and said, Sister, I don't know if I like little Nine. I just feel very happy when I'm with him. When I don't see him, I think of him. Towards the end, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Her face was red as she buried her face in her sister's lap. Sob, 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 I'm so shy. I don't have the face to see anyone. Actually, in the beginning, she only treated little Nine as her neighbor's little brother. When they were young, they played and ate together. Little Nine was very good to her since they were young. He would give her anything good first. Later, little Nine went to Shen City with his family. They missed each other very much. They would often call each other because the phone bill was too expensive. They also used words that they didn't know to write letters to each other. Sometimes, after sending a letter, they would realize that there was still something left to say. Then, they would write another letter. Sometimes, when they didn't receive a reply, they couldn't help but call each other to share their stories. The person she liked the most was her sister. However, her sister was too busy. She had to go to school and work. Later, she got married and had a brother-in-law and a child. She didn't have enough time to accompany her. However, little Nine was always by her side. The letters they wrote had already exceeded 1,000 in the past 12 years. They filled up her bookshelf. As for when she realized that she liked little Nine, it should have started last year. During the summer vacation last year, little Nine came to Beijing to look for her. She went to the bus station to pick him up. When Xiaojiu walked out of the station, a gust of wind blew over. The wind lifted his white shirt and hair. At that moment, her heart was beating so fast that it was as if a deer had entered her heart. Her heart was pounding so fast that she panicked. Later on, she became more and more strange in front of little Nine. When he looked at her, she would blush and her heart would race. When he didn't look at her, she couldn't help but feel sad and make all kinds of conjectures. On the night that little Nine left Beijing and returned to Shen City, she had a dream. She dreamed that she secretly kissed little Nine like a female hooligan. After waking up, she hugged her blanket for a long time and didn't dare to come out. However, it was at that time that she vaguely understood that she liked little Nine. "Sister, don't tell anyone, especially little Nine. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have the face to see anyone." Tong Xuelu's lips curled up. "Sister knows. Sister won't tell anyone, but you have to promise me that before you turn 18, you won't have any intimate actions with little Nine. Can you do that?" Xiao Mianmian raised her head and pouted. "Sister, what are you saying? How could I do that kind of thing? Intimate, was it holding hands, or was it kissing like sister and brother-in-law?" Oh, just thinking about it made her blush. She wouldn't do that kind of thing. Tong Xuelu didn't think so either. Young people were too impulsive and often didn't know how to reject the person they liked. She made such a request because she wanted to protect her. Little Nine sat in the pavilion and stared at the room. For the first time, he experienced what it meant to be an ant on a hot pan. It was too torturous. He was worried that Sister Zolde would scold Xiao Mianmian. He was even more worried that she wouldn't let them meet in the future. Just as he couldn't take it anymore, Tong Xuelu walked out of the room and behind her was Mooncake. Mooncake was already 12 years old. For a dog, this was a very old age. Little Nine's body froze as he watched Sister Zolde walk towards him step by step. His scalp went numb. Tong Xuelu walked to the pavilion and sat down. She glanced at little Nine who was standing straight like a pillar and said, "Sit down." Little Nine sat down and said with a serious expression, "Sister Zolve, don't scold Mianmian. She doesn't know anything." Tong Xuelu raised her eyebrows. "So you know everything?" Little Nine took a deep breath and suddenly calmed down. "Yes. If Sister Zolve wants to ask me if I like Mianmian, my answer is yes. I like Mianmian very much. It's the kind of like that where I want to take care of her for the rest of my life." Tong Xuelu was satisfied with his daring attitude. "Do you know that Mianmian is only 16 years old now?" Little Nine nodded. "I know. Before she becomes an adult and enters university, I won't do anything. And I promise that I will make sure that she gets excellent grades in every subject. If I can't do it, Sister Zolde will punish me." Tong Xuelu looked at little Nine in front of her. He was high-spirited and had the arrogance and confidence that only people his age would have. He was fearless. She suddenly smiled. "Okay, I'll wait and see." Little Nine paused for a moment and smiled. His smile was young and pure. "Thank you, Sister Zolve. I won't let you down." After that, little Nine continued to teach Xiao Mianmian. But the location of the lesson was changed from her room to the study. In fact, at first, they had lessons in the study. But Commander Xiao often practiced calligraphy in the study. Facing Grandpa, Xiao Mianmian felt a lot of pressure, so the lesson was changed to her room. But after this incident, the two of them didn't dare to stay in private anymore. After the summer vacation, Little Nine reported to Qing University. Xiao Mianmian was promoted to the second year of high school. As soon as Little Nine reported to the school, he immediately caused a sensation. Not to mention that he was the top scorer of the college entrance examination, and not to mention that he came to the school in a car, his height of more than 1.8 meters, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes were enough to attract everyone's attention. What was even more exciting was that he was well developed morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically. His professional grades were outstanding, and he perfectly crushed his classmates in the same grade. In the second year, he was elected as the vice president of the student union. He also represented the school in various competitions. His grades were very good. It was just that he was too cold, especially to girls. They had never seen him get close to any girl. Liang Yiwei was the campus belle of Qing University. She had a beautiful face, a good family background, and a very good personality. She felt that she was good enough for senior brother Su. That day, she stopped Little Nine on campus, who was going back to the dormitory, and handed him an envelope of confession letter that she had made. Senior brother Su, this letter contains my feelings. You will understand after reading it. Little Nine looked at her expressionlessly. I'm sorry, I can't accept it. Liang Yiwei was stunned, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Why? Am I not good enough? Little Nine, no, I already have someone I like. Who? It was the first time Liang Yiwei saw such a gentle expression on his face. For a moment, her feelings were very complicated. She was envious, jealous, and curious. You don't need to know. After saying that, he walked around her and left. Liang Yiwei turned and looked at his back. For the first time in her life, she tasted what bitterness felt like. In the past 2 years, Little Nine had kept his promise and never stepped out of line. He also personally developed a study plan for Xiao Mianmian. Needless to say, with his help, Xiao Mianmian's grades improved a lot. Several of them even reached 90 points. This made Tong Jessen envious. Once, when Little Nine came to the courtyard house, he patted Little Nine's shoulder and sighed. Mianmian is so lucky to have such a good brother like you. Little Nine smiled but didn't answer. Tong Jessen always thought that Little Nine treated Xiao Mianmian as a sister until Xiao Mianmian's 18th birthday. 18 meant that she was an adult. As the youngest child in the family, Xiao Mianmian's birthday party was very grand. The family invited friends and relatives to celebrate, and Xiao Mianmian received so many gifts that her hands went limp. Because they were all friends, many of them ended up drunk by the end of the party. After Tong Jessen helped send some people home, he went back to the restaurant to pick up his sister, but he couldn't find her. Then, a waiter told him that he saw Xiao Mianmian and a boy going to the rooftop. Tong Jessen asked what the boy looked like and guessed that it was Little Nine. He was relieved and slowly walked to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Xiao Mianmian bit her lip and looked at the ground with a red face. The evening wind blew, but it couldn't cool down the heat on her face. Little Nine looked at the top of her head and smiled. Little Mianmian, you've been staring at the ground for 15 minutes and 8 seconds. If you keep staring, I'm afraid that you'll stare a hole in the ground. Xiao Mianmian suddenly raised her head and said unhappily, I told you not to call me Little Mianmian. I'm not a child anymore. She didn't care about the past, but she was already 18 years old. Little Nine's smile deepened. Since you're not a child anymore, you should be able to be with me. Xiao Mianmian blushed again and bit her red lip. Brother-in-law was so attentive when he was chasing my sister, and you're chasing me like this? Little Nine sighed. Mianmian, I've been yours since I was 8 years old. I thought that I was chasing you because I was nice to you. Haven't you felt it after all these years? Xiao Mianmian's eyes widened. What do you mean you've been mine since you were 8 years old? How can you talk nonsense? Xiao Jiu leaned over slightly and pointed at her cheek. In 1981, I came to Beijing with my father and Dr. Chen. That day, you kissed me on the cheek and asked me if I was willing to marry you. I was kissed by you. Don't tell me you don't want to take responsibility? Xiao Mianmian's face turned so red that she could fry an egg on it. Because he leaned over, the distance between them was very close. His breath blew over, giving her goosebumps all over her body. Xiao subconsciously wanted to step back, but there was a low iron bar behind her. She kicked the iron bar and cried out in surprise. But the expected pain didn't come, and she didn't fall. Little Nine grabbed her waist in time and brought her into his arms. Their bodies were close together. It was so ambiguous that it made her blush and her heart beat faster. Xiao heart beat wildly again. "Let go of me." Little Nine didn't let go. He looked at her with a broken light in his eyes. "Then you won't abandon me?" Xiao wanted to roll her eyes. She felt that he was using idioms, but her heart was beating too fast and her voice trembled when she spoke. She could only grab the clothes in front of his chest and look at him with her big watery eyes. Little Nine's Adam's apple bobbed. "Then I'll count to 3. If you don't refuse, then I'll take it that you agree to be my girlfriend?" 1, 2, 3. Little Nine counted 3 numbers in a second. "Xiao you're acting shamelessly." Little Nine looked at her and pursed his lips. "All's fair in war. Girlfriend, I want to do something now." "What?" Xiao looked straight at him. Under the moonlight, his face was so handsome that it was breathtaking. Little Nine moved closer to her bit by bit. "Stamp it." Xiao understood. Her face was so red that it almost emitted smoke. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat, but she watched as he moved closer and she didn't move. Just as Little Nine's lips were about to touch hers, the metal door of the rooftop was pushed open and a tall figure walked out. The next moment, an angry roar resounded through the sky. "Little Nine, my King father, let go of my sister." Xiao trembled and pushed Little Nine away. The next moment, Tong Jessen rushed over and punched Little Nine's face. Xiao screamed. She didn't care about being shy anymore and rushed in front of Little Nine. "Third brother, don't hit people." "Mian, go away. This bastard, I have to teach him a lesson today." Tong Jessen's chest was burning with anger. He hated it. He treated Little Nine as a good brother and family, but he didn't expect him to want a cabbage like Mian. He was even more despicable than the wild wolves outside. He felt betrayed. Xiao didn't move away. She frowned. "Third brother, don't be so barbaric. I don't allow you to hit Little Nine." Tong Jessen widened his eyes in disbelief. Mian, you're protecting him?" She even said he was barbaric. Tong Jessen was injured. This was double betrayal. Xiao bit her lower lip. "Third brother, I'm already an adult. Sister said I can find a boyfriend." Tong Jessen, Little Nine pulled Mian away and held her hand. "Jessen brother, I'm serious about Mian. 2 years ago, I told Sister Zolv about my feelings." 2 years ago, wasn't that the time when this bastard moved into the courtyard house? A thought flashed through Tong Jessen's mind. Many years ago, his sister had kissed Little Nine, and the two of them had said that they wanted to get married in front of him. At that time, they were still young and he wasn't that old. Naturally, he didn't take it seriously and forgot about it. Little Nine was so honest and even said he would help him drive away the wild wolves outside. He even believed him. He had led the wolf into the house. He was so stupid that he didn't see that the person in front of him was a sheep in wolf's clothing. How infuriating. Tong Jessen was so angry that he wanted to fight Little Nine to death. However, Xiao stopped him. In the end, the 3 of them went home together. Tong Jessen immediately complained to his grandfather. When Commander Xiao heard about it, he flipped his hand and hit him on the head. "It's all your fault. Tong Jessen, QAQ. Little Nine's left eye was swollen from the punch." Xiao took an egg and put it on his eye. Her heart ached. Commander Xiao looked at the young couple and felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Another little cabbage had been eaten by a pig. Little Nine took the egg from Xiao hand. "I can do it myself." Xiao then realized that they were at home. Her face turned red again. She wanted to go back to her room and hide. However, she was afraid that her grandfather and brother would bully Little Nine, so she had to stay here. Little Nine put down the egg and stood up to bow to Commander Xiao. "Grandpa, I am sincere to Mian. I promise you that I will treat Mian well for the rest of my life." Please allow us to be together. Commander Xiao stared at him. I don't want my granddaughter to marry far away. You are not suitable for each other. Little Nine said, Grandpa, I will settle down and work in Beijing. I have been looking for houses nearby. If there is a suitable one, I will buy it. Commander Xiao said. Mian Mian is too delicate. She is not suitable for a big family. You are not suitable. This excuse was as far-fetched as it could be. He was the only child of his parents. His grandparents had passed away 2 years ago. His father and uncle had separated long ago. How could a family of 3 be called a big family? Little Nine said, Grandpa, don't worry. If we get married, my parents will not live with us. Commander Xiao stared at him. You are an unfilial son. You want to leave your parents before you get married? I can't let a Mian Mian marry an unfilial person. Little Nine, even Little Nine, who was so quick-witted, was defeated by Commander Zhao's nitpicking. Tong Jiasun was relieved to see this. At this moment, Tong Xuelu and Wenrugi walked in together. It turned out that Little Nine had used the excuse of going to the kitchen to get ice to call Tong Xuelv for help. Tong Xuelu walked in and poured a cup of tea for his grandfather. Commander Xiao pulled a long face. Did you know about Little Nine and the Mian Mian a long time ago? Tong Xuelu nodded. Yes, I knew about it 2 years ago. Grandpa, I know you don't want to leave the Mian Mian. But they are in a relationship and the Mian Mian is still studying. They won't get married so soon. Commander Xiao snorted. I don't agree. Tong Xuelu said, Grandpa, it's okay if you don't agree. But if you don't marry Little Nine, the Mian Mian will get married one day. What if she falls in love with a guy from another province or even a foreign country? Don't regret it. Commander Xiao, at the thought of his granddaughter marrying a foreigner, Commander Xiao felt even more uncomfortable. Although Little Nine was a bit ambitious, he knew him well. He had watched Little Nine grow up and he was a good person. Also, the Su family was very rich. They could guarantee Little Mian Mian's life. Thinking of this, he looked up and stared at Little Nine. Are you sure you will buy a house nearby in the future? Little Nine nodded. Yes, I will start a business with my classmates this year. I can buy a house nearby even without my parents' money. As for the Sihiyuan, he was still short of it. But he would be able to afford it in a few years. Commander Xiao snorted. I'm telling you, if you dare to bully the Mian Mian, I will be the first to punish you. Little Nine was happy. Grandpa Xiao, don't worry. I will be good to the Mian Mian for the rest of my life. Xiao Mian Mian's face was as red as a cooked shrimp. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. She felt sweet in her heart. It was sweeter than eating candy. Tong Zulf convinced Commander Xiao as soon as she made a move, which made Xiao Jiu admire her greatly. Only Tong Jiasun was unhappy. That's it? That's it? Grandpa, you agreed just like that? But no one cared about his feelings. QAQ. Just like that, Little Nine and Xiao Mianmian were together openly. 4 years later, when Xiao Mianmian graduated from school, Little Nine proposed to her in front of everyone at her graduation ceremony. The diamond ring that Little Nine took out almost blinded everyone's eyes. The two of them were a perfect match. Everyone envied them. Only one person was full of jealousy. It was more sour than eating a basket of sour lemons. This person was Tong Jiasun. Mian Mian was already engaged, but as her brother, he wasn't. He looked at Wei Zhuzhu. Zhuzhu, I'm almost 30 years old. It's time for us to get married. Wei Zhuzhu glanced at him. Why are you bringing this up again? My company is still developing. I don't want to get married for the time being. It was too much of a waste of time to have and raise children after marriage. Tong Jiasun, Zhuzhu, just marry me, shut up. Wei Zhuzhu shouted in a low voice. Then, he turned to leave. This idiot didn't even look at the occasion. Today was Little Nine and Xiao Mianmian's special event. How could he, as an older brother, steal their limelight? Tong Jiasun looked at her back and said fiercely, fine, leave. If I, Tong Jiasun, propose to you again, I'm a dog. Tong Xuelu, who was standing at the side, looked at his younger brother sympathetically and shook his head. After the graduation ceremony, everyone was free to do whatever they wanted. When Rugi rushed over from the base. I think I'm late. Tong Xuelu took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. It's okay. Mian Mian and Little Nine can understand. Because the proposal was over, there were people taking photos everywhere. Tong Xuelu felt that it was too noisy. Thus, the two of them held hands and walked to a quiet place on campus. Xiao Jiaming got married 2 years ago. The person he married was his wife from his previous life. Their meeting was very dramatic. At that time, Zhou was in trouble outside. A few hooligans wanted to drag her into a van on the street. The passers-by thought that they were husband and wife, so no one went to rescue her. Xiao Jiaming, who was passing by, noticed that something was wrong and went to rescue her without hesitation. Xiao Jiaming was slightly injured, but he got a wife because of it. The relationship between the couple was very good. Last month, they received good news that Zhou was more than a month pregnant. Now, Little Nine and Xiao Mianmian were engaged. With Little Nine's protection, Xiao Mianmian wouldn't meet the scumbag from her previous life again. Only Tong Jessen and Wei Zhuzhu were left undecided. Because Tong Jessen despised Wei Zhuzhu when they were young, the process of pursuing her was very gruesome. Fortunately, Tong Jessen really liked Wei Zhuzhu and was very patient. Finally, he got the beauty. Although Tong Jessen's personality was a little silly, Tong Xuelu was very grateful to this younger brother of hers. She could tell that Tong Jessen really liked designing, but he chose to join the army for his grandfather and family. Once, he said that their family needed someone to be an officer. Otherwise, if something happened in the future, no one would be able to protect them. At that time, she realized what Tong Jessen had given up for them. Fortunately, Wei Zhuzhu's company was in the fashion design industry. Usually, Tong Jessen's inspiration and suggestions helped Wei Zhuzhu a lot. Wei Zhuzhu told her in private that she wanted to get married and have children next year. However, Tong Jessen was very anxious. He was afraid that the wish he made when he was 11 years old would come true. Therefore, he took the opportunity to propose to Wei Zhuzhu. This annoyed Wei Zhuzhu to no end. The fate of the siblings was completely different from her previous life. She could finally rest assured. The two of them walked to a flowering shrub. When Rugi was about to say something when a voice came from the other side of the shrub. Zhuzhu, you are my baby. You are my sweetheart. My love for you can be witnessed by heaven and earth, shut up. Also, didn't you just say that if you propose to me again, you are a dog? Woof, 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 Tong Xuelu, when Rugi, in order to get married, Tong Jessen was working very hard. Wei Zhuzhu, please marry me. Woof, 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 Tong Jessen, you are so annoying. If you don't agree, I will annoy you forever. Go away. It tickles. Ha ha ha. I will agree. When Tong Xuelu heard this, he and Wenrugi looked at each other and smiled. Tong Jessen was finally out of singlehood. That was great. End of chapter 165. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.